Today we are going to see. What if Dean Winchester had to give up his daughter to save her? So let's get started. The growling of a powerful engine echoed across the countryside as a gleaming black, 67 Impala sailed down the county road. The asphalt path cut between wheat fields, the golden seeds and chaff illuminated by the bright, damp sunlight that was just now re-entering the world, signaling a new day. The trees glittered with dewdrops that dangled from tender leaves. Mist rose off the earth, cut by shadows and sunbeams to cast an ethereally striped haze across the land. It seemed a glimmering start to a hopeful day. Hopeful for some. Dean sat, pensive, behind the wheel of his Chevy, his brother absently gazing out the passenger side window at the unfurling landscape beyond the glass. It had been a long night for both of them. Nothing special, but long nonetheless. Digging up graves to salt and burn bones never got any easier, especially at 2 in the morning with a hot-headed poltergeist hard on their case. But it certainly wasn't cause for the hard silence that surrounded Dean as he drove, and Sam being Sam noticed. And Sam being Sam he mentioned it. You all right? He tossed the question lazily over to his brother, accompanied with a casual glance. There was a pause in which Dean's jaw tightened briefly before he spoke. What do you think of that Hurstwine family? The couple Doug and Pam seem like decent people to you. Sam thought for a second. Yeah, they seemed fine. Fine, sure they were fine, Dean murmured irritably. Were you wanting a bit more detail or something? Well yeah, grumbled Dean, I mean, they weren't just fine, right? They were nice, friendly, moral, weren't they? Am I just going nuts here? No, they were definitely all those things. Some of the most normal, genuine people we've met, Sam agreed. And their son, Matt. He seemed like a nice kid, right? Happy wasn't going to need therapy or anything in the future. Well, I suppose with the exception of the poltergeist living in his parents' master bathroom. Yeah, replied Sam. Great kid, I thought. Yeah, I thought so, too, Dean drifted, gazing absently at the road. Sam watched his brother for a while with an inquisitive expression across his face. He finally broke the silence, his curiosity getting the best of him. Dean, what's up? Why are you so interested in this family all of a sudden? I was just thinking, Sammy. There was another moment of silence while Dean gathered his thoughts. I mean, they seem like the most normal human people we've met in a long time and responsible and caring. Dude, seriously, what is up? Responsible and caring. I didn't know you knew those words, chided Sam. Hey, shut up. I've been responsible and caring all my life, just never cared to actually use those adjectives until recently, Dean snapped back. So why now? Persisted Sam. Dean gazed out across the flat, black surface once more. I want to ask Doug and Pam if they'd taken Alex. The only sound was that of the Impala's rumbling engine while Sam sat frozen, gazing at his brother, a look of grief-stricken surprise plastered across his visage. Dean cast a glance over at this still image once or twice before deciding the error in Sam's expression was caused by a lack of explanation. Like, adopt her, he elaborated. Yeah, I get that. Sam bit back. He then worked to gather together his words. You want to give up Alex? Dean looked somewhat disgruntled at this, shifting in his seat. Not exactly how I'd like to put it, but yes. How would you like to put it? How about giving my daughter the life I never had? That we never had. Safe and comfortable and normal, Dean replied. By handing her over to perfect strangers. Sam shook his head in disbelief. They're not perfect strangers. We just eradicated a poltergeist from their house, spent 3 days working with them, Dean countered. You just said they seemed like decent, kind people, the best we've met in a long time. I didn't mean, oh, yeah, they seem like great parents for Alex. She can go live with them for the rest of her life, Sam argued. Dean, why would you even want to do this? I don't want to do this, I have to do this. No, you don't. Yes, I do, Sam. Dean sighed, a gravely growl coming from his throat. I up in the middle of the night because a twig breaks outside our motel window and my heart stops beating because I am terrified that if I look over, I'm going to see a heap of bloody 2-year-old on the floor. Every time we go on a hunt, I can't help but think, I hope nothing's going after Alex while we're away. And that's not even what bothers me, this continuous, gut-wrenching fear. It's annoying, but it's not what bothers me. All the tension I have and all the nervousness bouncing around in my chest, keeping me from breathing like a normal person, it's all worth it just to see her smilin' face in the morning and hear her laugh and watch her discover the world. Just the way she somehow manages to find some good in this hellhole we call our home, and it make me feel better about living in it, but damn it. Sam, all the while I'm seeing the beginning of our crappy childhood. Living without a real home and surrounded by a beat-up, worn down, run-ragged family of real cynical bastards. And there's so much innocence just in her eyes, so much hope. I can't put her through what we went through. Not if I can help it. Sam's voice was quiet. It wasn't all that bad. No, it was, Dean retorted immediately. And don't you dare try and go against that, because, let's be honest, Sammy, you are lying out your ass. Sam sighed in reply. It's better this way, it really is, Dean continued. You gotta see it. You know this is right. She's safer and happier the farther away she gets from us. Sam ground his teeth, looking defeated. You're right. If she can have a normal life, we should give that to her. Damn straight, Dean spoke quietly. They traveled another mile or so before Sam looked over and spoke once more. Are you going to be able to do this? Dean gave Sam a questioning glance. What do you mean? I mean, I'm just her uncle and I'm dying inside thinking about it. Dean, you went and sold your soul to hell to bring me back when I kick the bucket. How are you going to handle losing your daughter? Quote, easy, replied Dean with his utterly typical nonchalance. Giving her up means she's not going to die. Just like selling my soul means you didn't die. Or, at least, didn't stay dead. Sam gave a tiny sniff of laughter. So you're just going to continue to suffer so that the people you care about don't have to. Hey, what's family for? Dean replied. We just happen to be living an exaggerated case. Sam sighed. Yeah, I suppose. They turned into the motel parking lot and pulled into a vacant space. Just as Dean turned off the vehicle, a tiny, round face framed in thin blonde hair peeked over the sill of a second-floor window, looking down at them. The expression of excited expectancy quickly turned to bouncy jubilance. Dean smiled. I swear to God, she knows the sound of the engine already, he said as he and Sam stepped out of the car. That's my girl. Only a moment after the words passed beyond his lips, he felt his heart sink seemingly out of his chest to the gravel that ground beneath his boots. The Winchester family stayed long past their usual departure time that day. It being a Friday, they knew neither of the Hurstwines would be home until after regular business hours, at which time Sam and Dean had decided to pay them a visit, both to inform them of the eradication of their poltergeist as well as Dean's inquiry concerning Alex. Having nothing pressing to do aside from eat and sleep until 5 o'clock in the evening, they did just that, interspersed with moments enjoying Alex's company. Although they had been up all night, both brothers were eager to spend as much time as possible with the girl, since it could very easily be the last time they saw her. They did the usual activities, which were often the indulgence of Alex's curiosity. Dean played a lot more of the physical games that required hand-eye coordination, while Sam fed the more intellectual part of Alex's personality, reading whatever book she picked up and held out to him. But of course, everyone had to play hide-and-go-seek, which was a fairly difficult task for the two substantially large men in the rather small motel room. When it was time to eat, they ate. When it was time to nap, they napped. All of them. For a couple hours. At about 4:30, they called the babysitter to watch Alex for the time Sam and Dean would be absent. When Lila showed up, they were off. It was a long evening. And a short one. The Hurstwines, although rather surprised and unsure at first, soon came around to the idea of adopting Alex and agreed. It helped that Dean had pitched her as a young girl they had been taking care of for a while and who needed a real home, excluding the fact that she was his daughter. Upon deciding to go through with the adoption, they agreed to bring Alex over the next morning. The two left, bringing dinner back to the motel with them. The whole time, Dean never batted an eye. The next morning came, still and quiet. The air held a weight as if a storm were brewing. Neither of the adults spoke much and even Alex got the sense of something odd going on, despite being only 2 years old. Her usual sleepy yet chipper RNING chatter of half-gibberish was minimal. It remained like this through a motel instant coffee and jarred pear sauce breakfast. When they had all finished, Dean looked to his brother where he stood, leaned against the short kitchenette counter. Sam, you want to go put Alex's car seat in the Impala? Sure, replied Sam, putting down his empty paper cup. He picked up the car seat in the corner of the room and exited through the front door. Dean was left alone with Alex on his lap, her wide, liquid green eyes inspecting the spoon she had just finished eating off of, turning its silvery form over and over in her tiny hands. He watched her for a moment, expressionless, with his arms wrapped loosely in front of the girl to guard her against falling. Then, he let his head sink down to kiss his daughter's forehead, eyes shut tight. He lingered there for a long moment, supporting the other side of her head with one large, carefully cupped hand. The girl didn't move nor pause in her inspection. After a brief silence, he spoke. "What do you think, baby girl? Want to go on an adventure today?" "MMPH, she replied absently. "You're going to go in and meet some new people, very nice people. And they've got a young boy you can play with. It'll be fun." He paused, sighing. "And you're going to get to spend a lot of time with them, just you and them. But, you're not going to see me or Uncle Sam for a while." "Okay, Kay." She didn't look up. "Okay," echoed Dean. "Okay, well, that's the plan, then." They sat quietly for a little while longer, Dean's breathing growing heavy as he waited for the strength to stand. At last, he hoisted Alex off his lap as he came to his feet, then setting her on his hip. He went over to where her packed bag of things lay, her life in a canvas sack which he slung over his other shoulder. Then he made for the door. "All right, baby girl, let's go." Outside, Sam had just finished securing the car seat into the back of the Impala. Upon seeing Dean approaching with Alex, he stood and moved toward them. "I can throw that in here," he said, holding a hand out for Alex's bag, which Dean handed over. "Can I get a hug before I put you in the car?" Dean asked Alex, who then proceeded to wrap her arms all the way around her father's neck. He held her close, trying to etch every detail of the moment into his memory. Finally they disconnected Dean carefully placed Alex into her seat, snapping the various straps into place. He gave her one last peck on the forehead and said softly, "Goodbye, Alex. Love you." He shut the door. "Okay," sighed Sam, beginning to climb into the passenger seat. "Here we go." "Sam," Dean stopped him from sitting. "Yeah." Purposefully removing his keys from his pocket, Dean tossed them over to Sam. "You want me to drive?" His expression was quizzical. Dean took a breath. "I want you to take her." His mouth slightly agape and his brow furrowed in dismay, Sam moved away from the Impala, shutting the door. "What? I can't do it, Sam," Dean stated. "I can't be there when she gets handed over to another family." "I can't." "You think I can?" retorted Sam. "I'm supposed to drive away with your child in the back seat. Leave her with a bunch of people, give up my niece, then return back with an empty car and the news that this was in fact the last time we'll get to see her. And do it all alone. Look, I know it's a lot to ask. But I wouldn't be askin' if I didn't have to," said Dean. "I need you to do this for me, Sammy." Sam looked off into the distance and sighed. It was very easy to understand where his brother was coming from, and very difficult at the same time. Nevertheless, he could see that Dean was beginning to break from the inside out. Even though Sam felt as though his world was shifting under his feet, he knew he would be the one less affected in all of this. Having that comparison in mind made it a little easier to accept the request. "Yeah, okay, thanks," replied Dean. "I guess I'll see you back here in a while." "Then," Sam said as he moved around to the driver's side, looking downcast. "Yeah, Kay," and he climbed in behind the wheel. The motor rumbled into existence, the gravel crackled in protest as the Impala reversed in an arc out of the parking space. With the slight click of the transmission being shifted into drive, the vehicle moved off, out of the motel lot, onto the highway and out of sight. Dean stood stoically, watching until there was nothing left to see, the last time he would glimpse his one and only daughter. The measured chugging of the engine was accompanied by the gentle squeak of soon-to-be replaced brakes and Sam's heavy sigh. He had just pulled up in front of the Hurstwines' house. It was a lovely place, not overbearing or extravagant, but well kept. Nicely decorated and welcoming. The gardens were blooming, a mixture of wildflowers and aromatic herbs neatly maintained around the sides of the building. The lawn was mowed and green, and on the front porch was a cozy-looking rocking bench. About the windows were hung simple curtains in well-chosen colors and the gutters were cleaned. For all intents and purposes, it seemed a perfectly charming place. Yet, for Sam, it was cloaked in dark hues of troubling events to come, and to come soon. "MMPH, Alex commented from the back seat. Sam looked behind him at his niece, who was gazing out the window at what would come to be her new home. Her eyes were wide and bright, flicking from one facet of the scenery to another. He smiled. "What do you think, Alex?" he asked, and she rolled her head over on her headrest to look at him. "Seem like a good place to live." She turned her attention back out the window to examine the place once more. Amused at her contemplating manner, but still aching, Sam reached over the backrest of the front bench seat to tuck one of his large, long fingers under the hand Alex wasn't using to hold her fluffy, plush dog. He gently stroked the top of her tiny hand with his thumb. The difference in size utterly shocking. Her skin was softer than water from a mountain river and her features were remarkably delicate. It was another harsh contrast between the two hands. One worn from years of battle with calluses and scars, the other new and still perfect. Best to keep it that way, I guess, Sam thought. Suddenly Alex gave a squeak, fidgeting in her seat. Her eyes fixed on something outside the window. People, she chirped. Sam twisted around in his seat to look. Pam and Doug had just exited their house and were standing on the porch, watching the Impala intently. The time had come. Slowly, Sam turned back to Alex. That's Pam and Doug, I mean Mom and Dad, Sam explained gently. Dad? Alex asked, searching the area. Where's Dad? Sam turned his eyes up to the ceiling, desperately trying to keep it together. Upon regaining composure, he looked back to his niece to reply, he's outside. Not the guy you're thinking of, but Dad's outside. Now should we go meet the Hearst Wines? Yeah, she agreed, although she most likely didn't completely understand the question. Okay. Sam climbed out of the car, went around and grabbed Alex's possessions. Then proceeded to remove Alex herself from the vehicle. Once his niece was resting on his hip, he turned to face the couple on the front step of the house. With a deep breath, he murmured, okay, here we go. From his bed in the motel room, Dean heard Sam return, park and shut off the Impala's engine. Upon this inconspicuous signal, Dean groaned as he hoisted himself into a sitting position on the edge of the uneven bundle of springs and worn, compressed fluff. He wiped his face and sniffed, casting his gaze wearily across the room to the poorly painted wall opposite him. He had attempted to busy himself about packing while his brother was away, but after having stowed all of his possessions in his bag, leaving nothing left to do, he had collapsed upon the bed. At least he was ready to leave the town he had come to loathe. The door handle clacked and the hinges creaked as Sam entered. His tread was heavy and the keys made a cacophonous jangle when he dropped them onto the table. He rounded the half-wall and moved to his bed. With what felt like his thousandth sigh, he sat down opposite Dean, mirroring his brother, the springs of the mattress protesting under his weight. He looked over at his sibling. His distress soundless but evident. Everything goes smoothly. Dean finally broke the heavy silence. Yeah, replied Sam, his voice thick. Yeah, no problem. After a pause, Dean continued. Did Alex seem okay with the whole deal? Yeah, I mean, Sam hesitated as he thought, she's only 2, I'm not sure she really understood what was going on. Yeah, I suppose. So, that's it, then. The two exchanged a long look, both noting but not acknowledging the pain in each other's eyes. Yeah, that's it, answered Sam. Dean nodded, looking down. They sat in silence for a while, still and contemplative. Dean, weary, rested his head in his hands, covering his face. Sam stared at the empty space between him and the cheap bedside table, his brow furrowed. Neither moved for a long time. Until Dean convulsed briefly, Sam caught sight of this and watched his brother for a moment. He noticed Dean's breathing had become erratic and rattling. His muscles had tensed all over his body and he hunched over more than usual. Between his brother's fingers, Sam noticed the glimmer of tears. In a low, soft voice, Sam murmured, Dean. My baby girl, Sammy, Dean choked out, lifting his head out of his hands. My baby girl is gone. I'm never going to see her again, despair was heavy in his voice. Somewhat frightened by the sudden intensity of Dean's reaction, Sam was compelled to rise and move over to sit beside his grieving brother. He wrapped an arm around Dean's shoulders. Through the contact, Sam could feel his sibling shaking, and his sobs did not abate with the proffered comfort. Look, I know it's not really sufficient consolation, but, Sam began, Pam and Doug, they could tell we'd grown attached to Alex. They still don't know the real reason, but why knew we cared about her and they really appreciated what we'd done for her and promised me that they would always make sure Alex knew about the 2 guys who took care of her for the first couple years of her life. She might not know exactly who we are, but she'll grow up knowing we loved her. Sam's own tears began to run down his cheeks. He added, as much to reassure himself as his brother, she won't forget us. For the first year, the wound was raw. The memory of leaving Alexandra Winchester behind in a small Nebraskan town hung over the heads of the brothers, darkening their moods. Every once in a while something would remind them of the event and an ache would return to their environment with renewed force. Now and again the subject of conversation turned to the young girl now lost to them and their dialogue would become tense and short. They lingered not long on the topic, but the thoughtful silence afterward lasted for hours. The second year was a bit easier. Their upset remained whole, but was buried deep, its coverings dulling the ache. Every once in a blue moon, one or the other might comment on a thought that had drifted up from the lowest part of their psyches. It was not as much an ordeal as it used to be. But it still elicited a wince of discomfort, even if the initial memory was a fond one. By the third year, Alex's memory sat quietly in the back of their minds, but was never spoken of. Sam and Dean had learned that there was no point in bringing her up. Apparently the universe would not allow such a thing to happen, however, because not so long after Sam and Dean had managed to completely bury Alex in their subconscious, she was summoned abruptly and vividly to the surface in a way that had never occurred in the past 3 years. There had been 3 unusual murders in town. The link, all had drowned but had been at least 3 miles from any substantial body of water at the time of their death. The entire affair reeked of something supernatural. So Sam and Dean were paying a visit, checking into a motel for a few days and running their investigation just like always. And somehow, in this unremarkable little town, with the exception of the murders in this random state, at this run-of-the-mill motel, a coincidence occurred. Several spots down from a Navy minivan, Sam and Dean were climbing out of the Impala to unload their belongings. "You know, this reminds me of that whole thing over in Massachusetts with the vengeful sailor," Dean commented, heading towards the trunk. "Yeah, but this time, no adjacent ocean and no ghost ship," replied Sam. "I mean, we're as inland as it gets." "Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I hate this elevation. Makes me dizzy," Dean complained, slinging his pack over his shoulder. "Good view, though, Purple Mountain Majesty." Sam attempted positivity as he hoisted his own bundle. Dean grunted in response, letting the trunk slam shut and heading towards the sidewalk that ran alongside the building. In that brief instant, Dean cast a careless glance for absolutely no reason over towards the Navy minivan where a woman was unloading a young girl from the back seat, a 5-year-old, blonde girl. He froze where he stood on the sidewalk, his heart racing, his breath ceasing, his feet rooted to the spot where they had landed on the concrete, every muscle in his body going rigid. His brow was furrowed and his mouth hung open minutely. For little more than 30 feet away was Alex. At once he questioned what fresh hell had just been rendered around him, torturing him with the presence of the girl he had worked so hard not to remember. And at the same time he thanked whatever had brought him this glorious glimpse at his daughter, whom he had so desperately wished to see for 3 long, agonizing years. Inwardly he rejoiced to see her grown, to know that she was alive and healthy and happy. Silently he raged at being so close and unable to run to her and hold her and reassure her that he had not abandoned her, had not forgotten her. So he stood, a statue of a father, watching from a distance. Sam, upon realizing his brother had paused, turned back to him, a questioning look on his face. Once his eyes followed Dean's gaze, he, too, froze. "Oh my God," Sam breathed. Swallowing hard as he watched for a moment, he placed a hand on his sibling's shoulder to turn him about. "Dean, we should go." Dean didn't say a word nor did he protest. He only hesitated, not wanting to rip his eyes away from his child but knowing that he had to leave her and her new family, lest they notice them. So he turned away, because it was important, as he and Sam saw it, that Alex hold no ties to them. She would lead a happier, better adjusted life if her memory was not jogged by the sight of the men she had once called father and uncle. Though, thought Dean solemnly, she was so young when we left her, she probably doesn't even remember who we are. Who we were. Heartbroken at the thought, he spared one last look over his shoulder as he departed the scene. The little girl, dressed in elastic-waisted jeans, a cottony t-shirt and, well-loved, tennis shoes, clasped her mother's hand as Pam led her towards the door of their motel room. Stepping up onto the curb of the sidewalk, when her liquid green eyes fell with curiosity upon the Winchesters, they widened abruptly. "Daddy!" Alex screamed in glee, tearing her hand out of her adoptive mother's. The girl streaked down the sidewalk towards Dean, an impossibly wide grin spread across her face. Pam called fearfully after her as she ran, but halted in her pursuit when she saw who Alex was running to. What Dean ought to have done was fake it. Fake that he didn't know the girl. Pretend they had never met. Make her think she had made a mistake, recognizing him falsely as someone else. If he and his brother could have convinced her that they were not who they were, then perhaps she had a hope of living without interference from the ragged existence her father led. But Dean, his mind having escaped him in his shock, did none of this. Instead he turned slowly back towards his daughter as she raced to him and, when she was but a few feet away, dropped to his knees, arms outstretched. She catapulted into him, wrapping her arms all the way around his neck, her toes coming off the ground briefly. Dean encircled her tiny body in the affectionate embrace he ever thought he'd be able to give her again. Pam was standing only a few paces off her original position, stock still, her hands covering her mouth in amazement. Her husband owned a similar expression from his place just behind her. Sam was slack-jawed in his disbelief. All bore witness to the reunion. "Hey, baby girl," Dean's voice was tight as he clung to his daughter. Then he began to shake as the emotion of the moment worked to overwhelm him. "God, have I missed you? I missed you, too, Daddy," Alex replied, her words soft in Dean's ear. Then, confused by her father's reaction, she pulled back, asking, "Why are you crying?" "I'm just really happy to see you," Dean explained, smiling at her. "Then don't cry," Alex scolded him playfully, wiping the new fallen tears off Dean's cheeks with her small, soft hands. Making him laugh. "That's better." Dean pulled her back in, covering her cheek and head in kisses. She giggled, a musical, high-pitched chiming. While they were still together, Pam advanced towards them slowly, moving as if she had gone weak-kneed in her surprise. You're her father?" she asked, incredulous. "You didn't tell her?" Dean questioned her. "We didn't know," she replied. Sam gave the tiniest huff of amazement. She remembered. He stepped over to his brother and niece and knelt down beside them. "All these years, she remembered you, Dean." Looking up from her father's shoulder as if she hadn't noticed the younger Winchester until he came close enough, Alex gasped in surprise. "Uncle Sam," she called as she threw herself at the younger Winchester. Sam laughed, gripping her tight. "I'm gonna lose it," he joked while fighting back tears. And for the first time in a very long time, the Winchester brothers were happy. "I still don't understand why you'd just let her go like that." Pam shook her head in disbelief. "I would never be able to give up Matt. Of course, it was hard, but we had to," Sam insisted. Pam and Doug and Sam and Dean sat together in the motel room, indulging in instant coffee from the miniature coffee maker while Alex played with her older adoptive brother Matt on the far bed. "The lifestyle we live is as dangerous as it gets and absolutely inescapable," Dean countered. "But that's just what I don't get," persisted Pam. "If you fight supernatural beings, then wouldn't she be safer with you people who know how to enter her from these things than with people who don't? We had a problem, for God's sake." "Yeah, you had a ghost problem," growled Dean. "We have problems with friggin' heaven, hell and purgatory combined. Ghosts are easy. Ghosts are normal. God, we sound insane." He turned to his brother, hearing himself. "Well then why not just quit?" Pam wouldn't let up. "We can't quit," Dean snapped. "Of course you can. Everyone quits. People can quit anything anytime." "Not us," Sam replied. "No one quits hunting. Something always pulls us back in. And if Alex stayed with us, she'd become a hunter, too," added Dean. "This job is a black hole. People born into hunting families just become hunters, no question. It's like a curse. Especially in our family," commented Sam. "Yeah, no shit," Dean murmured. "Dad was a hunter. Mom was a hunter before Dad. Mom's mom and Dad were hunters. That's 3 generations. And I'll be damned to hell again if there's gonna be a 4th, there was steel in Ian's voice and he glared up at the Hearst wines, green eyes blazing. Pam sighed. "Well, Daddy," Alex had come bounding across the room. "Come play with us." "I'm afraid I can't, baby girl," Dean responded. "I'm having a serious talk with what the hell?" "Sam, you got this." Sam smiled. "Sure." Dean gave his brother a thumbs up and left, tugged along by his daughter. "It's not that we don't want her." Doug spoke up for the first time in a while. We want her to be happy and sometimes we wonder about what it'll be like in her future. You know, you hear so many stories about children growing up and having all these psychological problems as teenagers if they've been adopted, abandonment issues and all that. We used to worry about that, too," Sam acquiesced. "A long time ago, before we finally managed to let go. That was about 2 weeks ago. It was meant as a joke but actually didn't fall too far off the mark. And really, it's better than some of the things that could have happened to her had she stayed with us. I guess I'm just having difficulty imagining things being that bad," Pam shrugged. "Our poltergeist wasn't that rough." "Yeah," Sam grimaced. "Imagine a horror movie and add a little logic. Angels who aren't always on your side in purgatory. Detract a little logic, too, actually. That bad, huh?" Doug's lip curled questioningly. "We once had to autopsy some creature who had been eating people alive in the woods. Its organs were covered in blue goo. There was a cat's head in its stomach. Sam's eyes glazed over at the memory, still disgusted at the thought. Pam gagged on the spot. I'm okay, she mumbled. Still trying to throw optimism into the pot, Doug commented, if you grow up with that kind of thing, though. Sam was adamant, oh, if you grow up with it, it's still gross. He took a swig of his coffee. And it's not really just what you see, either, even though that could traumatize you for life. People get killed so easily in this line of work. No hunter lives a long life. I can't count how many times Dean and I have died. Pam gave a small laugh, thinking it was a joke. When Sam looked confused, she said, you're kidding, right? Or not. Maybe you're not. But wait, does that mean oh, God, you're not zombies, are you? Oh no, we're not zombies, Sam reassured her. No, we just it's complicated. I'll take your word for it. Pam seemed to have had enough and turned her attention to the two kids and Dean over in the other half of the motel room. The two men followed her example. They were playing some kind of battling game. At one point, it looked like Matt shot Dean, who went flying backwards onto the bed, playing dead. Nice to have a soft landing for once, they could hear him joke. Have you been shot before? Like in real life? Matt sounded amazed. Sure, couple times, replied Dean. What's it like? Inquired Alex. It sucks, Dean kept it simple. Do you think you'll ever get shot? Matt asked. With luck, no, Dean answered. Now weren't you people going to tie me up and throw me on the train tracks? Look at them, Pam said gently, warmth in her face. They look like they're having so much fun. Sam, your brother's so happy, can't you convince him to reconsider? We'd hate to lose Alex, of course, but we don't want to be the people who kept a daughter away from her father. And a father away from his daughter. I can't, Sam was blatantly downcast. I want to, believe me. But I can't, we have to do what's best for Alex. Not a lot of people would be that selfless, mentioned Doug. Even parents with their kids. Sam reclined in his chair with a gusty release of breath. Well, Dean and I are used to not getting what we want. Pam and Doug were on a family vacation. They were on their way to Yellowstone when they stopped to overnight in Colorado at the motel. They were due to leave the next morning. And they did. Sam and Dean said goodbye to the family before they went their separate ways. The Hearst winds northward and Sam and Dean into town to investigate the murders, FBI suits and ties donned. They tried to pretend it was a normal goodbye, with simple hugs and farewells. Yet, it had been agreed last night that once the Hearst winds left, they were never to attempt to contact Sam and Dean again, no matter what. With any luck, if it could be called. That Alex would never see them for the rest of her life. Maybe she'd even come to forget them, though Sam made the point that between the age of 2 and 5 she had held onto their memory. Nonetheless, this was the plan. And they set it into action. And the process of forgetting started all over again. It was a little farther along this time, but the wound had been reopened. Dean caught himself crying more than once. It burned inside him, the desire to see her again, the hope that fate would allow their paths to cross at least once more in their lifetime. At the same time he wished with all of his being that she could be free of him completely. It was not to be. 4 years was all it took. How's the job hunt going, Sammy? So far, he didn't even bother to look up from his laptop. Looks like we might have the day off. Sweet. Dean twisted the cap off a bear, plopped down onto one of the beds and turned on a local football game. Just as Sam was about to close his computer in joy, and his brother in rooting for the home team wherever they were at the moment, a series of not uncommon yet somehow surprising sounds came to him. Hello, Dean, followed by Dean's squawk of surprise. And the creaking of springs as the elder Winchester started where he sat. Jesus, saws, Dean grumbled. The trench-coated angel had appeared directly beside the bed, not more than a foot away from Dean's head. Right on form. Castiel acted as if this were completely normal in spite of the numerous explanations Dean had given him concerning personal space. What is it? Dean grumbled. And don't telephone. Me, the world is coming to an end again, 'cause we were just about to get some time off. I have a question, and the angel dangled a pair of leopard fur-lined handcuffs in front of the older Winchester. What exactly is the purpose of this device? Sam laughed. Dean looked at the sex toy suspended in front of his face, his expression perplexed. Well, he began, they're handcuffs. That was my initial impression, as well, commented Castiel. However, they seem to be covered in this plush fur. Is this some humane method of incarceration? Saws, where did you get those? Sam asked. I was invited into the dwelling of a woman. Castiel elaborated. She told me she had information concerning my current mission, but it had a price and she was only willing to complete the transaction in her apartment. So I followed her and she suggested these. He indicated the handcuffs, but I was in doubt as to their function and therefore unclear on the deal. Yeah, no kidding, Dean breathed. So I thought I'd refer to you, who are better versed in such matters. Well, Saws, Dean began. They have to do with bondage. As in a slave to their master. In a sense, it's more of a, Sam jumped in, personal matter. She desires that I be a servant in her household. Castiel seemed taken aback. That will not work. I am already a servant of the Lord. Don't you have access to the internet? Dean asked. I could gain access. Yes, Castiel replied. What should I search? Try, handcuffs and bondage. That ought to do the trick, Dean suggested, grinning. Sam, may I borrow your laptop for a few minutes? Castiel turned to the younger brother. Sure, Saws, I was just finishing up anyway. I'll just erase my history when you're. Sam's voice trailed off in disbelief. The page that was open on his computer had reloaded during the conversation. The new headline was accompanied by the image of two familiar faces in a pile of wreckage that was once a vehicle. His mouth hung open as he read, horror filling him. Is everything all right, Sam? Castiel questioned at the silence. What? Yeah, the younger Winchester replied. I'm fine. I just realized, I think I'm going to use this for a few more minutes. Would you be able to find a different computer for now? Yes. There came a sound of fluttering wings and he was gone. What's up? Dean asked. Find a case? No, I don't think so, replied Sam. Just an interesting article I'd like to read more into. K, replied Dean, who then returned his attention to the game on TV. Sam read, off of Highway 90 head-on collision. With a semi-truck carrying a full-load vehicle rolled down a steep drainage ditch, the driver was declared dead on impact. The passenger was airlifted, died after 5 hours in intensive care. After a few minutes, Castiel reappeared. I no longer want these, he said, dropping the handcuffs onto the bed beside Dean, and disappeared again. You know, for a warrior of heaven who's been around for several millennia, he sure scares easy. Dean commented, relocating the cuffs to the bedside table. Sam didn't laugh. You all right, man? Sam pulled himself back to the present. Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to make a call. He shut down the computer and went to leave, grabbing his phone off the table. Outside in the hallway of the hotel, he found via the internet the number he was looking for and dialed. Halfway through the inquiry, Dean peeked out through the door, unbeknownst to his younger sibling. So you're holding the wake tomorrow night, but the funeral is the day after. And that's in the church. Okay, which church is that? First Lutheran. Got it. At 11 a.m. Great, thanks. Yeah, you, too. Sam finished the conversation. He turned, and stopped on the spot, seeing Dean in the doorway to their room. One of his placating smiles was written across his face. So who died? Dean asked casually, but underneath his tone was something slightly accusatory. His eyes narrowed slightly. Sam sighed, knowing he was caught in the act. There was no attempting to hide it from Dean. In all honesty, he hadn't been trying very hard, knowing he'd have to tell him sometime. Doug and Pam Hurstwine. The expression on Dean's face changed within the second. Come again, I just saw a headline in the online publication of their town paper, Sam elaborated. They got into a car crash this past Mond. On their way back from a school reunion. Doug was dead on impact and Pam died a few hours later. Internal bleeding. Were they alone in the car? Yes. Don't spare me, Sammy, it was nearly a threat. Yes, Dean, they were alone, replied Sam. As far as I know, the article said they were the only ones in the minivan. They stood for a moment, quiet. Then Dean spoke up again. I thought those things were supposed to be safe. Those minivans. They had a minivan, right? Aren't they loaded with some arsenal of airbags? I guess it just wasn't enough, replied Sam. It was a head-on collision with a semi on a highway. They rolled down a ditch. There's only so much a canvas bag of air can do. Yeah, I guess. Silence spanned another gap. Look, Sam began, I know we didn't know them that well. But their funeral's the day after tomorrow at their local church. We can get there in time if we want to pay our respects. Dean looked confused, gazing intently at the dirty, worn carpet of the hallway, his brow furrowed. He was soundless for a long time, lost in thought, until Sam pulled him out of it. Dean, I just don't know what to do, Sam, he said. It's been 4 years. We've come this far, pretending we're not who we are, staying out of her way. So, Her parents die and we're just going to pop back into her life. Again. Confuse her again. Is that really something she needs right now? And for what? To say farewell to people we barely knew. Dean. And then what? What happens to her now? We're there, and we don't take responsibility for her. That doesn't seem quite right to me. But at the same time, how are we entitled to her in any way? We knew her for 2 years and 1 day of her life out of the current 9 she's lived. I mean, honestly, she's a Hurstwine now more than she is a Winchester. And good for her, goddammit. She should go to someone in her family, or her godparents if she has some. She wouldn't go into foster care, would she? As an adopted child, she wouldn't get spewed into the system, right? Sam shrugged. I don't know. Oh, come on, Stanford pre-law, you ought to have the answer stashed in there somewhere, Dean chided. I don't. If I ever learned it, I've long since forgotten, said Sam. Dean sighed. Well, if we stay in the back for the service, she may never see us. Maybe we could hang out at the reception, ask a couple questions about what's going to happen to the kids. Just maintain a low profile. Sounds like a plan to me, Sam agreed. Okay, let's roll. It was a very sunny day. Spring was in full swing, grass growing, leaves budding, robins flitting hither and thither. Early daffodils had already been grown and picked from a local florist to adorn the solemn affair Sam and Dean took part in, arriving at 10:59 a.m. Most everyone in the church had been seated with the exception of a few foyer dawdlers. The siblings slipped into the backmost pew almost entirely unnoticed, feeling as though they had come in costume to tea. The event in their FBI suits, the only suits they owned. In spite of their discomfort, they sat respectfully through the service. Many people around them were grieving deeply, friends, family and others who had held close ties to the couple. The youth and sudden lateness of the deceased sent a lot of those who had known them spiraling into depression. The brothers had seen it before. During the prayer and ensuing moment of silence, the two tried very hard not to think of any angels they knew for fear of one of them actually showing up. Through the whole ritual, Dean tried to keep his focus on tea. He departed and the pastor performing the service, but he couldn't help allowing his eye to wander. He was looking for Alex. A glimpse of blonde hair through the crowd of heads between himself and the front of the church. Even the sound of a youthful sniff or the back of her elder brother's noggin, who would surely be sitting next to her, would have been enough for him to locate her. Despite his hyper sensitivity in the matter that overpowered his attempts to remain inconspicuous, he could not spot her anywhere in the vast building. At the reception that afternoon, Sam and Dean interspersed themselves between the mourners. Although their senses were on high alert for Alex in an attempt to avoid her line of sight, they aimed to remain calm, cordial and normal amongst the crowd. It proved difficult. It was also difficult to ask questions about the Hurstwines' deaths and the status of their children without seeming cold and indelicate, especially since they were used to making such inquiries under the guise of steely federal agents. Finding the right person to talk to was also a trick. Sam once ended up holding a middle-aged woman for several minutes as she sobbed into his chest. She had evidently been one of Pam's closest friends. At last, however, Dean found the right person, a second cousin to Doug. How do you know Doug and Pam? He asked. Family friend, Dean regurgitated the pre-established explanation. We weren't terribly close, but still. It's certainly a shock for all of us, replied the cousin. Yeah, Dean looked downcast, then shook his head. You know, I worry about their kids. What's going to happen to them? Certainly, agreed the cousin. You wouldn't happen to know what's going on there, would you? Dean asked. As far as I've heard, the man shrugged, Doug's sister Laura will take Matt. She was godmother to him. I'm not sure where the daughter will go. What, Laura can't take both of them? No, she's already got 4 kids of her own and a rough job. She'll barely be able to afford taking Matt in, she just can't take Alex, the cousin looked regretful. So, where's she going to go? Dean's heart was beginning to pound. Don't say it. Well, Laura being Doug's only next of kin and Pam's family being most likely unable to pass a home visit by social services. Don't you say it. Alex will probably go into foster care, since she's adopted. Damn it, how unfortunate. Dean's voice had grown rough. He was working hard to keep his anger contained. He excused himself quickly. Well, I need some water. I'm sorry for your loss. He then proceeded to weave his way through the people, tables and chairs, initially heading for the drinks, altering his course once he spied his younger brother blotting tears of his suit breast with a cocktail napkin. Sam noticed him approaching. Hey, he greeted his brother. Hey, Dean replied grimly. Just talked to a second cousin of Doug's. And Alex is probably going into foster care. Sam looked away with a huff. He threw away his napkin with a frustrated flick. Is Matt going into foster care, too? No. Why? Godmother. And Alex can't go with. Apparently not. The brothers were fuming. Sam's knuckles were white where he gripped the adjacent table. We have got to be cursed, growled Sam. So friggin' cursed. Not even a legitimate curse, either. It's like we've had bad luck sicked on us. We can't undo it. We can't get away from it. I seriously think we should get snipped after this. The bloodline ends here. No more of this crap. Sam was quite surprised. It took him a moment to regain his bearings. I never thought about it, but at the same time, I also thought I'd never hear you say that. Yeah, well, here we are, grumbled Dean. Yet another thing we never thought we'd encounter. Damn it, Sam, what are we gonna do? Sam looked very weary as he worked to answer his brother's question. Well, we could do nothing. Stick to the plan of staying out of her life. And she goes into foster care. And she goes into foster care. Or we take her back and she lives with us, probably ends up hunting with us. So the question is, which is worse, hunting or foster care? Foster care. Sam didn't even hesitate. Dean shot him a look of surprise at this decisiveness. Really? Hey, there's a lot of ugly crap that goes on in our lives, but at least she'd have us, family. People who care about her. In foster care she might not, and a lot of ugly crap could go on in her life anyway. Dean was silent for a moment, but there's a chance it might not. Pretty meager chance. The elder shuffled his feet. It can't be that bad. Kids get really screwed up in foster care. We were worried about Alex feeling abandoned when we were leaving her in a situation with what we thought was a permanent home. In foster care, she could end up bouncing around from one broken, abusive household to another. At least with us, she'd always have people who really cared about her. Who'd climb in and out of hell for her, literally. Dean looked resigned for a long moment. But the more he thought on his brother's words, the more sense they made. For an instant, he looked back on all the times he'd hunted alone and then imagined his life consisting only of that. Then he knew he was lucky to have had Sam with him all that time, in spite of the vicious trials they'd faced. At least they had faced them together. Okay, let's get her. They decided to talk to her first. Dean and Sam were adamant that this was the best choice for her, but it was, in fact, ultimately Alex's decision as to where her life would take her. So the two siblings set out about the reception hall to find their youngest family member. It took a good bit of searching, but at last they found her. She sat outside the room, just a ways down a hall, her legs dangling from a too-tall bench. Her adoptive brother sat beside her, gazing at the floor. Dean walked up to them from their periphery, taking a moment to drink in the image his beautiful daughter, solemn though she seemed, aged another 4 years since he'd last seen her. She was already becoming rather tall, and it astonished him how much she'd grown. There had been rare and oddly indulgent times when he had allowed himself to contemplate her appearance, how tall she had grown, how her face may have changed, but never had he expected this. Confronted with the stark reality of seeing just how much he had missed of his daughter's childhood measured in inches, he felt as if a part of him were taken away, even though he'd never had it to begin with. Working hard to keep his emotions in check, he came a little closer and stopped. "Hey, Matt," he said gently. Both children looked up at him, and once Dean locked gaze. With those liquid green eyes so similar to his own, he couldn't keep the lump from forming in his throat. "Hey, baby girl." There was a moment in which a blanket of nostalgia and familiarity drifted down upon the scene, where all remained in silence. The youths looked at the man, and Dean's eye did not waver from his daughter's. Then the moment broke. Alex's forehead creased as her eyebrows knit together, her lower lip thrusting up and outwards. Dean started slightly at the look he was receiving. It was the angriest expression he had seen on his daughter, although it was not unlike the grump why face she had occasionally sported in infancy. Turning slightly red and gaining a touch of dew in her eyes, she growled with a shocking amount of venom, "Where have you been?" With that, she popped off of the bench and stormed past Dean into the crowd of people beyond the hall doors. Dean let her go, even though he could have very easily stopped her. Somehow he felt like he deserved this reaction. So instead he watched her leave, shut his eyes and sighed. "She's just upset lately." It was Matt who spoke from his place on the bench. "Can't blame her," replied Dean, walking over and plopping down beside the young man. "How are you holding up?" Matt didn't reply, but looked downcast. "Listen, kid, I'm sorry about your parents, I really am," said Dean. "They were good people. It's just really hard. You know, He tried to be brave, but the tears fell anyway. I know, Dean put his arm around Matt. I've been there. It's rough. I just miss them. I know. And I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm afraid. I know. Quote, and my poor sister, she's got it worse. I know where I'm going to go, but she doesn't know who she's living with. I know. Matt took a rattling breath and his dampened face turned angry. I don't understand. I screamed at them, why can't she live with us? I don't want her to go away. She's my sister. Hearing this from Alex's adoptive brother comforted Dean. Hey, just so you know. I really appreciate that you've made her a part of your life. That you've come to care for her and been family to her. Is she going to be okay? Matt was quiet. I don't know, Dean replied. Despondent. After a pause, Matt turned curiously toward Dean. You're her real dad, right? Like, biological. Yes, I am. Can't you take her? Asked Matt. Take care of her. Dean nodded. Yes, I want to. But really, it's Alex's decision. She has two options now, so it's up to her. I'll make her. I'm her big brother, I'll make her go with you. Dean chuckled and patted the boy on the back. You know. I hear where you're coming from, but we have to let Alex choose. I've been down that road plenty of times before, we can't do that to our younger siblings. Okay, I can't make promises, Matt murmured. Dean smiled and nodded. Yeah, I usually can't either. It was then that Sam came out of the dining hall, Alex at his side. He looked solemn and his niece only slightly less enraged as before. Hey, guys, said Dean, standing. I convinced her to come out and talk with us, said Sam. Though she's not terribly happy about it. I can see that, replied Dean, then looking to his daughter. And I understand why. Oh, really, replied Alex. Yeah, and it's the last thing I ever wanted you to feel was abandoned by us. Then why did you leave me? Alex growled. Why did they leave me? Because, Alex, Dean moved to one knee in front of her and placed his hands on her upper arms. We didn't want to leave you, but we knew you'd be happier and safer with them. And we never thought they'd leave. But they did. So what's going to happen now? Asked Alex. Well, that's what we're here to talk about. Come on. Dean stood and guided her toward a chair. Alex, you have to go with them. Begged Matt, jumping up from where he sat. What? Alex sounded bewildered. Because they'll take care of you, Matt explained. Hold your horses, kiddo, we'll get there, Dean calmed him. Here, baby girl, sit. Alex hopped onto the chair, looking confused but her anger was beginning to subside. Sam leaned against the wall a few feet away to watch while Matt regained his seat on the bench. Dean once again took to one knee before his daughter. So, I guess the first order of business is a big fat apology. Dean looked sheepish, taking in a deep breath. But then he stopped and stared into the space between him and the dark, worn carpet floor. Summoning his thoughts, he continued, I won't say I regret doing what I did, because I don't. I think it was the right decision to give you to people who had normal lives and would love you and take care of you. But I am sorry I left you. I threw away my responsibility of raising you, and that ain't right. Forget whatever good I was trying to do. And I'm really sorry for what you've had to go through because of it. I'm sorry your parents have passed. You shouldn't have had to endure that until you were much older, both you and your brother. So, just know that I love you and I always wanted the best for you. And I still do. And that's why Sam and I are here. Partly to pay our respects, of course. But also to see if since you don't have Pam and Doug if you might want to come live with us. Alex, you have to go live with them, piped up Matt once more. Alex had softened quite a bit, but now her brow was furrowed with confusion rather than anger, her eyes wide and searching. Foster care is not always the happiest place on earth, and I won't lie to you, baby girl, it's not going to be easy living with me and Sam, either. Said Dean, but at least you'll have us. Her voice was soft. You want me to live with you? Exactly. But you want me to live with you? Dean nodded, slightly confused. Yes, that's what I've been saying. Isn't it? Oh, I didn't think you wanted me around. Oh, no, 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 Dean shook his head. Of course, we want you to live with us. Always. See, you make us happy. Alex burst into tears and flung herself at Dean. He swaddled her in his embrace, bringing her in close. Okay, baby girl, he murmured to her. They stayed there for a while, letting all of the anxieties she'd felt over the years drain away. Sam came over and rested a hand on her shoulder. Dean felt her pain, mingled with his own. All this time she had thought she'd be given up because they didn't like having her around. When her sobs began to subside, she gave a sniff and asked, not removing her head from over her father's shoulder, "Why do you call me, baby girl?" "Because that's the first thing I ever called you, when you were just a few minutes old," replied Dean, letting their embrace break. "See, your mother and I didn't know whether you were a boy or a girl before you were born. So when you were born, the nurse handed you to me, all wrapped up and cleaned, this tiny, fragile thing that fit perfectly into my 2 hands, and said, 'Here's your daughter.' And I said, 'Daughter? It's a girl.' And she said, 'Yes, a baby girl.' And I looked at you and I said, 'Hey there, baby girl. My little baby girl.' Later, of course, we gave you a normal name, but for me, baby girl, always stuck. When I'm living with you and Uncle Sam, can you tell me more stuff like that?" Alex asked with a sniff and a smile. "Yeah, of course," replied Dean. "You'll hear so much of it. You'll be sick of it before you know it." Alex giggled. "But really, Alex," Dean added, mellowing, "living with me and your uncle, it's going to be hard. Really hard. It's not exactly the life you'll have pictured leading. And it might be dangerous and upsetting sometimes." "I can handle it," Alex insisted. "I have a big brother." Dean made a face, somewhat taken aback. Then he smirked, moving to better elaborate on the peril of the hunter's lifestyle. He was stopped, however, when Sam burst out laughing. His brow creased. Dean looked to his little brother with surprise and derision. Sam didn't hesitate. "She's got you there." "Oh, come on, I wasn't that hard on you," Dean protested. Sam gave a teasing expression to suggest the contrary. Dean shook his head, then continued, "But honestly, Sam, the crap I gave you growing up doesn't quite compare to our lives." Sam heaved a sigh to release his humor. "Yeah, it's true." He addressed Alex next. "Your dad's right, Alex. The life we live, the life you'll inevitably get dragged into, it's honestly terrifying sometimes. You'll have to face things you never even thought existed. The choice you're making to live with us is a choice for a very dark side of life. And knowing that, it might be hard to understand why we're even suggesting it. But the advantage to coming with us rather than going into foster care is that with us, we'll always be there for you and we will always love you, no matter what. Does that make sense?" "Yeah, it does," replied Alex. "So you still want to come live with us?" A new smile crept across Sam's face. "Yeah," Alex smiled, too. Sam looked to his brother, who gained his own smile, but it was strangely less radiant than those of his kin. His had a kind of clouded joy, as if something blocked its way from his heart to his face. When he spoke, it was quiet, but determined. "One more thing, baby girl, before we call it a deal. And maybe this is the wrong time to be saying this, but it has to be said." And he took her shoulders firmly in his hands. "You gotta promise me, come hell or high water, you're going to bury me, okay?" "Dean," Sam hissed, trying to redirect his sibling. Dean continued, unfazed, "This has got to go the way things are supposed to go, you understand. I'm not going to be, I can't be," his voice broke, "the one who lays you to rest, okay? That's going to be your job for me, no exceptions." "Okay," Alex replied softly. "Yeah." Dean nodded to her. "You promise?" "Yeah, I promise." Dean smiled. "That's my girl. Bring it in." Father and daughter embraced. Dean reached out an arm and pulled his younger brother in, as well. Their family was whole again for the first time in a long time. And Alex kept her promise. It took several days for Sam and Dean to get custody of Alex. Mostly because of the tests that had to be run to confirm Dean's paternity and the paperwork that followed. By the time all was settled and Alex was cleared to go with her father and uncle, it was late in the day and they had a long drive back home. Deciding not to push through the night, they stopped in at a motel. While they were unpacking their things from the Impala, a storm was rolling in. Sam was jolted awake by the clap of a nearby thunderbolt. He wouldn't have remained conscious for more than the second it took to acknowledge that lightning had struck had he not heard he thudding of small feet travel from the couch to between the beds. "Dad," he heard Alex whisper. "MMPH," Dean grunted. "Dad." Alex was more urgent. At last Dean seemed to awake and whispered back, "What's the matter, baby girl?" "The thunder," Alex replied. "What, is it scaring you?" "Yeah." Another thunderclap rattled the building. Alex squeaked. "Can I sleep with you?" she asked. "Yeah, sure," said Dean. There was the rustle of bed sheets as Dean moved over to make room for his frightened daughter to climb onto the mattress. A flash of lightning lit up beyond Sam's eyelids, and shortly after the room was rocked once more. Alex squeaked again, this one becoming muffled, as if she had ducked under the covers. All right, settle down, said Dean groggily. It's just a little storm is all, nothing to be afraid of. How about we try and get your mind off it, Kay? Let's see if you remember this one. Softly, and quite surprisingly to Sam, he heard his brother's low, sonorous voice begin to sing in a half-whisper. Hey, Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song, and make it better. With soured joy, Sam was immediately taken back. Way back, the entire house was engulfed in flame. Sam stood out front, searching the charred skeleton of the building as timbers snapped like gunshots and the flames roared like a train speeding past. His heart raced with adrenaline and debilitating fear as he stood, bound to the spot. Because he clutched his wailing 5-month-old niece in his arms. Dean, Sam howled at the burning structure. Dean, the fire must have broken through to the gas lines. Because at that moment there came an explosion from within the house, powerful and destructive. No, Sam screamed. He waited. He wanted to run into the inferno and find his brother, carry his body out if he had to. But he couldn't, because he would never risk his brother's child, even for the brother himself. At last, a figure came around the side of the house, heavy in movement, perhaps from physical exhaustion. Perhaps emotional. Dean, Sam called to him, taking a few steps forward, but not daring another. Are you all right? Dean waved a half-hearted hand, but didn't speak. Ben, Sam asked. No response. Lisa, Dean shook his head without making eye contact. Oh, God, Sam had known they were too far gone to the monsters they had become, but it still hurt. Alex cried harder. As Dean came closer, he finally looked up and locked onto her, almost as if she were a life preserver, a safety line. He continued his progress directly towards Alex and Sam. Without a word, he reached out and took his daughter into his arms. He hugged her close to his body, cupping her head with one large hand, and continued past his brother. Come on, Sam, he said weakly, and Sam backed away from the blaze. SSHH, baby girl, try and calm down a bit. I'm still here. It'll be okay. I'm still here. They retreated down the front lawn and across the street to where the Impala was parked. There they took a moment to gaze upon the spectacle of a bonfire that was once a home. Dean barely seemed to acknowledge the disaster, instead concentrating on rocking Alex. Understandable, as she was now all he had left. The rest now lost to the hungry flames. But his generic method yielded no results. In a last-ditch effort, he sang. Sam was surprised to hear the sound, but was comforted by it. Suddenly a small bubble of calm enveloped them in the midst of the hot, burning storm that swirled all about them. Hey, Jude, don't make it bad. Remember to let her under your skin. Then you'll begin to make it better, baby girl, Sam heard Dean whisper over the muffled pounding of the rain. Alex didn't respond. She had fallen soundly asleep. Alex, age 9. Okay, so we're starting you off with this little one. You'll work your way up to the bigger ones as you get more experienced, but for your first try, we're talking it easy. Dean laid out the course plan. Okay, agreed Alex. Okay, now, Dean turned her toward the target. You want your dominant hand to be kind of the resting place for the grip. So the intersection of your thumb and forefinger, he traced the curve of skin on her hand to illustrate. To be right up underneath this curve below the back of the barrel. He placed the gun in her hand and meshed her fingers around the grip. So then I shoot like this? She asked, then turning slightly sideways. Her arm out straight to aim the gun at the target on the other end of the indoor range. Let's start with 2 hands first. He rotated her body back to parallel with the target. It's not that heavy, she protested. It's not the weight of the gun, honey, it's the kickback that's the trick. Kickback? Yeah, replied Dean. See, when you fire a gun, the force doesn't all go into the bullet. It has to push off of something to get moving. You're providing the backboard for the bullet to jump off of. So basically, you have to resist the tiny explosion that happens every time you fire. Oh, Alex looked a little nervous now. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. And, like I said, we're starting you out easy. That's why you've got the little gun. She looked down at the compact 4mm in her hand. Anyway, back to the lesson. Now remember our safety rules. When you're not ready to fire, keep your pointer finger straight out above the trigger, just on the side of the barrel. That's the way. Now your other hand wraps around the fingers of the dominant hand around the front of the grip. And tuck that thumb up under the other one. Get those thumbs up against the gun, not on your fists. Good. Careful not to cross them over one another. Awesome. Now keep your form in check, arms straight out in front of you, but relax your shoulders and bend a little at the elbows. Don't turn your body. Keep your stance wide and your knees bent. You need all of this to absorb that kickback we talked about. You have to allow your body to move, but you have to keep your muscles engaged so you can withstand the force. Feel strong. Yeah, do you have a smaller gun? Alex asked. It's about as small as they get, baby girl. If it weren't a semi-automatic, it'd be a starter's pistol. I'm not sure why Sam and I even have it, Dean pondered. Don't worry. It's scary at first, but you just need to get used to it. Dad, Alex let the gun fall to her side and turned towards her father. Why do I have to learn this? We've been through this, Alex, you have to be able to protect yourself, replied Dean. From who? Alex begged. Dean paused, his expression falling slightly. It's a dangerous world, baby girl, full of dangerous things, and a lot of them like to hang around your uncle and me. Now, learning to hold your own isn't going to make it all any less dangerous. But it's going to make you better prepared to handle it. And that ability is going to give us both a lot more peace of mind. Okay, Alex relented. Good. Now turn around. She turned. Get into your stance. She positioned herself and held the gun aloft. Don't forget to protect your ears. Dean added noise-canceling headphones to the goggles she was already wearing, then adorning himself with his own. Then take aim and when you're ready, fire. There was a pause of 2 seconds, then a small bang. It startled Alex enough that she gave a short, high-pitched scream as she was tipping backwards from the force of the kickback. Dean chuckled, putting his hands on her back to stop her fall and prop her back up. Pretty powerful, right? But looky there, you hit the paper. Not bad for a first shot. Do I have to do this every day? Alex asked, a hint of a whine creeping into her tone. No, not every day. Some days we'll practice hand-to-hand combat, Dean teased, although he wasn't far off the truth. After you finish your homework. Alex nodded, but she still appeared crestfallen. Dean saddened at the sight. He saw in her the future that lay ahead, a dark and dreary life he had always feared she'd have to live. A life like his. I know it sucks, kiddo, I've been there, too, he told her gently. My dad made me do the same kind of stuff, the same training, and it wasn't always fun. And I can't say I won't have to put you through the same routines, but I promise, I won't force it on you with the harshness my dad did. I'm not your drill sergeant, I'm your dad. Okay, replied Alex, a little less downcast this time. All right, why don't you squeeze off a couple more rounds at that target and then we'll call it a day. Okay, she said uncertainly, turning with trepidation. I'm gonna fall over again. No, you're not. Now you know what it feels like, you'll be ready, prompted Dean. She sucked in a breath, then fired. This time, she didn't fall over. 1, 2, 3 more times after that she took a shot, each one with a longer pause in between. Finally she gasped and dropped her hands down, looking tired. Okay, good job, baby girl, Dean praised. It's so tiring, she exclaimed. Yeah, it is. You'll get stronger, Dean assured her. Now, turn your safety on. Good, and press this button to eject the clip. The clip slid out of the butt of the gun, evaded Alex's attempt to grab it and clattered on the cement floor. Dean snickered. It's okay, just put your hand under it before you press the button next time. Now remove the bullet in the chamber by sliding the top back. Good. Double check that everything's empty. And we're done. We can call that a good day, baby girl. Dean packed the gun away in its case and pecked his daughter on the head. You hungry? I was thinking something fried for dinner. He turned. Hello, Dean. Castiel stood within inches of the elder Winchester, who jumped in place on sight of the angle. Geez, Saws, Dean began and went to back away. Saws stopped him with one hand around his shoulder. Then Dean felt something long, cool and obviously very sharp slide into his abdomen, up underneath his sternum and run deep into his heart, causing it to spasm and flutter. The pain didn't seize him immediately, it was the shock of having a foreign object embedded so far into his body that made every one of his muscles shudder and freeze. Alex screamed. Saws. Dean hissed, breathless, confused and disbelieving. I am sorry, Dean, and this time, he looked it, but Joshua desires to speak with you. Saws removed his angel blade, allowing a fount of blood to spill freely down Dean's stomach, staining his shirt nearly black. His heart stopped, he felt the strength drain from his body. His legs began to buckle underneath him. He did not fall, however. As Castiel supported Dean, his free arm tight about Dean's chest and back. You will be returned shortly to your body, Castiel attempted to reassure him. Dean began to go limp, the cold chill of death creeping in. Castiel lowered him slowly and gently to the ground, laying him out on his back. Dean's body slumped on the cement, his limbs coiling like cloth ribbon. His breath came in short, intermittent gasps, since his lungs burned for air, but the pain of the wound wouldn't allow him to expand his chest more than an inch. What little control he had left he used to gaze at Saz in bewilderment, questioning the action. At last, his head touched the ground. At the same time, the lights began to fade. Alex's continued screams became muffled and distant. He felt one aching pang of guilt and fear for her, one last powerful emotion, before everything, even his thoughts, numbed. He paled, and died. Alex continued to scream wordlessly. "Please," Castiel said, finally looking to her. "Do not be afraid. Your father will return soon." She continued to scream, but additionally abandoned fear and reason and rushed Castiel. Her fists balled tight, she punched and kicked at the angel. She did absolutely no damage to him, of course, hardly even caused him pain. He looked quizzically down at her, trying gently to restrain her flailing hands and feet. "Listen, Alex, this is only temporary." He tried to reassure her. She was inconsolable. That was when Sam rushed in, gun in hand, having heard his niece's screams. He paused at the doorway, confused, and tried to process the situation. Upon glimpsing his brother's lifeless body on the floor and the bloody angel blade in Castiel's hand, he came to the realization. "Saz," he chided. "What the hell? It is only temporary." Castiel attempted an explanation once more. "Joshua wished to speak with Dean. He will be returned to his body when they are finished conversing. You couldn't have just zapped him up to heaven." "I am currently not welcome in heaven." Castiel looked sheepish. Sam scoffed. "When are you ever?" Alex's screams had morphed into tears. She stopped fighting Castiel and instead tore away from him, flinging herself onto Dean's body. Sam sighed. "Seriously, though, Saz, you couldn't have waited until Alex wasn't around. She just lost her parents. She doesn't need to lose another one, even if it's just for a few minutes. Is she not aware of this type of occurrence, in which someone dies and is later revived?" inquired Castiel. "No," Sam said heavily, tucking his firearm away and walking over to Alex and her father. There he crouched down and gently rubbed Alex's back as it shook with sobs. "Hey, it's going to be okay, sweetie. He's coming back soon. It's okay. Shish, shish." "Oh." Castiel looked guilt-ridden. He also moved to kneel beside Alex. "Alex, I am very sorry. I didn't realize this would be so upsetting for you. I know it is little consolation, but your father will be in perfect health when he returns. Which will be shortly. Nonetheless, you have my sincerest apologies for killing him in the first place." "That does sound bad, doesn't it?" He redirected his words to Sam. "Yeah," Sam bit off. "It does." It was then that Dean's eyes flicked open. Then they were shut tight again as he struggled to regain control of his bodily function. He gasped, then coughed, and gasped again. "Dad!" Alex screamed, and wrapped her arms around him. "What the hell, Saz?" Dean snapped at the angel, returning his daughter's hug. "Couldn't have waited a few minutes. Or asked me first." "I am sorry," Castiel replied solemnly. "I feel like I apologize a lot." "That's because you do a lot of stupid crap," Sam scolded. "Dean, are you all right?" "Yeah, I'm fine," Dean growled, then mumbled under his breath. "Friggin' angels. Sammy, we got work to do." Alex sat kitty-corner from her father at one of the library tables. Her math homework was spread out on the immaculately finished oak surface. An ancient text with tender, yellowed pages lay spread-eagle before Dean. Sam had gone on a grocery run. Alex's leg bounced nervously. She glanced almost imperceptibly over at the eldest Winchester, not even turning her head. She was considering speaking while at the same time considering what to say, and unsure of neither. She formed sentence after sentence in her head, doubting each one as soon as she created it. Her difficulty with language was becoming more agitating than the subject she was attempting to broach. At last, she finally just came out with it. "You know, Dad, if you're seeing someone, you can tell me," she blurted suddenly into the silence. She shrank a little as she heard her voice echo in the large space of the bunker. Dean looked up at her and inspected her, appearing confused. Alex kept her eyes fixed on her papers, perceiving nothing on them, somewhat afraid of his reaction. "I'm not seeing anyone," Dean replied. Now she glanced over, her mouth twisting by the awkwardness she felt. "Oh, why would you think I'm seeing someone?" he pressed. "Well," eyes back on her paper, Alex blushed deeply now. She had been upset about the first subject, BU. This question touched on a whole new subject with which she was even more uncomfortable. Well, I found the pads in the bathroom and I thought your girlfriend had brought them in or something. Dean's face relaxed at the reconciliation of his confusion. Oh, no, honey, I bought those for you. This was going in all kinds of directions she was not expecting. Alex looked over, shocked. What, you were headed towards puberty and I thought might as well have some ready for when you need them, Dean elaborated. Well, actually your uncle reminded me, I just grabbed a bag one time when I was in the store. Oh, her eyes were still rather wide as Dean returned to his book. They sat in silence for a while. Slowly, Alex began to relax. Then her father spoke again. Say, those were pretty buried if I remember correctly. What were you digging for? Damn it. She began, hesitant to reveal her newly forged secret so soon after its creation. Well, pads. Oh, Dean responded. Well, hey, that worked out well. Didn't it? Alex nodded tensely. Are they still working? They're pretty old. I got them like 2 years ago. Alex couldn't stop a tiny laugh from escaping her. She had wondered why the bag was dusty. Yeah, so you're not like grossed out by it? By what? By me getting my period? No, Dean scoffed. Why would I be grossed out by that? Alex shifted. All the boys in my health class were grossed out by it. Yeah, well, they're boys. Dean brushed it aside. It's life, baby girl. They'll learn that eventually. And just because they're uncomfortable with it, doesn't mean you have to be. Feeling a weight she hadn't realized she'd been carrying lift off her, Alex nodded, okay. They returned to their respective studies, the tension in the air dissolving. They sat for a while. Alex becoming comfortable again sitting in her chair in that room in the bunker. After a moment's thought, she commented, these pads are huge. Well, there were like 10 sizes there, I thought better safe than sorry. Dean replied. Alex laughed. Alex age 17. Good morning. Dean put on a cheerful disposition. We're from the church new members. I'm Mike. This is Laura, A.T. Enage. Alex waved at the middle-aged woman standing in the doorway. We were told you, Mrs. Aberden, were the person to come to about getting the lay of the land. Oh, yes, of course. Come in, said the woman, and please, call me Jen. None of that Mrs. Aberden makes me feel like an old lady. I'm not there yet. The two laughed as they entered the house, the interior of which was immaculately decorated and cleaned. It had a very cozy country home vibe, antique finished wood, twig wreaths and hanging wood planks with comely quotes scrawled across them proliferated. Candles were scattered on every surface. In a variety of shapes, sizes and smells, tea lights in decorative holders, cinnamon jar candles under mirrors, tall, blue tapers in candlesticks, and so on. Do make yourselves comfortable in the sitting room, said Jen. Can I get you anything to drink? No, thank you, Mrs. Jen held up a finger and gave a teasing expression. Dean gave a small smile and corrected himself, Jen. Well, then, just give me a minute, I have some tea on the stove I can't let sit over long. Jen chirped, then disappeared through a doorway. She seems nice, said Dean. She's weird, said Alex. What? She's nice, yeah, too nice. It would be normal from anyone else, but she seems forced, said the young woman. And look at this place. It's perfect. Come on, now, I've seen houses this before and the people living in them have been perfectly normal. Dean played devil's advocate. Yeah, did you notice picture frames in those houses? Alex persisted. Of course, they were everywhere. Well, what do you see and hear? Quote. Dean paused, his eyes narrowing. Then he cast a glance around the sitting room. A sense of unease swept over him. No picture frames, he murmured. Exactly, replied Alex. All right. Dean turned serious. Keep your guard up. There was a metallic thwack. Alex crumpled to the floor, having been struck across the back of her head with a tire iron by a round-middled man in a tweed suit. Then, wham, darkness. Up. When Dean awoke, he was tied to a chair. Alex was already conscious in the chair behind his and pulling at her bonds. There was a murmuring of some bizarre language coming from in front of her. Candles were lit on a nearby table. The man in the tweed suit stood across from Dean, his eyes half closed and rolled back into his head. He seemed to mouth the words being chanted, swaying slightly from side to side. Ah, crap, Dean breathed. Alex muttered angrily, almost involuntarily, as her struggles were renewed, no. No, there was a hissing sound, like metal being drawn across and away from wood. Dean glimpsed out of the corner of his eye what he guessed was a knife being removed from the tabletop nearby. Friggin' pagan gods. Dean spat under his breath. Alex, Alex, they're going to sacrifice us, growled Alex. Then, much quieter, just go with me, okay. Dean was confused but didn't have time to ponder her words. The chanting was growing louder and more rapid. He guessed the speaker, which sounded like Jen, was about to bring the hammer down. Or in this case, the knife. Dean broke out in a nervous sweat. Yet somehow he knew it would be just fine. Then the knife dove. Alex pitched her weight to her right. Dean, feeling this, immediately pitched to his left and together they leaned their connected chairs just out of the way of the incoming blade. He felt the ropes resonate as they were struck by the blade. They were not severed, however. Ah, Jen called out in frustration. They tipped back onto all 8 legs. Alex, jostled in her seat and her grunt of exertion was accompanied by the cracking of a knee and Jen's scream of pain. Pull, Alex shouted. Simultaneously, she and Dean pushed their chests against the rope, which snapped. The ropes binding their hands to the arms of the chairs fell loose as well, and they stood to fight. Tweed Suit had awoken from his stupor and was charging Dean. Dean threw a punch into the man's chin that knocked him unconscious. He collapsed on the floor, limp. That was easy, Dean mumbled in surprise. Then he turned to glimpse the fight between his daughter and Jen. It had already ended. Alex held Jen's knife in her hand, the blade dripping with blood. The pagan goddess lay lifeless and bleeding on the ground. Alex turned to her father. That was easy, she told him curiously. That's what I thought, replied Dean, puzzled. Then, suddenly, Tweed Suit appeared before Alex and slashed a knife at her. It dug deep into her throat. Then he was gone. No, Dean screamed. No, 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 now would be a good time. Up, Dean darted over to his wounded daughter. Her eyes were wide and gazing at the ceiling, her mouth agape and gasping. He took her into his arms, cradling her as she slumped lower and lower. Blood seeped out of the slice in her throat and dribbled out of the corners of her mouth. No, damn it, Dean gasped. The fight, the room, the situation, not an inch had felt truly real. But suddenly, this was all too tangible. He could feel her body weaken, not a muscle taut. She was heavy in his arms, so heavy. He could feel the blood falling from her wound onto his chest, shoulder and arm. Soaking slowly through his clothes, warm, sticky, liquid. She looked at him, and her gaze was her own, truly and completely, and it questioned him. Why was it like this? Why did it all end so soon? No, 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 you gotta stay with me, baby girl. You promised. The light went out of her eyes as they unfocused. Her cheek came to lie against his chest, and she moved no more. Alex, Alex, up, 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 he called out, no words to describe his agony, only a sound to communicate a wound so deep it could not be seen. He rocked back and forth, knelt on the floor, his young daughter's corpse in his embrace. Although it was her soul that had been separated from its body, it felt as if his were being rent in two. All he could feel was pain, and Alex's still warm body against his. Come back, he sobbed, keeping a supporting hand at the base of her skull as he had so often when she was in her infancy. Come back, come on. Her head wobbled like a bauble on a string under Dean's direction. There was nothing left in her, only the body she'd vacated, now a delicate vessel emptied of life. Dean awoke with a violent start. So upset was he that he scrambled to sit up and leave his bed. In the process getting caught in the sheets and falling unceremoniously to the floor. There, he struggled to free himself from the tangle of blankets, but only managing to liberate his arms and torso. His victory was so limited mostly because shortly after his battle began, he faltered and ceased his attempts, instead relenting to the terror that had gripped him. He gasped, covered his face with a hand and let his emotions run rampant. He lay there for a time, still. After a few minutes, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself. It was just a stupid friggin' dream, he chided himself quietly. A stupid friggin' dream. He tried very hard to brush aside the fears stemming from the midnight horror he had just undergone. But he knew just a little too much to win that battle. It was only a dream. But it could too easily come true. Section B. Alex age 17. I don't like it, Dean growled. Lay down. Sam pushed his brother back onto the bed, causing Dean to flop comically, TS and pillows bouncing off agitated springs. I've told you, Sam, I'm fine, rebutted the elder. Sam commenced removing Dean's shoes for bed. Hey, put that back on. You have the flu. I've had worse. Not the point. Oh, the point is you can run around with Hellgate fever and get doused in an ice bath when your temp boils at 107, but I can't even get out of bed when I hit 100. Barked Dean. And 3. Amended Sam. Whatever. You run low, too. That's like 104 for a normal person, Sam pressed, throwing a cool rag at Dean's face. Cool it down. I don't run low. You run low. Dean moved the rag off his eye and nose and onto his forehead, which resulted in an involuntary sigh of relief. I don't run low, returned Sam. Yes you do. Doesn't matter. No, let's settle this here. Dean held out the thermometer to his brother. Take your temp. Sam cringed. Ew, no, get your germ stick away from me. Fine, you don't want it in your mouth, we'll take it the baby way. Dean teased. That's not that kind of thermometer. Dean looked thoughtful. I suggest taking your temp via rectum and your protest is the type of thermometer. Dean, it's a routine hunt. Sam assured his sibling, leaning with his knuckles on the bed, you can sit this one out. It's a routine hunt. Dean flipped the argument, I can come a little under the weather. Just then, Dean coughed, then choked. Then coughed again, then made a retching sound and grabbed the bedside waste bin, into which he divulged a gigantic loogie that had nearly halted his breathing in his life. Ugh, gross, Sam breathed. Oh my god, Dean murmured. What is that thing? Do we need to kill this? Get the salt and lighter fluid. It's just phlegm, Dean. Sam took the bin from Dean's hands and put it back in its place. It's supposed to be helping you, but it's just getting stuck in your windpipe. Which should be a good reason for you to stay in bed. With this, Sam one-handedly pushed the elder onto his back. It was an easy move. His admittedly large brother didn't offer much resistance at the moment. Maybe you're right, Dean finally relented after having a near-death experience with the loogie. I still don't like it though, he persisted, at the same time moving to get under the covers while Sam adjusted the comforter over him. If I'm holed up here, who's got your back out there? Hey, Dad, Alex appeared in the doorway, dressed to hunt. Feeling any better? Nope, Dean immediately flipped his mind back, snapping the blankets off himself and popping out of bed. Not happening. It was then that he tottered on the spot, his face going blank, then fainted. Sam caught him before he fell far, grunting with the sudden exertion used to sustain his sibling's dead weight. He and his niece exchanged looks communicating both concern and disbelief in their kin's stubbornness. Not long after, Dean rallied. Whoa, he slurred, that was one hell of a head rush. He regained his feet. It's fine, though, I just stood up too fast. Sam was not amused, hands on hips. Then he half shouted, stay here. And let her go out hunting on her own. I don't think so, Dean retorted. Sam waved his arms emphatically in front of his brother's face, hello. She's not on her own. I'm going with her, and I'm second best to you. And the normal you, not this drippy, oozy, barfy, sweltering thing that currently occupies your body. Hey, 3 heads are better than 2, persisted Dean. Who's the third head, Dean, since yours is rendered non-functional with mucus? Bit back Sam. Dean jabbed a finger at the younger and growled, that is bullshaku. The aftermath was not pretty, although it undeniably proved Sam's point. But not for Dean. Must be allergy season, he asserted. Okay, Sam said in his tense yet calm tone, plan B. Alex, get the rope. The larger Winchester ducked down, grabbed the comparatively smaller Winchester about the thighs and dumped him onto the bed. Ow, was Dean's one comment as his sinuses throbbed with the impact. Uncle Sam, Alex suggested. Wasn't tying him down plan C. Sam, looming over his brother, looked at Alex, confused. Then his face lightened in realization, shortly thereafter turning dark in a delightedly evil kind of way. Dean inspected his brother with concern. Oh, right, I forgot, replied Sam, sitting down on the edge of the bed. We'll stay here a bit longer, talk it out. You want to get your dad something to drink? We need to keep the fluids going. Alex nodded kindly, then turned and left. Sam then turned to Dean with a gentle look on his face. Dean returned it with an expression of shocked suspicion. What the hell do you two plan to do to me? He asked. Nothing, Sam swept the suspicion aside. Just talk a bit. Hell, no, really, I get it's hard for you, Sam spoke honestly. She's your only daughter. I can imagine and can't imagine how hard it must be to let her go out and do dangerous things. She's my niece. I'm worried about her, too. But she has to go out sometime. We can't always protect her. She's almost an adult now. And let's be honest, she's clever and strong and determined. She'll probably be fine. Or not, retorted Dean. Sam shook his head. We just can't think that way, Dean. We have to have faith in her. I know we Winchesters have trust issues, I get it. But at some point we're just going to have to get over that. Because we can trust her. Dean was stony. I had a dream about a week ago. We were on a hunt. She died. Right in my arms, Sammy. I know it's just a dream. A stupid friggin' dream, but I'm tellin' ya I don't like this. Sam was saddened, looking away. He gave a sigh, grappling with the thoughts in his head. At last, he returned his gaze to his brother and fastened a firm grip on his sibling's shoulder. It's going to be okay, Dean, he said softly. How do you know that? His voice was quiet, and he looked frightened. Sam breathed for a moment. Because Saz has got his ears on. Dean's expression didn't change. Sam doubted his disposition did, either. It was then that Alex returned, water glass in hand. Okay, Dad. Here you go. She handed it to him. Dean took it, peered into the glass's contents, then up at his brother again. What the hell is in here? He asked. Nothing. Sam sounded resigned. The play was Saz. Drink up. Maybe you'll feel better in the next couple hours. You can come with. Dean still looked cautious, but took a drink anyway. He was thirsty. You bet I'm coming with, Dean persisted feebly. Dad, really, I'm going to be okay. Alex said. I learned from the best. You hitting your targets where you should. The bullets go where I want them to. Good. And hand-to-hand combat. It was then that he fell unconscious. Dean, Sam inquired. He lifted up an eyelid briefly, then exclaimed, awesome. Let's go. This ghost was having none of it. Rock salt only kept it down for a few seconds. It showed up in unexpected places. Its grave was right behind the house it haunted. Sam kept digging, frantically trying to scrape the last deterring layers of dirt off the century-old coffin. While Alex stood at the edge of the pit, holding off the spirit with her handguns. Are you there yet? She squawked to her uncle. 2 seconds. He stabbed at the dirt with his spade. Alex gave a high-pitched yelp as the spirit appeared suddenly right in front of her and knocked her backwards into the grave. Landing like a human bridge across the gap, she tensed her muscles to keep from falling deeper. A quick and powerful assist from Sam along with her kip-like motion put Alex back on her feet. As she came up, the spirit appeared off to her side, at which she fired a shot to strike it between its eyes. A hollow, wooden thunk. And then a splintering crash. Sam had at last reached the coffin and broken it open. Once the lid was in pieces, he threw out the shovel and attempted to exit the pit. The spirit appeared and hoisted the spade to swing at Sam. Alex shot it just in time. Salt, Sam called upon standing. Alex tossed him the box as she began to douse the corpse below in lighter fluid. All the while, they both kept an eye out for the spirit, who reappeared frequently only to be deterred by their rock salt ammunition. When Sam's clip ran out, he dropped his gun and Alex drew PPED the accelerant to focus on keeping the ghost at bay. It wasn't enough, however. Right when Sam pulled out a lighter, the spirit smashed Alex across the back of the head, making the world spin around her and her ears ring. Almost in the same instant, the ghost took hold of Sam, detaining his ignition of the salted bones. It began to choke him, one supernaturally strong hand around the Winchester's throat. The other clamped over the lighter. Alex regained her bearings in seconds and glimpsed through the leftover fog an instant in which she could take a shot at the ghost without shooting her uncle hopefully. Taking careful aim, she pulled the trigger. Her gun only clicked. She had no bullets left. The Impala was too far away for her to make it there and back in time. The spirit was holding on to their only lighter. She had neither steel nor flint to spark the corpse. Alex cast her eye over the yard, desperate for an answer to her dilemma. She found it in the wrought iron fencing surrounding the property, what was left of it. She raced across the ground, a flash of leather jacket and jeans. With all the force she could muster, she kicked out one of the posts. Snatching it up, she fled. Back to where Sam was now pinned against the side of the house, feet dangling above the ground, face turning purple. A mighty swing with her rod weapon severed the ghost in two, evaporating it. Her uncle dropped to one knee, gasping and scrambling to recover. In the next second, the ghost reappeared behind Alex and shoved her into the side of the house, her head going through an already broken window. She dropped the iron bar on impact. Sam dove for it, snatching it up in time to fend off another attack from the spirit. Then, in a wild lunge, he darted towards the grave, flicking a flame into existence and throwing the entire lighter into the pit. The ghost shrieked, then dissolved in a torrent of sparks and smoke. Sam breathed a sigh of relief and stood for a moment. That was one angry ghost, he laughed, turning towards his niece. As it turned out, the spirit they had just vanquished would not be the worst thing Sam would encounter that night. The sight of Alex laid out on the ground, body shaking, breathing erratic. Arms pinned tight to her body with clenched hands held above her head was enough to make anyone's heart skip. Seeing the shard of broken glass from the window lodged deep in her throat, blood rushing out of the wound and leaking out of her mouth, sent a poisonous shock of panic ripping through Sam's entire body. "Oh, God!" he exclaimed, and shot forward, dropping to his hands and knees at Alex's side. "Oh, God," he repeated as he inspected the damage, moving to touch the bloody mass but thinking better of it before his fingers landed on her throat. Instead, he cupped his niece's face. Hey, it's going to be okay," he insisted to her. She gaped at the air, trying to tease in whatever oxygen she could. The blood soaking into her throat and windpipe drowned her, keeping her from taking a decent breath, so she gagged each time she tried to inhale. More unsettling than her moist gasps were her eyes, wide and weeping. Fear was sunk deep into her gaze, which she held on her uncle as if he were her life raft. Sam felt like the poorest life raft to have been created. This wound was well beyond his ability to stitch closed. Additionally, the shard appeared to have sunk clean through her jugular vein, making it clear that she would bleed out long before they made the drive to the nearest hospital. Sam wasn't even sure he could get her to the car, so he did all he could think to do. "CAS!" he cried into thin air. "CAS! Help! I am here," the calm, collected, gravely voice responded. The trench-coated angel knelt down from where he had appeared above the pair. He looked at the glass protruding from the skin of Alex's throat with a curious, contemplative expression. Then he gave a small, "What?" Sam asked, anxious. Ignoring Sam, Castiel kept his focus on the dying young woman, locking his calm and confident gaze with hers. "It's going to be okay, Alex. This will only last a moment," Castiel explained simply. "Remember to breathe." Then, in a motion appearing to require neither force nor any sense of sympathy from him, Castiel removed the shard from her throat. A remarkable length of glass came out, hidden in Alex's body. She convulsed, chirping as loudly as her blood-drowned lungs would allow. Sam made to support her as she writhed. Only an instant afterward, however, Castiel laid a hand upon the deep, gushing wound. A light sank into her skin where he touched her, and moments later, she was healed. She leapt up into her uncle's arms as he pulled her in tight, relief washing over the both of them. "Oh, my God," Sam laughed nervously. "That was almost the end. Right there." "Yeah," Alex's voice was high, choked now by tears. Without releasing Alex, Sam reached out one hand blindly to Castiel, gripping the angel's shoulder like a vice. "Thank you, Saz," he hissed. "Yeah, thank you, Saz," said Alex, and she parted from her uncle to embrace Castiel, burying her face in the folds of beige on his shoulder. "You are welcome," he replied, returning her hug. "Okay," Sam said as they all recovered from the ordeal. "Now I think we can all agree no one says a word to Dean." The others promptly agreed. It was an interesting book. It was about the billionth one like it he had read, but nonetheless, it was interesting. Another one of those ancient texts squirreled away by the men of letters, with a leather binding he had to be careful to support as he read, attempting to avoid damaging it further than that which the entropy of a few centuries had already caused. Doubtless, it had not been particularly well loved in that time. It was in a messy state, with no margin, cover or binding held sacred. The language was ancient, twisted, often oddly spelled, and sometimes not even in English, though it was written primarily in English. However, even in its dilapidated state after years of changing hands, Sam was determined to keep it well for however long he possessed it. That was why tonight it would rest safely on his bedside table after a gentle perusal. When he had finished reading it, it would get tucked neatly away in the library, in a corner where little happened, and it would likely go untouched until the knowledge it kept safe was needed again. It was one of the most peaceful evenings Sam had had in a long time. "I don't understand. What is the big deal? I don't want you going out and getting in trouble with some random guy." "He is not some random guy." Of course, Sam rolled his eyes as the shouts of his brother and niece came echoing down the hall. "He has a ponytail. You can't trust a guy with a ponytail," Dean snapped. "That's your measuring stick for trust. Hair length. By that logic, Uncle Sam shouldn't be living with us," Alex retorted. "Oh, I'll give you weird hair, but he doesn't have a rat tail." Their voices were getting a little too close to Sam's door for his liking. He tried to concentrate on his book, but the task was near impossible. "Don't you trust my judgment?" "No, no one under 21 has trustable judgment." "Have you seen that guy?" "Yeah, I have." "Have you spoken to him?" "I've spoken with him enough. Enough to know what he's really like." "You Winchesters and your stupid, Shoot first. Ask questions later. I'm done with it. Hey, that rule keeps you alive. Does it, though, or does it just keep you from taking a risk that may turn out to be worth the chance? And what if it isn't? What if he attacks you? What if he tries to harm you? Then he'll have a 9mm bullet in his leg to contend with. Talkin' a gun on your date. Classy. Oh, like you've never done that. Silence. The door to Sam's room snapped open to reveal a righteous-looking and steaming Alex, closely pursued by her similarly expressive father. Alex, don't drag him into this, Dean growled. Uncle Sam, she piped, what was your impression of Logan? Who? He honestly couldn't put a face to the name. See, he doesn't even know who we're talking about, Dean prodded. Logan, Alex pressed. Sam squinted at her, as if reading her thoughts required glasses he didn't possess. Lugan, he repeated the name, elongating it in an attempt to process and remember the person in question. Logan from Frankie's, the restaurant in town, Alex finally elaborated for him. Oh, the bus boy, Sam continued. Yes, Alex replied, smiling smugly and sounding pleased. Ah, well, he seemed I dunno. Normal. Yeah, he seemed normal, grouched Dean. It's always the normal ones who go the craziest. He shook his head slightly as he bit off the last word. So what if he does? I can take care of myself. I'm a hunter. Monsters and ghosts have rules they have to live by. Dean retorted viciously. People don't. They'll come at you from left field every tee. Me doesn't matter what you've been through. Humans are the worst to deal with. Only the really fucked up ones. You watch your mouth, young lady. Really? Seriously? Was Alex's response. Sam couldn't help but laugh a little. Dean shot him an incredulous glare. You laugh. Really? You laugh. Sorry. Sam unfurled an apologetic hand, holding his humor in. Although, Dean, you must admit, you're not really one to preach given your tendency to use colorful language. Oh, I am the one to preach. I am her father. I am the only one to preach. Ah, said Sam. Do as I say, not as I do philosophy. Got it. Hey, shut up, Dean snapped. Sam carefully put his book down and stood. Alex, why don't you go out in the hall and let me talk with your dad? Alex grimaced, still fuming. Okay, but be careful, Uncle Sam, she added as she made for the door. He's pretty angry, he may take a swing at you. We've had fights that have had us duking it out before. Trust me, this is nothing, he reassured her with a small smile. Well, all right, then, she couldn't help but throw one last jab as she exited, rounding on her father. You know, in a few years, I'll be in college and I won't have to deal with any more of this shit. Oh, gee, thanks, replied Dean viciously. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. He pursued her to the door. I'm so glad you have the gall to run off to college and turn your back on your family. Sam shut the door tight between his niece and his brother. She's getting that whole college is freedom from your family crap from you. Dean jabbed an accusatory finger at him. Take a moment to cool down, Dean, Sam suggested. The elder Winchester began to pace about the room. Sam returned to his bed while his brother trod a ditch into the floor. It was several minutes before anything of consequence happened. All that while, Dean seemed to be having an argument with himself, or perhaps continuing his argument with Alex in his head, muttering inaudible, angsty comments under his breath. At last, he stopped, rested his hands on his hips, let his head tilt back onto his shoulders and sighed at the ceiling. Feeling better? Sam asked. No, replied Dean emphatically. Feeling less belligerent? Oh, I still wanna empty a clip into a burned-out car, Dean snapped back, plopping into a nearby chair. He groaned and growled simultaneously. I tell you, sometimes being a dad sucks. You've got big things to deal with, was Sam's attempt at sympathy. Big decisions, big responsibilities, big problems. Thanks for spelling it out there. Drive. Phil, Sam snickered. Well, that's not the end of it. You ready? Dean looked at him quizzically. For what? For what I'm here to say, the speech. Oh, God, I gotta give it, Sam said playfully. No, yes, I've heard it. You have. Please, spare me this once. She's a big girl. Ah, geez, she's smart and she's tough. Does your mouth ever quit running? And we have to learn to trust her. As hard as it is for us. Shut up. There came a moment's pause. Dean, the younger, summoned the elder's attention. It was going to happen sometime. Dean made a motion of frantically punching the air in front of him in frustration. I know. He stood and resumed his pacing. But did it have to be with the loser at the greasy spoon? Yeah, she's a teenager. It doesn't Matter how happy she is in her home life, she's going to pick someone at some point who was going to piss us off. So you admit that he pisses you off, too. Dean grabbed onto the tidbit like a life preserver in a stormy sea. Sam negated the attempt. I mean, not really. I'm still not entirely sure who we're talking about. I've got the name and a vague memory, but I'm not bringing up a face or anything. Really? Seriously? You don't remember the guy who shamelessly flirted with your niece in the middle of a restaurant with her father and uncle sitting right there in the booth next to her? Dean seemed a little too taken aback for the severity of the affront. He did. Yeah, how? Well, he came over to our table and asked her, "Can I take that plate for you?" In way too friendly a tone, and she said, "Sure, thanks." And then he took the plate from the table and said, "No problem." Dean flung his arms out at his sides, sporting an expression of disbelief. Sam snorted laughter. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? Dean reorganized his argument. Okay, it doesn't sound like that much, but he said it with this big, stupid grin and way too much eye contact. Sam laughed. Oh my god. You are such a textbook overprotective dad. With good reason, Dean countered. Yeah, because monsters, Dean. That's a little different than your typical teenage rites of passage. Hey, humans make the worst monsters. I know, Sam finished with him. Not all humans are monsters, Dean. Most of them actually are basically good. It's why we hunt, right? For the good people in the world. Because they're out there. And with all the shit Alex has seen hunting with us, I'd think she'd have the ability to pick one of the good ones rather than one of the few bad ones. I dunno, Sam. Dean returned to his seat. We Winchesters have some real crappy luck. Even in the romance department. Dean shot him a surprised look. Of course. Sam frowned and shook his head as he thought it over. I don't really remember anything like that happening to us. Not the kind of stuff that we're worried might happen to Alex. Dude, you had to off one of your girlfriends once because she was a friggin' werewolf. Yeah, well, there was that one time, conceded Sam. But I also had Amelia. And you had Lisa. Oh, yes, thank you for reminding me of my dead ex-girlfriend, Dean tensed. Sorry, man, but look at what became of that relationship. Sam gestured at the door, indicating Alex's presence somewhere beyond. Dean thought on this for a moment, fidgeting uncomfortably, although he seemed to have softened a bit. Nonetheless, he managed to pull a negative out of it. Yeah, well, now she wants to run off to college. She's just angry, Dean, she doesn't mean that. You know what, don't even think about that. Just look at it this way. Even if our relationships ended, we still had people who cared about us, people who never meant us any harm, and good things did come from the time we spent with them. If we can find that, God knows Alex can, even if it's the busboy with a ponytail from the diner. Dean sat back heavily in his chair, looking sour. You and your logic annoy the crap out of me sometimes. You know that, Sammy. Sam laughed. They sat quietly for a while, contemplative. Hey, if it's any consolation, Sam suggested, we can always have the kid over for dinner and we can intimidate, threaten and basically scare the poor guy shitless. Classic dad to daughter's boyfriend talk. Dean perked up at this. I like the sound of that. Then it's a date, replied Sam. I guess, Dean growled. You ready to talk to Alex? Dean sighed. Yeah, I'd better. He stood. They found Alex in the library, pacing, occasionally flapping her arms in frustrated gestures as if he was trying to flick her agitation off. Upon seeing them enter, she rolled her eyes and trod in an anxious circle, then rounding on them to look expectantly at her father. Not quite simmered down yet, baby girl. She rolled her eyes emphatically at the nickname. What, all of a sudden, you don't like me calling you that? Dean retorted tiredly. Not when I'm angry at you, was her response. It was Dean's turn to roll his eyes. But he threw up his hands in surrender nonetheless. Fine. I'll file that for future reference. Look, he started in, then cast his eyes heavenwards. He had to get tea. He cliché part out first and he couldn't help but adopt a childish manner in doing so. He mumbled noncommittally, I'm sorry I got angry. I know you're not a child and can make your own decisions and I should respect them. You're smart and strong and clever and I should let you live your own life. Alex's anger appeared to evaporate, if not from anything more than being caught off guard by the apology. Her arms hung at her sides. Her shoulders dropped, she frowned and her eyebrows shot up, an expression half elicited from surprise and half from being emotionally moved by his words. Dean returned his gaze to his daughter and inspected her carefully, sticking his hands in his jean pockets. He stood there for a moment, contemplating her. I've been playing dad all my life. It's hard to stop trying to protect you from every single thing. And I'm still gonna try, don't get me wrong. But I can't lock you away. That just doesn't work. It's not right. And that means letting you pick the guys you date. 'Cause they can't all be bad. Alex laughed. It unburdened Dean's heart. Come here, baby girl, he held his arms out to her. She ambled over to meet him and they embraced, her cheek resting against his shoulder. It was a gentle hug. Both of them weary from fighting, simply wanting to lean on one another and rest in the comfort of each other's presence. When they came apart, Dean kept his hands on Alex's shoulders and said slowly, when you're ready, you bring that boy over to dinner sometime and we'll get to know him a little. And at some point during the evening, I'll get him alone, and, I'm sorry. But I'm going to have to convince him that his death at my hands is inevitable. And should he ever hurt you, I can honestly say, it will be. Deal. Alex laughed again, exaggeratedly replying, Fiend. Again, I am so sorry. Alex sat in the front seat of the '85 Chevy Cavalier she so often drove, a black sack in her hands, her boyfriend next to her on the passenger side. You're really serious, aren't you? Logan laughed. I don't want to, but it's for the best. She wore apology on her face, one side of her upper lip raised in apprehension. What, does your father work for the CIA or something? Well, if I told you that, then I'd have to kill you, Alex teased. You are so corny, Logan teased. I know, Alex giggled, shrugging her shoulders. She knew it was a compliment in his eyes. But really, no, he doesn't work for the CIA. It's kinda like that, I guess, but it's different. Really different. And you think someone eventually is going to come along and try to pry answers out of me about where you and your dad and your uncle live? Alex tucked her mouth to one side, hating that she had to reply, yeah. And you think I'd actually tell them? No, Alex exclaimed happily, pleased to show her faith in him. Boot, you still need to blindfold me, or rather, blind bag me to make sure I don't know, just in case I'm what? Interrogated, blackmailed, tortured. Sure, any of those are possible. Alex nodded. Logan looked genuinely surprised. Really? Torture? Yeah, Alex spoke without hesitation. You're serious? It was then that she realized something of her folly and bit her lip. Staring wide-eyed at her companion. Given this expression, Logan could tell she wasn't joking, rather that she had let slip a slightly more truthful truth than she should have relayed to him after a month of knowing each other. He gained an oh my god, what am I getting into look. At this, Alex backpedaled. Oh, really, don't worry about it. She lightened her tone, it's not that big a deal. I'm sure it'll be fine. No worries. Logan replied uncertainly. Alex tried a little less hard and a little more honestly, shrugging, it's just dinner. His expression softened as he looked at her. Yeah, he nodded, you're right. And you're worth that, at least. She smiled, warmed. I'm still really sorry, she gestured with the bag she still held. It's all right, he replied and bowed his head towards her. With appreciation, she moved to cover his noggin with the black fabric. But then she stopped short and pulled away, surprised. You chopped your hair, she cried. Yes, I did, Logan nodded. Thanks for noticing 12 minutes after you came to pick me up. I'm sorry, I just was really distracted about having to ask you to wear a bag on your head to dinner and it's kinda dark out. I thought you just had it pulled back, she rambled, somewhat distressed. Why'd you do that? So glad you like it, he retorted. No, it's just I'm surprised, was Alex's excuse. Really, what brought about this kinda big change? Well, Logan shrugged, a little sheepish, you'd said your dad kinda hated the long hair, so I thought first impressions. Alex snorted. Did you seriously chop off your hair for my dad? Nah, it was time for a change, it sounded like a rather small percentage of his reasons. Alex laughed. I kinda liked it long. Though I kinda liked it because it pissed off my dad. I don't know why, I like that you pissed him off at all. Yeah, well, you can go ahead and piss off your dad, Logan said. I'll be right over here whatever. Here, he wants me to be trying to do precisely the opposite. I've seen him in the restaurant, a fear crept into his eyes. He kinda looks like he could kill me with his thumb. Alex was incredibly amused at this whole turn of events, laughing, yeah, he probably could. He wouldn't though, she placed the sack over her boyfriend's head. That's not his style, and he decide how much I want to scare the crap out of this kid. Dean paced slowly around the bunker's kitchen table, a stack of plain plates in one arm. Sam carefully arranged the silverware on the place settings on the other side. There's going to be a fine line between really making him extremely uncomfortable and losing any kind of respect from Alex, Dean continued. Well, Sam replied as he used a fork and knife set into parallel lines, it's probably best to err to one side or the other. So you'll have to decide which is more important, making some poor young fellow who's probably already die terrified of you even more terrified of you, or your daughter's trust and affection. Dean paused, looking critically off into space. Sam soon noticed his brother and furrowed his brow in query. What are you doing? I'm thinking, Dean replied. Sam rolled his eyes and continued his preparation of the table. He seems to be a pretty good guy, Dean. Least from what we've heard about him. Dean scoffed. Yeah, because Alex's opinion isn't biased at all. Hey, she's no pushover. If he didn't treat her right in any way, she wouldn't hesitate to dump him on his ass and you know it, Sam replied as he finished with the silverware and heading over to the oven. Do you remember that time in the convenience store in Kansas? Dean scrunched his face in confusion. Convenience store in Kansas? Yeah, when she got spot. Sam elaborated, searching the counter for his wooden spoon. Oh, we're going way back, Dean replied. Sam laughed. Yeah, she must have been 1.5, finding his spoon propped on a saucer. He uncovered a large pot simmering on the stovetop. She started pointing at that display of little stuffed dogs and you handed her one and she threw it viciously back at the display and pointed at a different one. Quote, yeah, with a blue ribbon instead of a red one, Dean replied. I forgot that. She was so pissed I gave her the one with the wrong ribbon. Exactly, Sam stirred the contents of his pot. She knows what she wants and what's good for her, she always has. Dean grimaced. Yeah, I guess, what the hell are you making, anyway? Jasmine and wild rice pilaf. Dean shook his head. Thank God I'm making meat. Sam rolled his eyes at his brother once more and replaced the lid of the pot, setting the spoon back on its saucer. Well, you check on your meat, I have to run to the bathroom. Sam clapped a hand on his brother's shoulder on his way out of the kitchen. Dean growled inwardly and went to investigate the progress of the steaks he had in the oven. He smiled at the sizzling slabs of beef, marinating in their own melted fats. See, now that's food, he said to himself. It was then that the sound of the front door of the bunker opening came from beyond the threshold of the kitchen entrance. The rustle of jackets and hopefully the black sack Logan was supposed to wear could be heard as Alex's boots tapped on the wood floors. Dean sighed. Here we go. He closed the door of the oven and made his way towards the crow's nest as Alex called, Dad. Uncle Sam, we're home. Hello, Mr. Winchester, came Logan's greeting. Dean paused on the step of the kitchen door, teetering slightly as if dazed by the sound of the young man's voice. Oh, God, I hate him already, Dean murmured before continuing to the open story entrance. Blank, underscore, blank. Why the hell did I call to him, too? Logan hissed to Alex. That was so awkward. It is not, Alex insisted, mildly exasperated. Logan shook slightly, looking around at the vast room into which Alex had guided him while still blind-sacked. Given the ragged-edged look of Dean and Sam, he had half expected to be brought into some trailer reeking of stale smoke and garlic, the kind of place with a shotgun-wielding neighbor on one side, a meth lab on the other and angry dogs behind. But this was much worse. This was intimidating. The vast space, finely furnished and clean-lined, made him feel small and insignificant. The mystery of it persisted, which amplified the terrible unknown surrounding Dean. And speak of the devil, as Alex led Logan down the stairs, there he appeared from some door leading into the unknown, the father. He already looked steely and impatient, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's and his lips pursed as if he had just sucked down something sour. He looked bigger than Logan remembered. There was a kind of effortless swagger in his step as he strode across the marble floor like a gladiator across the Colosseum. Hey, Dad, Alex greeted him. Hey, sweetie. Dean softened as he bestowed a smile on his daughter. Alex then turned to Logan, guiding him forward with a hand on his elbow, saying, This is Logan. Desperately hoping his hand wasn't noticeably clammy and sweaty, Logan extended it to Dean. Nice to finally meet you, Mr. Winchester. Dean took the proffered hand and shook briefly, his grip like iron. Logan forced himself not to squirm under the contact. I thought we'd already met, Dean proposed the notion. Oh, well, Logan worked to correct himself as Dean let go of his hand. I suppose I've seen you in the restaurant now and again. But never got the chance to introduce myself. I see, Dean replied. I thought your hair was longer. Oh, Logan suddenly panicked. Why did I go and chop it off? Cutting my hair for the father of my girlfriend. That's so creepy. It was. Longer. It was time for a change. Oh my god, he thinks I'm lying to him. Well, I kind of am concealing part of the truth. Oh my god, he knows I'm lying to him. We've only talked for 30 seconds and I've already lied to him. And I wanted to make a good first impression, Logan shrugged. Dean's eyebrows jumped up a skosh. You cut your hair for me and Sam? Logan stood at nearly eye level with Dean, yet somehow the youth felt a great deal smaller. Perhaps it was how straight Dean stood, tall and immovable like an iron statue. Or maybe it was the general breadth and sturdiness of his frame supported with a more than sufficient amount of muscle. Logan couldn't help but notice the circumference of Dean's arms and chest. Andy wondered how easy it would be for the man to literally throw him out the front door. More for the occasion, really. Dean chuckled slightly, obviously seeing through Logan's feeble excuse. Wow. Hadn't even walked through the door and you already had your nose straight up my ass. At that moment, Logan felt all his internal functions, lungs, heart, everything just stop. Oh my god, Dad, Alex snapped, astonishment on her face. What? I'm impressed. Not everyone would suck up that much that quickly. Dean patted Logan roughly on the upper arm. The youth was losing feeling in his legs. So, what did you and Uncle Sam make? Alex tried to change the subject. Smells good. Are we going to have a nice dinner? Dean took a long breath. Yes, it should be decent enough. Awesome, Alex replied sharply. Dean turned and motioned them to follow. Why don't you come on into the kitchen? Should be ready in just a few minutes. Logan, careful not to catch any flies with your mouth hanging open like that. Logan checked himself, snapping his mouth closed when he realized his jaw had dropped at some point. Not a lot of flies in here, though, place is pretty tight. Only one way in and out. Dean continued as he strode across the floor. Christ, Alex hissed under her breath as she followed her father, Logan drifting behind her. Blank. Sam returned from the bathroom and paused in the doorway to the kitchen. The area was empty, his brother having disappeared. He cast a curious glance around the room. Dean, he asked the vacant space. Logan, careful, not to catch any flies with your mouth hanging open like that. Dean's voice drifted in from the crow's nest. Sam's eyes widened as he realized where his brother had gone. Oh my god, the young man would have become chum at this point with only Alex around to run interference. Sam twisted around and raced back out of the kitchen and down the short hall into the entry. There, he stopped short in time to keep from knocking poor Logan onto his back. The youth ran into Sam anyway. Whoa, sorry, Sam quickly apologized. Oh, sorry, Logan replied, then looking up to see who he had catapulted into and his eyes grew large. Oh my god, you're big. No, not big, he backpedaled. Tall, you're rather tall, you're not big at all. His eyes glanced down to Sam's narrow waist. In fact, you're rather fit and trim. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Logan hung his head and slapped a hand to his forehead. Wow, Dean said before turning and exiting. Smooth, kid. Whoa, man, it's okay. Sam laughed sympathetically at the flustered tirade. Hey, he put his hands on Logan's shoulders and the boy looked up at him. I'm on your side. Logan visibly released a calming breath, his taut muscles relaxing under Sam's palms. Sam smiled. I'm Sam, Alex's uncle. Nice to meet you, Logan replied, shaking Sam's hand. I'm Logan. He seemed exhausted what the poor boy must have been through in the past few minutes. Nice to meet you, too. Logan. Sam gestured in the direction of the galley. Why don't you come into the kitchen? Dinner's almost ready. Okay, replied Logan. The boy seemed to be preparing himself for interacting with Dean again. Sam prepared himself to interact with Dean as well, knowing he would have quite a job to do keeping his elder brother from completely demolishing this innocent youth. The younger Winchester gritted his teeth as he led Logan down the hallway to the room from which the rich scent of steak was wafting. So, Logan, want a beer? Dean asked, heading for the fridge. If the crow's nest of Dean, Sam, and Alex's home had seemed frightening, the kitchen Logan had just stepped into was like a prison cell. No windows, all hard surfaces, and the table in which the dinnerware was set was as plain and simple as it could get. Of course, this place would have looked cozy had the young man known there was an actual prison cell deeper in the complex. Logan shoved down his anxiety-ridden first impression to piece together an assessment and reply to Dean's question. Oh, no thanks. I'm only 19, he said with a nervous smile. Goody two shoes, huh? Dean replied, pulling out 2 bottles for himself and his brother. You, Logan didn't know how to respond. Not participating in underage drinking had seemed like the safe choice. Hey, nothing wrong with following the rules once in a while, Sam commented. Dean said. Alex, you want one? No, thanks, Dad. I think I'll keep my wits about me tonight, Alex replied. Dean shrugged, closing the fridge door. Have a seat, Sam offered, gesturing to the table. Thanks, said Logan. Logan and Alex sat along one side of the table as Dean placed the drinks and Sam went to dump the pilaf into a serving bowl. Logan was both rattled and starting to grow accustomed to the discomfort. He was in the deep end now, might as well keep calm and just try to swim. Nevertheless, his mind buzzed with anxiety. Do you usually drink with your dad and uncle? He asked Alex quietly. Alex shook her head with irritability. No, well, a little sometimes. But he's just trying to trick you into doing something he can disapprove of. She said. Oh, Logan said. Then thinking back on his experiences so far, he continued, is there anything I can do he wouldn't disapprove of? Alex shrugged. We'll see. I smell meat. What are we having? She continued more loudly. Rib eyes, Dean replied as he pulled the pan out of the oven. He then waved a hand lazily in Sam's direction. Sam made rice. Wild rice pilaf. Sam elaborated to Logan and Alex as he set the serving bowl on the table and seated himself. Oh, I love pilaf, Logan replied. Course you do, Dean growled. Well, we'll see how you like this stuff, said Sam. Neither Dean nor I are exactly the best cooks in the world. Speak for yourself, Sammy. I rock these steaks, Dean said. Having removed the meat from the pan of gray, say and dropped them onto a platter fit for the most utilitarian farmhouse in American history, he brought the main dish over and began depositing the rather large, thick rib eyes onto each plate. When he got to Logan's, the young man held up a hand and said, oh, no, thank you. I'm vegetarian. He smiled innocently. Dean froze, staring daggers at him. Excuse me. Logan's eyes widened in terror. Oh, it's not a like a meat is murder thing. I don't mind eating meat and I don't judge the people who do. It's, you know, the circle of life, he rambled. It's more about the environmental and ethical implications of raising beef in a feedlot setting. Dean squinted at him, trying to wrap his head around the reasoning the scrawny youth had just word vomited. What? Just take the beef, Alex instructed rapidly under her breath. Logan looked at her. Just take the beef. It's grass-fed, Sam interjected. What? Dean repeated, turning to his brother. Yeah, it's grass-fed. Sam shrugged. When it's available, I get grass-fed. I send you to the grocery store for meat and you go hunting for fancy-ass hippie steaks. Dean was perplexed. The farmer's market was open, so I stopped by, Sam explained. They were only $1 more per pound. You went to the farmer's market instead of the grocery store. Dean was so bewildered at this point he had forgotten all about the steak. He had suspended in tongs between the platter and the plate. I went to both. The farmer's market was on the way, Sam explained. Where do you think I got the wild rice? They don't have that at our grocery store. Dean's face was a mask of confusion. What, Dad? Alex half unseated herself and reached slowly and carefully for her father's steak-bearing arm, and having grasped his wrist, gently guided the food to Logan's plate. Just lay this down here, like that, nice and easy, there you go. Dean's eyes flicked between her and the tongs, saying absolutely nothing, looking half-dazed. Thank you, Mr. Winchester, Logan said sheepishly. Smells amazing. Dean replied, prowling around behind him to deposit the final steak on Alex's plate. He then rounded the table, putting down the platter and sighing as he plopped into a chair beside Sam. They collectively finished dishing up in silence, spooning pilaf and pouring water. Then they took up their silverware and the interrogation began. So, Logan, Dean began, how's the busboy game? Found anything really disgusting lately? Sam rolled his eyes. Dean, we're eating. Logan tried to stay calm. Nothing super gross recently. Been pretty run-of-the-mill these last few weeks. Well, dang, Dean replied. You'd think a dirty job like that, at least you'd have a few stories. Logan weighed the risks of being gross and presenting something moderately entertaining. This did seem the kind of crowd that would take gross as moderately entertaining. Alex rarely, if ever, balked at anything like that, so he assumed. Her family would be similarly iron-stomached. I did find a finger once. Yikes, Sam commented casually. Oh, really? Dean perked up a bit. Yeah, had to call the cops and everything, Logan continued. Turned out it was from the canning plant down on Highway 7. One of the workers found it after an accident, but it was too late to sew back onto the guy who lost it, so they decided to prank the restaurant and left it on their finished plate under a few fries. Dean allowed himself the tiniest of chuckles. Did they get ya? Logan had to be honest and nodded. Little bit. Dean grinned, then jabbed his steak knife in the boy's direction. Good story. Thanks. Logan let himself relax minutely. Dean seemed to be lightening somewhat. He's not just a bus boy, you know, Alex added. Quote, he's actually a really talented musician. Oh, yeah. Dean's mood turned back again. There's some steady work for ya. Oh, like we're so financially stable. Sam tossed a weary look at his brother. Yeah, well, we have this place. Dean stopped himself from saying, bunker. Not having a mortgage helps a lot. Tell me, Logan, Dean rounded, how do you plan to support your family as a down-on-his-luck musician? Dad. Dean. He's 19, Sam chided. Logan quailed in his seat. He somehow managed to get his voice to work. Well, I'll always have a more reliable job going. I mostly just busk right now. Which I can do anytime. What the hell is busk? Asked Dean. Like playing in public places, replied Logan, slowly realizing his folly. Dean paused. Like on street corners. Logan paused, too, and parks and trails and stuff. You're a street performer, Dean said flatly. F for now, said Logan. It makes more money than you think, said Alex. Oh, does it now? Dean replied. Yeah, Alex scoffed. What kind of music do you like to play? Sensing trouble, Sam pivoted the conversation just enough to be natural but effective. Logan's attention snapped to Sam, clinging to the change of subject for dear life. Lots of acoustic stuff. Folk, alternative, a few pop songs, crowd pleasers, you know. I play guitar, so those work really well. And sing. Anything I know? Sam asked. Logan thought. Do you know the Lumineers? Oh, Christ, Dean breathed. I may. Sam replied. What do you usually play of theirs? Ho Hey is super popular, of course, said Logan. I think I know that one. Sam said. How does that go again? I belong with you. Logan picked it up, smiling. You belong with me. Then he turned to Alex and sang to her, You're my sweet heart. Easy, Dean growled, unnerved by the sickly sweet show of affection. What was worse was the way Alex lit up when Logan had turned to her. God, she's taken with him. The thought Dean B. Uried as deep as he could was how impressed he was by the quality of Logan's voice. So, do you think you're going to go to school for music? Sam prompted. Logan shrugged. Well, I don't know. It's unlikely I can make a high income with music. I can't really justify spending the money. If you're as skilled as Alex says, you might be able to get a scholarship, Sam said encouragingly. Sam's the academic in the family, said Dean. Logan gave a small laugh. I don't know if I'm really cut out for it. All that school stuff, There came the sound of the fluttering of wings. Hello, Dean. Everyone at the table jumped in their chairs. Sam choked. Castiel had just appeared directly behind the brothers. Jesus, saws. Dean snapped. Where did he come from? Logan mumbled, baffled. He cast a glance around the kitchen to try and locate a point of entry that would explain the strange man's sudden presence. What are you doing here? Dean barked. I smelled steak, replied Castiel innocently. Lamest excuse ever, saws. Said Dean. Sam made a gagging sound. You okay there, Sammy? Dean asked. Sam shook his head, his eyes shut tight in discomfort, and gestured at his throat. Oh my God, he's choking. Logan burst out, his heart rate skyrocketing. His girlfriend's uncle was about to die at the meet and greet dinner. Was Logan bad luck? Would Alex ever forgive him? I am sorry, Sam. Castiel reached out a hand. Dean knocked it away before it could make contact with Sam's shoulder. We have company, saws. All right, stand up, he instructed Sam. The brothers got to their feet almost lazily. Logan was already there. Okay, the young man was saying, panicked, I know the Heimlich maneuver from scout camp. First, establish the victim is choking, yup, check. Okay, then, stand behind. Calm down, kid. Dean held up a hand to stop Logan from continuing. He was already standing behind Sam, tucking his fists under the younger Winchester's sternum. Ready? He asked. Sam nodded. 1, 2, 3. The fatty glob of meat made a squelching splat as it hit the concrete floor. Sam coughed noisily as he sucked in fresh air. Dean patted him on the back. Better? Dean asked. Yeah, Sam coughed his reply and grabbed a napkin to pick up his near-deadly lump of steak. Good. Then Dean turned back to Castiel. Maybe don't do that during meals. Or come through the door or something less surprising. Plus, Dean said more quietly, we have company. You can't be showing up out of nowhere when we've got new people around. My apologies, said Saz. I did not mean to intrude. The angel paused for a second. Then, is there steak? Dean rolled his eyes. I only made 4, Saz, he growled. Logan spoke through his rediscovered daze. He can have mine. I've only had a few bites. He omitted that his stomach was already bothering him, having become unaccustomed to processing meat. Dean turned to the youth and held his hands out to his sides incredulously. Thank you, said Saz, leaning in front of Dean and across the corner of the table to pick up the whole plate. He then took up a spot at the end opposite Logan and Alex and began eating. Sam returned from throwing out his projectile, bearing a fresh plate for Logan. They all made for their seats. That was incredible, Logan said. You two were so calm, like it was nothing. I kinda used to choke all the time, Sam said, looking slightly embarrassed. Yeah, between the ages of 2 and 12, he choked on something like every friggin' week, Dean grumbled. I kept telling him, damn it, Sam, chew your food. In one ear, out the other. I'd even cut up his meat as small as I could get it and he'd still choke on the crap. And then, of course, he got old enough to cut his own meat, and then he'd make these gigantic chunks that he'd stuff in his mouth and choke on. It was like you were trying to kill yourself. He rounded on Sam at the last. Sam suppressed a smile. He said, after a while, I thought it was kind of funny. Dean dropped his arms onto the table with a bang and shook his head at the empty space in front of him, exasperated. It's just a good thing Dad was around the first time you lodged something in your windpipe, he said. Otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do all the times after. Your dad made you do the Heimlich every time Sam choked, instead of doing it himself? Logan asked. Well, he might have if he'd been there to do it, retorted Dean. Dad wasn't around much, Sam elaborated. It was pretty much up to Dean to take care of me. Until I could take care of myself. Realization started to come over Logan. So you've basically been a dad your whole life. Dean barely glanced over at him, concentrating on his food. Sam nodded. Yeah, kind of. That's like a lot of responsibility for a really long time, said Logan. Makes sense that you would be so protective of Alex. I bet it's like a reflex now. Keep that in mind next time you think you're about to do something stupid with my daughter. It was quiet, but very clearly a threat. Logan took it on the chin. Yes, sir. They assessed each other for a moment, each with a newfound respect for the other. Gon had respected Dean for a long time out of fear of the physical consequences. Now, although the resulting punishment for crossing the line might be the same, the motivations behind it were much stronger, and somehow much more loving. As if the amount of care tempered a far sturdier weapon than sheer anger and hate ever could. Logan had never doubted that Dean loved Alex, but now he truly understood. He was programmed to take care of those closest to him no matter what, as he always had and always would. Dean didn't do anything unless it mattered. While he didn't let it show to any great extent, Logan's response to the situation took effect on Dean as well. The change in the young man's behavior was admirable in his opinion. It was clear he could never truly fathom what Dean had gone through, but it seemed he understood. In spite of the small amount of context available. Then to take that information and treat Dean with the dignity that was owed spoke a great deal about Logan's character. That kind of intelligence, compassion, and respect was what he would want for Alex if she were struggling or vulnerable. He still kept his guard up. Then they both turned their attention back to their plates. So, Logan. This is Castiel, Alex broke the silence. He's a family friend. Saz, this is my boyfriend, Logan. Hello. Castiel waved across the table. Nice to meet you. I'm sorry to drop in on your dinner. No worries, replied Logan. Nice to meet you, too. How did you meet the Winchesters? They were a part of my mission at the time, Castiel replied. Oh, wow, mission, Logan continued. Were you a spy or something? No, I am a warrior of heaven, Saz corrected. There was an indiscreet thud and Castiel jumped, saying, ow, at Dean. Clearly the elder Winchester had kicked him under the table. Cover, Saz, Dean mumbled at him. But he is in the bunker, Saz said a little more loudly than he should have. Logan's voice shook a little. The bunker. Yeah, he came here with a bag over his head. He doesn't know everything, Dean hissed. That's why there's no windows. Logan's eyes flicked around the room, taking in the interior of the kitchen with a whole different perspective. Sauce is a bit of a zealot, Sam fibbed to Logan. Yeah, real Bible thumper, Dean backed up the lie. He actually believes he's an angel. We found him wandering the streets in Tennessee. That's why he's always wearing that trench coat, said Sam. Kind of a security object he had while he was homeless. Sauce had stopped eating and was looking tiredly into the distance, shaking his head slightly. Oh, wow, said Logan. So you guys just took him in? Yeah, well, he started following us around, Dean said, then turning to look at the angel. He had our backs a time or two. Figured he wasn't so bad to have nearby if we needed a hand. Sauce returned his attention to Logan. I have useful skills. Alex's hand absently went to her throat, but she resisted the temptation to actually touch the skin there. Super useful. 3 out of the 5 people at the table knew the example that had sprung to her mind. Dean caught the slightest hint of something odd, but dismissed it. Logan was completely oblivious. Well, gosh, guys, that's really generous of you to just offer up your home to him, Logan continued. Not everyone would do that. I'm glad you're here, Castiel. The state of homelessness in this country is heartbreaking. Honestly, though, Sam agreed. The numbers are staggering. They are, replied Logan. It's really an epidemic. That's exactly what it is. The two were just starting on a roll with a social justice conversation. You know, I was reading this article in the New York Times. Logan stopped the roll by getting just a little too comfortable. Oh, no, fake news. He laughed. Sam laughed a little, too. So fake, he said sarcastically. I mean, not really, but. Oh, but really, Logan continued jovially. Sam started to look confused, but still smiling. You do know that the New York Times isn't actually fake news, right? Well, Logan shrugged. It's one of the oldest, most trusted, and reliable sources in journalism in the U.S. Sam persisted. That's what they want you to think. Logan gave a playfully knowing look. Dean snorted. What makes you think they're not reliable? Sam prompted the boy. Well, they're subsisting on money from the 1%. Logan continued. He had been lulled into a false sense of security by the younger Winchester, thinking he was safe from ridicule from his girlfriend's uncle. So he plowed on. They're still up and running because all their funding is through rich CEOs and politicians. They're the ones who have control over the articles, they're using that source to feed the public only. The information they want people to know about. Dean was having a hard time staying in his chair. He was silently laughing so hard. He could practically feel the icy cold coming off his brother right now. Sam was absolutely dumbfounded. His brow furrowed and his mouth hanging open, he shook his head and blinked rapidly. Okay, he said. So, New York Times isn't your thing. Where do you like to get your news? Alex's face was beet red. Oh my god, Logan, stop. I like to get stuff straight from the horse's mouth, you know. Logan continued, an unwitting fly buzzing into a spider's web. Why to find people online who have first-hand experience of things going on in the community. So typically I check Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Dean softly pounded the table with a fist, his head hung low over his plate. Really? Sam's eyebrows shot up. Alex recognized the steely stare in her uncle's gaze. Shit was about to hit the fan. Well, it's a good thing you're not going to college, because you can't cite Twitter on a research paper. Dean finally burst out laughing, unable to contain himself any longer. He clapped a hand on his brother's upper arm and jeered, sick burn, Sammy. Sam slid low-lidded eyes in Dean's direction. Then back to the blank wall opposite him, absolutely seething. Logan was slowly shriveling in his seat. He'd finally realized the trap he'd set for himself and walked directly into. He reassessed his standings with each of the people around the table. Sam's opinion of him was now next to nothing. Buffer gone. Dean probably still hated him, although at the moment he was in hysterics. Castiel was a completely neutral party, currently sitting quietly and slowly chewing his steak, unfazed by anything going on in the conversation, no help there. The only person still on his side was Alex. And she at this point was too embarrassed to provide any kind of support. His chances of making it through this dinner alive were dwindling. Oddly, Dean began to play devil's advocate, recovering from his laugh attack. Ah, come on, Sam, he said. He's just concerned with the truth. Don't tell me you haven't hit up social media doing research for one of our jobs. That's different, Sam responded sharply. Yeah, maybe. Dean then turned back to Logan. Hey, kid, what have you heard on the Twitter about ghosts and demons and crap like that? Dad, Alex hissed. Hey, I'm just wonderin'. Dean said nonchalantly. Kid's just scouring the web for the truth, isn't he? What kind of truth has he found out there? Logan was back on his toes, quickly assessing the safest route to pursue at this juncture. Well, I haven't really found that much on like the supernatural. The stuff I do see, it's mostly people exaggerating. He tried to act lighthearted when he was Yuli hoping to sound like a rational human being who didn't believe everything he read on the internet. That stuff, it doesn't really exist. Oh, yeah, to Alex's horror, it was Sam who dropped the bomb. He wagged a thumb between himself and Dean. We're hunters. And so is she. With that, he jabbed a finger at Alex. Uncle Sam. Alex barked in shock and anger. I wasn't going to tell him that yet. I didn't want to freak him out or make him think we were crazy. Hunters. Logan was confused. Like shooting animals with guns and stuff. Well, there's definitely a lot of guns, said Dean. But not animals, Sam continued. Ghosts. And werewolves. And vampires. And demons and monsters and gods and all kinds of stuff like that. You want the real truth. The stuff you won't see in the news. Saz doesn't think he's an angel. He's actually an angel. Oh, good, now I can stop pretending, said Saz. Because the character we gave you was so different from your real life, Dean chided. We go round and take out the monsters hiding under the bed so people don't die, Sam continued his tirade. That's the truth we live. That's what you do. You all do, your whole lives, said Logan, saving people from the things that no one knows exist. Yeah, pretty much, said Dean. It's the family business. That's amazing, said Logan. Everyone around the table stopped and stared, taken by surprise. They were unaccustomed to any kind of outright acceptance from people who hadn't seen a ghost or monster with their own eyes. Usually those people thought they were crazy or lying or running some kind of scam. But somehow this kid sat in this kitchen, with this motley assortment of judge and jury, enduring intense scrutiny, with his best company being the young woman he'd known for only 4 months, and believed them. To face danger like that, things everyone's terrified of even when they don't think they're real for the sake of others, that's so brave and selfless, said Logan. Alex, Sam, and Dean all exchanged looks, rendered speechless by this turn of events. Alex shifted in her chair to better face Logan. Wait, so you find out I hunt monsters with my dad and uncle, and you're not terrified? Or think we're absolutely insane? Telling you demons and vampires and shapeshifters are real? Logan shrugged. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Alex looked back to her family, her jaw slack. A small smile graced Sam's face and he scoffed surprise, impressed by the quote, maybe Logan had a brain in his head after all. Dean gave an approving nod. Then Alex pounced on Logan, smashing her mouth over his. Logan was just about as shocked as everyone else. Castiel pointed at the two. They are kissing. Alex is kissing him. Sam averted his gaze, slightly amused but mostly embarrassed. As he turned away, he caught sight of Dean, who was frozen in horror. Sam slowly covered his brother's eyes with a hand. Dean didn't resist. They're dating, Dean. They're going to kiss, just let it happen. Dean gave a very quiet whine of distress. Blank, underscore, blank. They all stood at the bunker's door, Alex and Logan putting their jackets back on. Making their goodbyes. Thank you both for dinner, Logan said, still a little shaky but mostly calmed down. What had been left of the encounter was primarily benign and trivial. None of them had seemed interested in causing more emotional upheaval after Alex's wanton display of affection. Castiel had stayed just long enough to finish his steak, then angeled away. Any time, replied Sam. Dean could tell he hadn't quite warmed back up to the youth, but was working his way there. Ready? Alex asked, holding up the black sack. Logan nodded, then bowed his head toward her. Hang on a sec, said Dean, stepping forward. I just need a quick word with Logan. Logan looked tired, but he was still obviously nervous. Alex sighed. Really, Dad? I told you I would, Dean insisted. Alex rolled her eyes. Fine. Dean put a rough hand on Logan's shoulder and walked him down the stairs to a remote spot where Sam and Alex couldn't overhear. Well, kid, I gotta admit, you don't seem half bad. Dean began, crossing his arms. In this slightly darkened corner, all alone with Dean, the hunter seemed to tower over Logan once again. He managed to keep his wits about him this time instead of breaking into a sweat like he had upon their first meeting that evening. That's good, I suppose, Logan said lightly. Thank you. Oh, there's definitely half of you that I do not like, Dean continued. Making Logan cringe inwardly, but there's bits and pieces that make me think you're actually a decent guy. And Alex sure seems to like you and I trust her judgment. To an extent. She's still just 17, but I get the impression she's pretty safe around you. However, and Dean took a few steps forward, invading Logan's space just enough to make him scrunch up and lean backwards slightly. On the off chance you do something that does hurt her in any way, I don't care if it's physical, emotional, psychological, I will kill you. And now I'm pretty sure you know I can. Quite easily. And it'll be slow, and painful, and no one will ever know I was the one who took you out. They won't even find your body. There won't be a body. Are we clear? Yes, sir. Logan tried not to shake in fear. He knew Dean was only doing what he had to as a father, but it was still absolutely horrifying because he believed him. Good. Dean stepped back, his mood switching suddenly to pleasant. And he smacked Logan good-naturedly on the shoulder, although it was a pretty strong swing and stung where his hand made contact. They walked back to Alex and Sam, Logan trailing behind. Now get back quick, okay? Dean instructed Alex. No hanging around or chatting. Just drop him off, turn around and drive home. It's late and it's dark out. Okay, Dad, Alex replied. Okay, Dean agreed. See you soon, baby girl. Quote, Sam turned to the young man and extended a hand. Good to meet you, Logan, he said. Logan shook Sam's hand. Good to meet you, too. Yeah, good to meet you, Dean echoed, extending his own hand. Good to meet you, Mr. Winchester. Logan shook in turn. Then Alex blind bagged her boyfriend and led him out into the darkness. The brothers watched them go. When the door shut, they both let loose the air they'd been holding in their lungs all night. They were exhausted at this point. Well, that was interesting, Sam commented. Yeah, Dean agreed. I wonder how long we'll have to deal with him. Quote, might be a while, Dean, Sam said. They seem pretty serious already. She should probably start seeing an OB/GYN regularly. Okay. Dean laid a hand on Hi's brother's shoulder and with the other socked Sam in the stomach, making him double over with a gusty release of breath. It's for her health and safety, Sam croaked, clutching the handrail beside him. She's 17, he's 19, that's a felony. What the hell is wrong with you? Dean yelled. Her birthday's in like 3 weeks, Sam replied, taking his time to recover. Yeah, well, Dean started. Then lost his words as his desire to not think about the implications battled with the undeniable truth. He shook out his frustration. God damn it, I hate when you're right. And he stalked off down the stairs. The future and the past. Sam sat in the waiting room, scrolling through news articles on his phone. Car crash kills 1, 2 injured. House fire leaves farming family homeless. Bank robbery first in town's history. Normal, normal, normal. Sam was starting to hit his limit. This part of his job he could only do for so long, especially since the screen was so bright and so small. It made his eyes tired faster than his laptop usually did. He wished he had brought a book or something. Though, he hadn't expected Alex's appointment to take this long. He was about to put his phone away when Dean texted. Are you on your way yet? Sam blinked tiredly. No, not yet. What's taking so long? It's a doctor's office. It takes a while. But everything's okay. Stop worrying. No. Sam let his head drift back, rolling his eyes. I'll text as soon as we head out. K. Sam switched his screen off and tucked his phone away. He looked around the room, glad to be focusing on something slightly more in the distance. He tried not to absorb his brother's anxiety. It was difficult, as he was getting uneasy himself. It had been 3 hours already. He hadn't been to many obstetricians' offices, but he was pretty sure this was an unusual time to wait for a routine exam. He inspected the art on the walls. Some of it wasn't half bad. The magazines on the tables were pretty old, though, and rather bedraggled. People, Cosmo. Guns and ammo. Wait, what? A little out of place, but okay. The people in the waiting room were politely spread out and quiet, but nonetheless a surprisingly diverse group. Though every single one was a woman. Sam was trying to keep to himself and look small and inconspicuous. This, of course, was difficult for a lone 6'5" middle-aged man, no matter how low he slouched in his chair. It looked odd to everyone else, Sam was sure of it, but all he could do was not draw more attention to himself than he did just by being there. Another few uncomfortable minutes passed. And at last Alex came through the door, holding her jacket in one hand. Sam stood, relieved to see her, and walked over with a smile. Hey, he said in a library whisper. Then even more softly, that took a while. Everything okay? Quote, yeah, Alex shrugged a single shoulder. They're backed up. Okay, Sam said. Need anything from reception? No, let's just go, Alex replied. Yeah, okay, Sam said as they headed for the door. If the waiting hadn't given him a bad feeling, Alex's demeanor sure did. She seemed bland. She was so often opinionated and vocal. This lack of joy or rage was simply not her personality. And it unsettled her uncle. We're on our way, thank God. Do we need to pick up any prescriptions? Sam asked in the parking lot as they walked around the Impala. No, Alex replied. Really? Sam said, concerned. They didn't talk with you about any kind of birth control? No, that time Alex showed a touch of embarrassment. Okay, Sam didn't want to push. Yet, they climbed in and took off. They were out of town and on the county road before either of them spoke again. Alex had pulled up a knee and turned toward the window, staring out at the endless, empty pastures. Her face was completely devoid of emotion. Sam finally broke the silence. Do you want to talk about it? God, ew, no, Alex replied. It's okay if you do, you know, Sam continued. Your dad and I are grown men. We can handle it. Nothing to talk about. Just a checkup, Alex said defensively. Sam's jaw tightened. Really? God, I'm fine, Alex insisted in the most angsty teenager tone she had ever used in her entire life. Sam shook his head. No, he began to pull over to the side of the road. You're not. Alex finally looked over to her uncle as he put the Impala in park, incredulity on her face. What are you doing? Quote, listen, Sam began, turning in his seat to face his niece. I will walk home, Alex threatened. Listen, Sam pressed, his tone hard and serious. This is your body and your health and your business, but you need to know that if anything has happened, you can always talk to me. And to your dad, absolutely anything. We are here to help you and take care of you and protect you. If something happened in there, if they did anything to you. They didn't do anything to me. Alex complained angrily. Something happened, Sam came back. It took you 3 hours, Alex. That is not a routine checkup. I don't care how backed up they are, it shouldn't take that long. And this, he gestured in Alex's general direction, mood you're in, this is not you, and it's kind of freaking me out. So if you need to talk. Alex sat staring straight ahead, silent, but it was clear she was considering his words. Now I know how Dad feels when you bully his feelings out of him, Alex commented. Hey, he does it to me, too, replied Sam. He won't admit it, but he does. That's how we do things in this family. When we're dealing with shit, we deal with it. Together, even if it's like pulling teeth. Sam huffed, then came at the subject a little more gently. Alex, it doesn't matter what's going on. We'll always be here for you. We want to be. Alex made eye contact with him for less than a second before looking down at her jeans. Her lips twitched a couple times as she thought. Sam just waited. I'm actually fine, it's just, Alex paused. They noticed something odd, so they did an ultrasound. An ultrasound, Sam repeated carefully. Instantly, his brain went into overdrive. Oh my God, she's pregnant. Logan got my niece pregnant. I'm going to kill him. If I can get to him before Dean does. Maybe I should let Dean kill him, otherwise he'll kill me for not letting him kill him. God, this is awful. She must be so scared. And our lives are so dangerous. She's going to have to hide in the bunker for 9 months. Well, 7 or 8. Oh my God, 7 or 8. That means they had sex before she was 18. I'm going to kill him. Sam thought he was keeping his emotions hidden. But he was obviously failing, because Alex looked at him and rolled her eyes, holding up a dismissive hand. I'm not pregnant. Oh, thank God, Sam gasped, leaning back on the bench seat and covering his face with both hands. The things Dean and I would have done to Logan. You seriously just saved his life. Alex gave a small snort of laughter. Yeah, I would have destroyed him, too. Okay, Sam recovered and turned back toward Alex. So why'd they do the ultrasound? Well, Alex started back in. They wanted to check for cancer, but it wasn't that. I'm just built different. Structural abnormality, or something fancy like that. Long and short of it is I can't have kids. For a moment, Sam could only stare. This he was not expecting. She was too young to face such a thing. To have a huge aspect of her future decided for her in the span of an ultrasound scan. No warnings, no symptoms of a problem. It was over before it began. And evidently the issue was so severe that it was obvious at her very first exam. He felt his heart sink as he saw his niece unceremoniously stripped of an opportunity that, in a way, even he had had the chance to experience. Alex sat in silence, hastily brushing away the single tear that tracked down her cheek. "Oh, Alex," Sam said. "I'm so sorry." He placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," Alex replied, this time believably. "I mean, I hadn't even begun to think about whether I wanted kids someday or not. But I don't know, it's just it sucks, is all." "Yeah, for sure," Sam agreed. "Doesn't matter if you want children. It's hard being told you can't have them." Alex nodded. At that moment, Sam realized the folly in his earlier reaction and covered his face with shame. "Oh God, I acted so relieved when you told me you weren't pregnant. That was so insensitive." Alex actually chuckled. "It's okay, Uncle Sam. You didn't know, and I'm about as relieved about that as you were. My doc was doing the exam and she went, and I was like, 'What are you humming about?'" It was Sam's turn to laugh. "Really though, it's probably for the best," Alex continued. "I don't know if it would be a good idea for me to have kids. Being a hunter and all. It's just so dangerous." "Yeah," Sam had to agree. "It can be really scary." Alex finally looked at her uncle and held his gaze, seeming to realize who she was talking to about being a hunter with children around. "I suppose you know," she said. "I do," said Sam. "It can be done, it's not impossible. Lots of hunters have kids and families. But it's really scary, especially with our family and what we are usually up against. And when you were really little, it was so hard leaving you while we were on the job. We were always worried something would come after you. And we didn't want you to grow up the way your dad and I did. I mean, there were great things about it, too," Sam shrugged. "We actually got to spend a lot of time with you on hunts. We ing out for hours and hours doing research in the hotel room or the library, or we'd be traveling the country. We even kept a tally. By the time you were 2, you had been in or through 38 states. And you learned to hardcore road trip. You slept like a rock in the back of this thing." Sam pointed a thumb at the back seat of the Impala. Alex laughed, looking over her shoulder. "I still do. I never slept in the minivan like that. Something different about its sound of the engine or something." Sam inspected Alex's wistful face as she thought. He could see her searching the wreck's of her memory for something that was only a feeling. As she did, a memory came to Sam, too, this one so old he had forgotten it, but now it was suddenly as sharp as if it had happened yesterday. They turned into the motel parking lot and pulled into a vacant space. Just as Dean turned off the vehicle, a tiny, round face framed in thin blonde hair peeked over the sill of a second-floor window, looking down at them. The expression of excited expectancy quickly turned to bouncy jubilance. Dean smiled. "I swear to God, she knows the sound of the engine already," he said as he and Sam stepped out of the car. "That's my girl." With the memory came a powerful, painful resurgence of all the emotion that had tormented him when he found out they were giving her up. It burned in his chest, and he felt it work to overwhelm him. Suddenly he remembered the reasons he had finally convinced himself to believe, the ones that allowed him to hand over his niece to the Hurstwines that day 16 years ago. "We didn't want to give you up," said Sam quietly. Alex looked away from the back of the Impala and over at her uncle. "I know," she said. It was just, a lump had formed in Sam's throat. Hard going into a fight and thinking at any second, Dean could die, and then Alex doesn't have a dad. Or an uncle. Or what if we both die? Who's going to call the babysitter and tell them we're not coming back? Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Who's going to take care of her if everything goes wrong? He shook his head. "Sorry." Sam wiped the wetness from his face. "So yeah, it's not easy." "Yeah," said Alex, wiping her own tears away. "Maybe it's easier in some ways that I don't have to make that decision myself. It just is what it is, and that's the end of it." Then she added quietly, "Please don't tell Dad yet." "I won't," Sam promised. "It's up to you when you tell him." "Thanks," said Alex. Without a word, they leaned across the bench seat and embraced. They held on for a few spare moments, taking the time to relax and recuperate. "Love you, Uncle Sam." "Love you, too, Alex. Now, I think we're going to have to cheer you up a bit," Sam said a little more lightheartedly as they parted. "Otherwise your dad's going to be suspicious. Then he'll do what I did." "And what did you say?" "Bully." Alex snorted laughter. "Yeah, bully." Sam smiled. "Yeah, he'll bully it out of you." Alex thought for about a nanosecond. "Can we get a milkshake?" Sam laughed, too. "You are so your father's daughter." "Yeah, we can get a milkshake." He put the Impala into drive and made to turn around. "We could pick up some food to take home, too, might as well add a little cover to our pit stop." They made their way back into town. Sam reflected on their conversation as he drove. Slowly, he realized something he had missed. He wasn't sure he should mention it, worried he might change how she was feeling about her exam results. But it nagged at him, and he knew he had to say something. You know, he started. It may have been hard, with all the danger and worrying about you while we were gone, but when we got you back it was worth it. All of it. Alex looked over and gave a small smile. Glad to be back. Sam smiled, too, but as he watched the road, his face fell, his brow knitting. Are you really? Are you okay that you got dragged back into a hunter's life? Alex thought for a second. But not once in that instant did her expression show any concern or doubt. Yeah, I think I am. I don't know, I guess I feel stronger because of it. Like I could handle anything. Sam's smile returned. Yeah, I think you could. A solid, satisfying series of clicks echoed through the bunker as Dean slid the last pieces of his handgun back into place. Well, that's mine done, he said. Oh, come on, Dean. I've got like 5 still to go, Sam complained. I trust ya, to get it done right, Dean replied. Not the point I was trying to make, Sam came back. Dean chuckled as he packed his leaned weapons into a duffel and zipped it shut. Just put a post-it on the ones you didn't get to, we can do them tomorrow. Sam rolled his eyes and went about putting away his projects. Alex said she was going to come help, didn't she? Sam asked. She never came out. She didn't, did she? Said Dean. And she was really quiet at dinner. She's been like that all week, Sam added. It's weird. Yeah. Dean looked down the hallway thoughtfully. I'll go put these away, then check on her. "'Kay," said Sam. Alex's door was open a crack when Dean arrived. Through the opening he could see Hi's daughter lying on her bed on top of the sheets with her back to the door. He checked his watch, wondering if it had gotten later than he thought, but it was barely after 8:30. Cautiously, he scooched the door open. Knocking lightly, Alex glanced over her shoulder. "Hey," she said as she turned back on her side. "Hey," Dean responded. "Just checking on ya. You didn't come out for cleaning." "Oh, sorry," Alex said. She hauled herself into a sitting position against her pillows with a sniff. "I guess I forgot." Dean came over and sat on the edge of the bed. "Something bothering you?" he asked. Alex looked sheepishly at him. Then stared sadly at her phone where she held it propped against her knees. "It's nothing. It's dumb." Dean tapped her leg pointedly. "Come on, tell me." Alex sighed. "Logan's ghosting me." Dean looked confused. "He's what?" Alex shook her head. "Sorry, confusing for us, I know. He hasn't texted me back in a week." "Seriously?" Dean was taken aback. "Yeah, T's been like a whole week and he hasn't replied even once." "Look." Alex turned her phone around and held it out to her father. She got a little too close and Dean had to lean back to bring the screen into focus. Sure enough, the timestamp on the last message from Logan was almost exactly a week ago. There was a cluster of texts from Alex following, each on a different day. "Hey, did you get my last text? Do you want to get dinner tomorrow? I'm coming into town anyway. Hey, are you okay? You haven't responded. Dude, what is going on? Do you not like me anymore or something? Logan, you piece of shit. This is not how you break up with someone. Please, Logan, what did I do? This isn't fair." As he glimpsed these messages, Dean felt a pang of sympathy and at the same time his blood pressure rose. A second later, Alex turned her phone back to herself. I don't get it," Alex continued. "We weren't even fighting or anything. He just dropped out of contact. And it's not like his phone broke. He would have told me about that some other way. He just stopped texting me back." She threw her phone into the comforter, crossed her arms viciously, and plopped back against the headboard. She looked angry, but Dean could tell she was hiding a lot of pain behind her glower. "Well," Dean said, coming to his feet, "I sure was hoping I wouldn't have to do this, but I warned him, so I'm going to go kill him." "Like, you're actually going to go over there and kill him?" Alex looked surprised. "Yup, not if I do first." Alex popped off her bed. "Well, all right, then," Dean nodded. "Family hit. Won't be the first time. Did you clean your gun?" "No, I was going to do that tonight," Alex replied. "Alex, yeah, gotta clean your gun." Dean chided. "It's fine. I cleaned her like 3 weeks ago." "Yeah, but how many times have you fired it since then?" "Not that much. It's fine." They reached the front room of the bunker where Sam was just picking up the last of the cleaning tools. He looked up, mildly concerned at the sight of his brother and niece striding purposefully out of the hallway. "Hey, what's up?" he asked. We're going to go kill Logan. That's what's up, Dean answered. Oh, God, what did he do? Sam asked. He hasn't texted me back in a week, Alex said, pulling on her jacket. He ghosted you. What the hell is wrong with him? Sam bit off. That's what we're going to find out. Wait. How do you know that term? Dean asked, looking surprised. Then he shook his head and continued, doesn't matter. You want to come? Sam swayed on the edge of decision for a moment. I think if I come with, I'll be tempted to try and stop you from actually killing him, and I don't really want to do that, so. Suit yourself, said Dean. We can take care of it. Let me know how it goes. Sam said as they headed for the door. Will do, Dean called back. Blank, blank. The Impala rumbled to a stop in front of a gaunt farmhouse. It was situated Ozily on a postage stamp of land amidst endless cattle pasture. A very unassuming structure, the windows were small and it possessed a run-down porch. The yard lacked any gardens or shrubbery, and the lawn was overgrown and browned due to the last few weeks of drought. This is the place, huh? Dean looked at it skeptically. Yeah, Alex replied. They don't get out much. They climbed out of the vehicle. Now Dad, please let me go and handle this first, Alex begged. I don't want him beaten to a pulp before I hear his explanation. Dean was rather displeased about this request, his brow furrowed and his lips tight. All right, he growled, but I'll be right here, so just give me a holler when you're ready for me to pop a cap in his ass. You'll have to be a quicker draw than me, Alex replied with disgruntlement. Turning toward the house, she took a deep breath, then made her way over to the door. Dean crossed his arms and his ankles as he leaned against the Impala and watched her go. Alex ran through the thousand things she wanted to say in her head. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with me? How could you be so selfish? What made you do this? Why don't you just talk to me? Her thoughts faded, though, as she noticed the envelopes crammed into the mailbox by the door. She glanced over to the detached garage. Yup, their cars were there. So they were home but they weren't getting their mail that was right outside their front door. Then she caught the faintest whiff of an odor. It was so mild she couldn't name it at first, but as she neared the porch steps and the scene grew stronger, she realized what it was. A very familiar smell to her, rotting flesh. Dean saw her stop, then turned slowly back toward him, her face touched by concern, her nose wrinkled as she sniffed the air. They made eye contact, and he knew they had just flipped the switch from running a personal errand to going into battle. She waved to him to come over as she pulled her gun from her waistband. Without hesitation, Dean was off the Impala, jogging quietly over as he drew his own weapon. He noticed the smell, too, as he came to his daughter's side. Shit, he breathed. They mounted the STE.PS as soundlessly as they could given the crumbling boards. Alex reached the door first and stopped. It was ever so slightly ajar. Holding her gun at the ready, she reached up to push it open. Dean put a hand out to stop her and guide her away, taking up position to go through first. Alex crouched at the ready at his flank. Dean slowly pressed the door open. Instantly, the stench of decay became intensified 100-fold. They both tried their best not to gag, but it was a challenge. They made their way into the living room, rapidly checking every corner for danger. As far as they could tell, the room was empty of threats. Then they saw them. 2 bloated, fly-infested corpses splayed out on the floor. Huge pools of blood now black and tacky from age had puddled underneath them from what appeared at first glance to be gunshot wounds. Oh, God, said Alex in hushed tones. I think those are Logan's parents, Jane and Dawn. I barely recognize them. Stay close, Dean said quietly. They moved carefully through the rest of the house, checking each room. It was terribly silent, without a trace of any disturbance. When at last they reached the room at the end of the upstairs hall, Alex hung back a step. That's Logan's room, she whispered. Dean watched her for a beat. Ever since they'd taken her back, he had known she'd have to deal with something like this at some point, some tragic, bloody, violent loss. It was hard to avoid as a hunter. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but wish that she would have been one of the lucky ones, who never had to bear witness to a loved one reduced to lifeless gore. He'd seen what it did to people, including his brother, and he'd experienced it himself. And he hated that she was about to endure this pain. Ready? He asked her, solemn but firm. Lex's eyes were wide with fear and glossed with disbelief, but she nodded. Dean opened the door and quickly checked all 4 corners of the room for an enemy, with none evident. Then he slowly lowered his gun as he laid eyes on the body of the young man on the carpet. Alex entered close behind, saw her boyfriend dead on the floor, and burst into tears. Logan. She fell to her knees beside his body. Through her blurred vision, she took in his pale countenance. By some grotesque form of luck, he had not degraded as much as his parents. He was laid out simply, as if he had rolled onto his back and fallen asleep, eyes closed. Lips parted minutely. There was not as much blood on him and around his body as the corpses downstairs. The bullet had gone straight into his heart and stopped it from pumping long before he bled out. Alex wished her heart could stop as suddenly. Right now it felt as if it was trying to rip its way out of her chest, and upon failing began collapsing in upon itself. Her head was not much better. It seemed to be filled with empty space, but at the same time buzzed like a disturbed nest of wasps. And somehow all her senses were working overtime. She saw, smelled, felt, heard. Tasted everything sharply and precisely, but it was all happening somewhere far away. All thoughts had disappeared but for one word, why? So she sat and cried. Dean let her. At this point, there was no apparent danger in the house, so he didn't try to quiet her and allowed her the time to release her feelings. He tried to keep his distance. He knew sometimes it was painful to be touched. When experiencing such shock and despair, he couldn't hold out for long. He felt her grief as knots in his stomach, and it made his skin crawl not to comfort her. He sat down on the floor beside Alex, facing her, and put a hand on her shoulder. She collapsed into his chest. He wrapped her tightly in his arms as she sobbed and began to rock her just a little. "Oh, baby girl, I am so sorry," he said softly. "I know this is the worst part." He felt a wave of sorrow. It was mostly in sympathy with his daughter, but as he looked over at the dead youth, he realized some of it was for Logan as well. He had hated the kid so much because of the implications of his romantic involvement with Alex, but he had proven Dean's suspicions wrong at every turn. Logan had been too caring, too compassionate and too young. So Dean held on to his daughter as she rode out her flood of emotions. Blank. It took a long time for Alex to settle down. At last, she took a deep, wide breath and pulled away to sit on her own strength again. She sniffed, looking tired and gazing into empty space somewhere to the left of Logan's body. "Can I have a minute alone with him?" she asked without shifting her eyeline. "Yeah, of course," Dean replied. "I should have a look around anyway. Just shout if you need me, okay?" Alex nodded. Dean laid a kiss on the side of her head amongst her dark hair. Then got to his feet and exited the room. About a minute passed before Alex could gather herself, but finally she dared to look at Logan. She felt tears threaten to fall once more as she took in his peaceful face. Her breath quickened as she tried to keep from coming apart again, but she somehow kept herself together. Then she managed to speak. "I'm sorry I was so mad at you for so long. I feel so guilty for feeling that way, which is stupid because, you know, how could I know? But actually, how could I not? This is exactly what happens around my family. People just die. So why didn't I think to come check on you? Why didn't I?" Her voice broke, not just with sorrow but with anger. "Why didn't I protect you? Why wasn't I there when you needed me and all the things I know how to do?" She looked away, her cheeks freshly dampened. "But maybe I shouldn't have been there at all. I dragged you into all this danger when I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have brought someone so kinda gentle and innocent into the darkness with me. And that's what bugs me the most, actually. How could I assume that you would stop talking to me like that, hurt me like that when you've never, ever done anything to me to make me feel that way, ever? Why would I think that? Why would I think that badly of you, when that's just not you at all?" She shook her head slowly, closing her eyes. I should have known you were in trouble and done something about it. But I didn't, and now you've paid the price. The ultimate price. And it's all my fault. Well, don't worry, Logan. This won't happen to anyone else. No one, ever again." She took one last long look at her first love, sadness still heavy in her eyes, but her expression had grown hard and determined. Her tears had dried up. Then she stood and left without a single look back. Dean had patrolled the house, searching for anything beyond the ordinary. He had found no sulfur, nor ectoplasm. The house was free of any ritualistic objects, writings, or symbols. He hadn't even found a crucifix. He had trudged out to the Impala, shooting off a text to Sam as he had done so. "Might be a while. Sit tight. Talk when we're back." To grab the EMF reader and scan the whole building with barely a twitch of the needle or a flicker of the lights. At one point he had found a bullet embedded in the wall, having passed through one of Logan's parents. He had been able to tell without digging it out that it was a perfectly normal bullet. He met Alex in the hallway shortly after she exited Logan's room. "What did you find?" she asked. In a split second, Dean noted the change in her demeanor. He could chalk it up to grief, but this wasn't just detachment or dissociation. One couldn't call it cold, more stony. It was a familiar look to him. And he couldn't blame her. He knew exactly how she was feeling. And he knew he couldn't sway her from it, that she'd have to process this new reality on her own over time. "Nothing," he said. Alex looked confused. "Nothing." "Yeah, nothing. Then what did this?" Dean shrugged. "You mean who?" Alex paused, her jaw slack and her brow furrowed in disbelief. "That can't be right. Humans make the worst monsters." Dean said. "Come on, let's go outside and call the cops." He stepped forward and placed a guiding hand on her back to usher her toward the stairs. As he did, he approached Logan's door. And the EMF reader gave the tiniest whine in his pocket. He froze. Alex kept walking, too deep in her fog to notice, but Dean dug the reader out and inspected it. It had gone quiet again. But he doubted this state. He turned to look back at Logan's room. He stepped slowly toward the entrance, holding the device before him. He even stepped over the threshold, scanning for any trace of EMF. Nothing. He tapped the reader. Still nothing. Skeptical, but hoping it had been an uncommon anomaly, he tucked the little box back into his pocket and caught up with his daughter as she made her way out of the house. Blank, blank. Sam had stayed up as long as he could, his phone nearby in case he received another text from his brother or niece. Ultimately, however, he had ended up passed out on the couch. It was the sound of the bunker's door opening that awoke him. Dean and Alex had returned. "Hey," Sam said, scrubbing his face. He looked at his watch as he got to his feet and saw it was nearly midnight. "What happened?" "Logan's dead," said Alex, her gaze cast down as she descended the stairs. "What?" Sam asked. You guys actually killed him?" "No, we didn't kill him," Alex replied. "We found Logan and his parents shot in their house," Dean elaborated. "Oh my God," said Sam, feeling all the air go out of him. "That's why he wasn't responding, Alex. I'm so sorry." Alex finally made eye contact with her uncle. In that split second she looked exhausted more than anything. Sam knew the turmoil she was in, how tiring it could be. He felt a old aches resurface and hated that his niece was feeling anything like it fresh and raw right now. He intercepted her as she crossed the front room and they embraced. "I know how hard this is," Sam said to her quietly. "But you're strong, you can handle it. Even though you shouldn't have to." He felt her head nod briefly against his shoulder. She pulled away then and made for the hallway. "I'm tired," she said. "I'm going to bed." "Okay," Sam said, a little perplexed at her reaction. But as he watched Alex leave, he realized what was happening. He sighed. "Already sworn off love, huh?" "Yup, seems like it," said Dean, coming to stand by his brother. "Man," Sam said, "I'd hoped she'd have a little more time than that." "Yeah, me, too," Dean agreed. "I don't know, maybe she'll get it back someday. But for now we'll just have to leave her be." Then he gave Sam a backhanded snap on the arm, making the younger jump in surprise. "Don't pester her." "What?" Sam asked, taken aback. "Go all touchy-feely family therapist on her," said Dean. "I wasn't going to do that, Dean," Sam retorted. "I know that won't help this time." "No," said Dean, "not with stuff like this." They both watched the hallway where Alex had disappeared. They were preparing for the balancing act they were about to perform over the next weeks and months. Alex had experienced tragic loss before, but she had grown up a lot since then. It was difficult to predict how she would behave and what she might need from them as she processed this experience. "So what got him?" Sam asked, breaking the silence with the question that had been nagging him. "Far as I can tell, people," Dean answered. "Really?" said Sam. "I know, right," said Dean. "That's what took us so long. We had to call the cops once we knew someone human did this. Sit and give statements and all that crap. I need a beer. Want one?" "Yeah, I wouldn't mind one." Sam followed Dean as he headed into the kitchen. "Seriously, there wasn't any EMF or sulfur or anything?" Sam persisted. "Nope," Dean said, handing his brother a bottle and twisting off the cap of his own. "It was the picture of a normal murder. Well, multiple murders, if you can call that normal." Sam sat at the table and rubbed his forehead. "God, that's awful. Poor Alex. How did she handle it?" "For what it was, she was a trooper," said Dean, seating himself, too. "Kept her head, helped me clear the house. I mean, she had to have known what was coming and she didn't really let it get to her until it was a sure thing when we found him. I can't believe he's gone, said Sam. He was just a kid. And how come no one noticed they all disappeared for a week? And who would have taken them out? The whole family? I don't know, replied Dean. When we drove up, Alex said they kept to themselves. Makes you wonder if there was something hinky going on with them. What they might have been wrapped up in. No kidding, Sam said. Jesus, to think, someone we know gets killed and it has nothing to do with our whole hunting shtick. Yeah, bizarre, Dean agreed. They sat in silence for a moment, contemplating this unorthodox turn of events. Then Sam raised his drink in his brother's direction. To Logan and his family. To Logan and his family, Dean echoed, clinking his bottle against Sam's. May they rest in peace. In a cafe somewhere in the vicinity of the Windy City. Over the next month, Alex acted almost normal, which drove Sam and Dean insane. It was the minute, almost imperceptible differences that really bugged them. Alex could hold a conversation with just about anyone about anything. On hunts, she was clear-headed and logical, relentless at research, and an efficient fighter. She could still laugh and joke and play games. But at the same time, there were moments in her speech patterns where she would pause for half a second too long, as if distracted for an instant. She was almost too precise in a fight, and hid the symptoms of adrenaline withdrawal almost too well. And half the time her smile didn't reach her eyes. And she never talked about Logan. The closest she ever got to acknowledging what had happened was on a hunt in a suburb outside of Chicago. They stopped at a coffee shop for the Wi-Fi. It was a cozy place, but still bustling. You two want to snag a table? Alex suggested as the three of them paused just inside the doorway. I can grab drinks. What do you want? Cappuccino double shot, said Sam. Coffee, black, said Dean. What roast? Asked Alex. What roast? Yeah, they'll ask what roast. I don't friggin' know, just black coffee. I'll just get the darkest they've got. Alex shrugged and headed for the counter to order. Hi, welcome to Café Leche. Can I offer you a pumpkin spice latte? Said the barista almost too cheerfully when Alex approached. Alex gave him a bewildered look. It's March. We serve it all year round, said the barista, still sounding perfectly chipper, but Alex could see the dead look that crept into his eyes, denoting how many times he'd had to give this explanation. No, thank you, she said. I'm not that basic. Double shot cappuccino, black coffee, and a latte. All large. Coming right up. What roast for the black coffee? The barista asked. Darkest you've got, Alex replied. We have 3 roasts that we consider our darkest. Oh dear God, Alex hung her head. I suggest the Delano. Even before Alex hauled her head back up to look at the speaker, she could tell by this guy's voice that he was the exact model of a stuck-up prick. Upon laying eyes on him, she confirmed her suspicion. He was wearing a polo and 2 tight jeans, his sandy blonde hair was shaved on the sides and slicked back on top, and his neatly chiseled face was clean-shaven and giving her a sly smile. She also noted that he was absolutely ripped, but she could instantly tell his muscles were completely non-functional and all for show. Also, he didn't stand more than 5'9", if she straightened up. Alex would be ever so slightly taller than him thanks to the 2 inches of heel on her boots. Compensate much. It's got a rich, nutty flavor to it, perfect for a chilly day like today, he went on, oozing false sophistication. Alex blinked lazily at him, then rolled her eyes and shrugged. Sure, whatever. Delano roast for the black coffee, she said to the barista, pulling her credit card under the name Regina Rodriguez out of her phone case. Absolutely. The barista sounded even more fake with this guy around. Alex got the impression he was a regular that no one liked. That'll be $26.41. Jesus Christ. For coffee, Alex gaped. The barista shrugged nervously. Don't worry, babe, I got it. The stranger pulled out his own card. Don't call me babe, Alex said, knocking his hand away without even looking and tapping her card so quickly he couldn't have made another move to pay. Self-made woman, he said. I respect that. Name for the order. The barista was getting more anxious now. Regina, Alex said tactfully. Thank you, we'll have that out in just a minute. The barista quickly turned away and set about the coffee as rapidly as he possibly could. Regina, the guy said, his tone dripping with sensuality. That's a great name. Really goes with your personality. Alex didn't even respond and walked over to the pickup area to wait for the drinks. The stranger followed her. It was about then that Sam noticed the interaction, looking over from the table where he and his brother had sat down across from each other. Hey, Dean, he tapped the elder Winchester's arm. Get a load of that guy. Dean inconspicuously cast his gaze around to Alex and her suitor. Oh, that dude is all kinds of douchebag. Like, a really punchable face. I think I'd knock his lights out even if he wasn't talking up Alex. Sam had started to smile. Try to hold off. I kinda want to see her beat the crap out of him. You know she could, too, said Dean. I guarant you that guy hasn't seen a fight in his life. Not one he's won, at least, replied Sam. Dean barked a laugh. You know, beautiful young woman like you doesn't need a coffee to keep warm, douchebag was saying back at the counter. You're already hot. It took every fiber of Alex's being not to guffaw at this horrendous line. She knew that laughing would make him think he was entertaining her. So she managed to keep her face neutral by staring at the barista's feverish movements. Okay, now he's packing that little cuppy thing with that weird plunger thing. What do you call that? Playing hard to get, huh? The stranger continued. I'll come at it a different way. I'm Patrick. I'm not interested, said Alex. Whoa, Patrick said playfully. Good comeback. Nice to meet you, not interested. You know, you've got a great mind under all that gorgeous black hair. Alex finally looked over at him, exasperated. I'm pretty sure I've heard that comeback on every TV show I've ever watched. Just drop it, okay? I'm in town on business and don't have time for your BS. BS, said Patrick. Hey, I'm just trying to be friendly. I mean, who wouldn't want to be friends with you? Friends with benefits, buddy. I've dug a lot of holes in my life, graves, mostly human graves, and none of them are anywhere near as deep as the one you're digging for yourself right now, said Alex. Oh, zing, Patrick said. There's that quick wit of yours again. Absolutely fierce. And a little dark with that whole grave idea, nice touch. Is that kind of your thing? The whole dark and mysterious vibe, wit. The leather jacket and the curtain of hair shadowing your face. Dangerous in a sexy way. Because if it is, girl, I'm into it. You shouldn't be, replied Alex. Might get you into trouble. Oh, honey, I am trouble, said Patrick. Alex snorted a laugh. Yeah, cute. Seriously, I am, Patrick protested. Trust me, honey, I've seen trouble. You ain't it, replied Alex. At that moment the barista came up with all 3 drinks in a tray. Here you are, Regina. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I'm sorry. His last words were an intense whisper. Then he speed-walked back to the register. Bye, Alex said as she took up the tray and headed for the table. Patrick followed. Hey, how about we go get a drink while you're in town? Nope, Alex said. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? Alex stopped dead in front of the table where her father and uncle were seated, setting down the tray of coffees. She had had enough. Her head snapped around to Patrick, and her expression had gone eerily blank. Her eyes like shards of ice. Do you want to die? Patrick looked taken aback. He held up his hands in surrender. What, are you going to kill me? I'm not what you need to worry about. Now within earshot of the conversation, Sam and Dean shared a concerned glance upon hearing Alex's comment. They both knew the what she was referring to. Patrick, of course, had no clue of the real danger. And instead made the assumption that any normal person would. What, are you going to sick these old guys on me? Old guys. Sam looked offended. Hey, we're not old. We're only like, Dean trailed off. Then turned to Sam. Wait, what year were you born? What year was I born? Dude, you were there. I was 4, Dean retorted. Then he shook his head and addressed the douchebag again. Never mind. The point is I'm her dad and he's her uncle, and either one of us could have you out cold with one hand tied behind our back, and we kinda want to make that happen, so maybe consider backing off. One hand, Patrick replied. Well, I bet I could get your daughter on her back faster than you could get me on mine. Dean exploded out of his chair. Sam mirrored him half a second later. Before either of them could even cock a fist, however, Alex threw an elbow into Patrick's jaw, landing squarely on his trigeminal nerve. The douchebag was unconscious on the floor before anyone in the cafe could blink. Guess I only needed an elbow, Alex said coolly. Uproarious cheers rent the air from behind the counter, making them all jump. The team of baristas was bouncing up and down, hugging each other. One of them was even crying. They weren't the only ones. A smattering of patrons who had overheard the conversation had started clapping approvingly. I think he's a regular here, said Alex as she passed out the coffees. I don't blame them. She sat down next to her father as Sam and Dean settled back into their chairs. Should we move him? Sam asked. Nah, leave him, said Dean. Maybe he'll come around and we can teach him a couple more lessons. Sam shrugged. They relaxed at their table and watched the baristas a little longer. The cafe crew was still celebrating. One of the women was leaning backward over the counter, taking a high-angled selfie with Patrick's limp body in the background, peace sign upraised and tongue stuck out. "Hey," Dean addressed Alex, drawing her attention from the comedic festivities. "About that thing you said a minute ago, do you want to talk about it?" "What thing?" Alex asked. "About if he wanted to die. Do you want to talk about it?" Alex stared down at her coffee, her expression chilled. "No, I do not." Sam and Dean exchanged another look. "Okay," said Dean. "Okay," Alex agreed shortly. They all took a slow sip of their drinks. Dean and Alex both had immediate violent reactions to the flavors they encountered, their faces scrunching up in disgust. "Oh, UKCH. Alex gagged. "God," said Dean. "How do you drink this stuff?" They switched their cups. "How do I? Yours tastes like hot piss. At least it's not thick." They were both relieved when they got a swig of their own beverages. "Hey, that's not bad," said Dean, turning the wax paper vessel in his hand. "It's kind of nutty." Alex snorted. "What?" Dean asked. Alex just shook her head, her eyes shut tight in amusement. There came a groan from the floor. Patrick slowly regained his feet, grabbing the table's edge for support and wobbling from his dizziness. "Awesome," said Dean. "My turn." He made to stand. "I get a go after you," said Sam, scooting his chair back. Patrick fled. Spring was fast approaching, which meant the bunker was getting damp. Just one of the hazards of living underground. Dean was spending the evening cleaning the dehumidifier in the kitchen sink while Sam sat at the table and browsed the internet for a case. "You should really be doing this," Dean said to his brother. "You're the one who wanted this thing." "You're welco. Me for breathing non-mold spore-infested air," replied Sam. "And I cleaned it last spring." Dean grumbled. Alex entered the kitchen, beelining for the fridge to snag a soda. "Hey," Sam greeted her. "Hey," she replied. "How's the homework going?" Dean asked. Alex shrugged, leaning on the counter as she popped the can top. Speaking of homework, Sam turned away from his computer, removing his reading glasses. "A lot of those college applications are due soon. I've got some time now to help you with them if you want." Alex sipped her drink and nodded slowly. "I'm thinking I'll take a gap year." Dean looked sidelong at her, not stopping his scrubbing. Sam's face registered surprise. "Oh, sure, is that okay?" Alex ventured, looking between her uncle and her father. Sam was hesitant. "I mean, yeah, I suppose." Alex looked at Dean, who slid his gaze back down to his project. "That's up to you," was all he said. "'Kay, well I'll do that, then," said Alex. She would have sounded uncomfortable, even anxious. But all her emotions and reactions were muffled by the walls she had built around herself. So she left the conversation at that, and Sam and Dean followed her lead. Even though it set their insides on fire to hold their tongues. "I should get back. Mrs. Sorensen assigned a crap ton of calculus worksheets," she said, heading out the door. "Have fun," said Sam, watching her go. Once she had left, he plopped back in his chair and let his head fall onto his shoulders, covering his eyes with his palms in frustration. Dean left the dehumidifier, drying his hands with a dish towel as he wandered over to the table. "How does that make you feel, Sammy?" he asked, taking the seat opposite. "It's perfectly normal to take a gap year, lots of people are doing it, it helps prevent burnout, it's a very smart thing to do," Sam replied without taking a breath or changing his position. "Yeah, we both know that's not why she's doing it," said Dean. Sam sighed noisily, leaning forward again and dropping his elbows onto the tabletop. "I just want to shake the sadness out of her. I don't know how much longer I can just leave her to deal with it. I don't want her to be sad and cry, but I want her to be sad and cry. Just get it out, start healing, something. This is painful. She's still herself, but she's different, and now it's affecting her life choices. I know you said not to pester her, but I'm just going to have to drag it out of her soon. I can't stand it." "Honestly, I'm not far behind you on this one," said Dean. "Really?" Sam asked, too tired to even sound doubtful. "It's too hard to watch," Dean said. "She just does things because she can, not because she wants to. As if nothing matters to her anymore. And it's not getting any better as time goes on. It's like she's slowly imploding," said Sam, holding his head up with widespread fingertips to his temples. "But what could we possibly do or say to stop that from continuing? I mean, there wasn't any Evidence that they were killed by something supernatural, but we don't know that for sure. They never caught the guy who did it, so we can't tell her it wasn't a monster. We could, but she'd never believe us. We have to definitively prove it to her somehow. Maybe there will be a break in the case soon, Dean said. If we can just hold off for a little while longer, we might have some answers that would make it easier for her to talk about it. Sam shook his head and scoffed wearily. Yeah, maybe. I'd better keep looking for a job. I need to beat the crap out of something. He put his readers back on. Dean gave a tiny snort of amusement, staring into space. Then he looked back up at Sam. Why do you wear those things? He asked. What things? Asked Sam. The specs. So I can see my computer, Sam chided, peering over the rims of his glasses. We're both pushing 50, Dean, it's okay to use a pair of cheaters now and then. Hey, my vision is fine, retorted Dean. I can see Eve, writhing in this room as clear as the nose on your face. Oh, come on, I've seen you trying to read your phone the last couple years. Sam stretched his arm out as far as it would go and made a strained face as if trying to read his palm. Your arm's not going to get any longer, dude. I don't need glasses, Dean insisted. Hey, I wasn't happy about it either, but one day I was in a drugstore and I tried on a pair and it was instant relief, said Sam. Yeah, whatever, was Dean's reply. Sam took his readers off and held them out. I dare you to try them. Dean looked over coolly, his eyes icking between the glasses in his brother's hand and Sam's challenging face. Then he relented, reaching across the table. They're not going to do anything, he said. Said Sam. Dean placed the readers on his face. Then he threw up his hands. Now everything's blurry. See, I don't need 'em. Look at your phone, Sam instructed. Dean rolled his eyes, but pulled his phone out of his back pocket nonetheless. He brought the device before him, holding it at a comfortable distance. Everything on the screen was in perfect focus, which he had to admit had not been the case for a very long time. With a flick of his wrist, he dropped his phone onto the table and pulled off the glasses, handing them back to Sam. Screw you, he growled. Sam laughed, taking the cheaters from his peeved brother, placing them on his face, and returning to his search. Dean headed back to the sink. You know, they don't look half bad on you, Sam commented. Shut up. They went about their evening. Sam event. Ally got bored looking randomly around the country for jobs that didn't seem to exist, so he decided to check the local paper. Surprisingly, there had been a murder. Multiple murders. In one house. On the same evening. Sam read the article. Oh, no, he said under his breath. His heart picked up its pace as he read, driven by apprehension and sadness. When he finished, he closed his eyes, clasping one fist with the other in front of his chin, and sighed. Who thought it was a good idea to have that many nooks and crannies in something that gets that filthy? Dean complained, having finished with the dehumidifier. Then he caught sight of Sam. What's wrong with you? We've got a case, said Sam. Dean came over and leaned in to look at the laptop, bracing against the table in the back of Sam's chair. He squinted at the screen. You want the cheaters? Sam asked. No, said Dean. Then he tried to read the screen again. Yes. Sam took off the readers and held them out for Dean to snatch from his hand. Ah, crap, Dean said as he scanned the article. He scrolled up to the top of the page to look at the headline photo. That's Logan's house. Son of a bitch. And they were all shot. All of them, said Sam. Except the son. He climbed out the bedroom window and down the drainpipe. Maybe it's a copycat killer. Dean, said Sam meaningfully, they couldn't find any bullets. Dean dropped into the adjacent chair and rested his elbows on his knees, looking exhausted. What are we going to tell Alex? Sam asked solemnly. We're not going to tell Alex anything yet, said Dean. We don't know for sure what's going on. It might not be Logan, or it might even be his parents and not him, but until we're sure, we're not going to bring her into it. We'll do some poking around tomorrow, maybe talk to the kid who got away. Go to the house, figure some things out before we go dropping this bomb on her. Sam sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. No need to upset her unless we have to. All right, I'm going to bed, then, said Dean, standing. Tomorrow might be a long day. Gathering answers, gathering questions. The Impala rumbled along the highway at a fast clip, cutting between the vacant cattle pastures. Okay, thanks Tim. Yeah, bye. Sam hung up his phone. What's the sheriff say? Dean asked. Well, we can't talk to the son, said Sam. He's catatonic. They barely got a NY thing out of him when they found him running down the road. Poor kid, Dean commented. So what did he say when they found him running down the road? He said, they shot my parents, and, the boy told me to climb out the window and run. Dean's brow furrowed. The boy. Yeah, Sam said. If you ask me, I'd say Logan's parents have started offing people, and Logan's sticking around to try and stop them. Or at least try and help the victims. But why now? Dean asked. Why all of a sudden did they start shooting up their old house? These are the first people who've lived there since Logan and his parents' murder, said Sam. This family moved in the day before they were killed. So this is Jane and Don's first chance to do any kind of haunting, said Dean. Seems like it. It's so weird, said Dean. I didn't get any EMF when we found them. I ran the whole place. Even the fridge wasn't hardly giving off anything. Sometimes it takes a while for souls to come back, said Sam. Sometimes they have to be called back by something. Yeah, I guess, said Dean. I did get a little blip by Logan's room before we left. But not much, and only for a second. Did anything happen while you were there that might have raised his spirit? Sam asked. I don't think so, replied Dean. I mean, maybe. I left Alex alone with his body for a few minutes. Maybe she said something, said Sam. Yeah, maybe. Dean sighed. Well, what do you think? Do we make sure it's them first or just go straight to the cemetery? I don't know, Sam replied. It's pretty obvious it's them, but I'd rather not go digging them up and torching them just to find out later we've desecrated their bodies for nothing and someone else dies. And I don't think we have to unearth Logan. Him we might be able to talk into crossing over. Or if it is his parents and we take care of them, then he might let go. If that's why he's still here, protecting people from what they're doing, said Dean. Hell, maybe we can even talk his parents down. I think you're right. I think we need to go there first. Okay, said Sam. They rode on in silence. Blank. The house was horribly quiet. Dean felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu as he made for the building, his stomach tightening and an anxious buzz running down his spine. He could see Alex stop and turn slowly back to him. As clear as if it had been yesterday. Even as he and Sam reached the steps, he thought he caught a trace scent of rotting flesh, but it was there and gone so fast he knew it was the remnants of a memory. This time, the door was locked. The police had already conducted their investigation and taken away their evidence and crime scene tape, but they had closed the place up tight to fend against looters. Sam picked the deadbolt and they went inside, rock salt loaded guns in hand. The interior had changed since Dean had been there. The wood panel walls and popcorn ceiling were the same, but of course the contents of the room was a mass of unopened boxes and various pieces of furniture waiting to be arranged properly. The most commonplace and most disconcerting objects in the room were the toys scattered about the floor. Some were a little too close to what was left of the pools of blood from the most recent murders. Sam and Dean both pulled out their EMF readers and began sweeping the living room. Where there had been absolute silence before, now the needle jumped. Well, there's definitely something now, said Dean. Yeah, agreed Sam. Nothing really strong, but activity for sure. Jane, Dean called into the air. Dawn. They waited, looking around. Mr. and Mrs. Triplett, Sam asked the room. Nothing, and no one appeared. Why don't you see if you can talk to Logan upstairs? Said Dean. I'll stay down here and look around, make sure they're not tethered to an object. You don't think you should talk to Logan? Sam asked. God, no, replied Dean. I scared the crap out of him. Why would he want to talk to me? He liked. Kind of, I guess, said Sam skeptically, but he headed down the hallway anyway. Logan's room is the last one at the end of the hall, Dean called after him. Got it, Sam replied over his shoulder and turned up the stairs. Dean searched the first floor again. He hoped that having the place more bare-boned would make it easier to spot nothing left over from when Logan's family had lived there. If there was something holding them to this place, it had to be important enough that they would exact revenge for it. He found tiny things. Logan's height measurements on a doorframe, an old wine cork in a kitchen drawer, a homemade magnet fallen to the side of the fridge. None of them gave off anywhere near enough EMF to suggest a connection to a spirit. Returning to the living room, Dean had just about given up when suddenly his EMF reader spiked, emitting a high-pitched whine. He looked at the device with concern. What had he just passed by? He turned slowly, the reader still keening. There was nothing but boxes around him. He moved towards the nearest one and the reader dropped off. Not the boxes then. He stepped back and the device spiked again. Finally he turned toward the wall and inspected it. It was a plain, wood-paneled wall with no adornments of any kind. Then Dean noticed the finest seam in the fake wood. He took a moment and looked down the hall just to the left of the wall. This particular spot was located directly under the stairs to the second floor. Is this the door to their basement? Dean thought out loud. Then he sighed, his head tilting back and his eyes shutting briefly in exasperation. Oh, God, do I want to know what's down there? He knew it didn't matter if he wanted to know or not, he had no choice. Bracing himself for whatever he was about to find, Dean dug his fingernails into the crack in the paneling. Don't go in there. A woman's voice shattered the silence in the living room, making Dean snap around. Behind him, Logan's mother had appeared. She was, of course, covered in blood, and her eyes were wide with panic. Okay, Dean said, holding his hands up, I won't go in there. You can't have it. None of it, she shouted. Oh, I'm pretty sure I don't want it, said Dean. Certainly seems to have you all riled up. Suddenly, dawn phased into existence. He paced hectically back and forth behind his wife. A steady stream of panicked words tumbling from his mouth. This can't have happened, shouldn't have happened, it was foolish, it was dangerous, why did I do it, what have I done, what have I done? What have I done? Don't touch it. All right, everyone just take a breath and try to calm down. Let's talk, okay, said Dean, firm but careful. Now I do not want whatever you've got in there. He pointing his thumb over his shoulder, but can either of you at least tell me what it is? It was dangerous, it's so dangerous, it'll be so dangerous if he takes it, he can't take it. It's not yours, you can't have it, it's keeping you here, Dean pressed, and that isn't good for anyone, not for you, and not for the people you've killed. You've got to let me help you. Whatever it is, you've got to let it go. No, Don disappeared from his pacing and reappeared directly behind his wife's shoulder, suddenly stock still and solemn. Kill him, he said. Jane's hand flew up in front of her. Her arm outstretched, her finger pointing menacingly at Dean. A gunshot rang out through the house. Blank, blank. Sam walked down the dingy hallway, slowly approaching Logan's bedroom. The door was already open and a feeble light streamed through. Sam's EMF reader began to jump notably as he entered the room. Inside was much the same as downstairs. Unopened boxes proliferated. A twin bed, a side table, and a dresser were the only pieces of furniture in the room. The bed had a sleeping bag on it that had been used already. Sam paced over to the window and found the faint footprint of a tiny tennis shoe on the sill, cut in half by the now closed pane of glass. Logan, are you there? Sam asked, turning back to the room. No reply. We know you're trying to help, he continued. The room remained silent. Logan, it's Sam, Alex's uncle. The EMF reader started wailing. At the same time, there came the faint sound of static and Logan appeared, flickering in and out of visibility before he became a coherent entity. Sam turned on a dime with a quick intake of breath. It was a shock to see the young man after so long, especially with the bullet wound in his chest, embellished with a modest circle of blood. Hey, kid, said Sam sadly. Logan turned his head to look at his girlfriend's uncle. He looked absent, even slightly dazed. Sam, Logan, I am so sorry for what happened to you, Sam said. You didn't deserve this. None of you did. Thanks, said Logan feebly. For what it's worth, I don't remember much of it. I just remember being scared, so scared. I know, said Sam, and I hate to ask this of you, to make you relive it, but I have to. Logan, do you know who killed you and your parents? Logan gazed at Sam, his eyes clouded with confusion. I think his name was Nick, he finally said. That's good, said Sam brightly. That's great, Logan, really. Do you remember his last name? Logan shook his head slowly, looking away. No, it's okay, said Sam. Maybe we can figure that out another way. Can you tell me what happened? There was arguing, said Logan. My parents and Nick. I don't remember what it was about. Try as hard as you can, said Sam. It was so. Logan's face began to tighten with fear and upset. I only came down from my room near the end, when I heard yelling. I don't even remember the words, just how loud it was. I just wanted it to stop. And when I came down, he had a... Logan shut his eyes tight in grief. I know this is hard, said Sam, but you're doing really well. Keep going. I can't. You can, Logan. You can do it. Any information can help. The tiniest detail. Why do I have to? So you can have answers, said Sam. So you can move on. We want you to be at peace, Logan. I know Alex wouldn't. Don't give up. Logan suddenly shouted. He had snapped into full awareness, his eyes locked on Sam with a burning intensity. What? Sam asked, confused. Don't give up. Then Logan phased out and reappeared directly in front of Sam, gripping him by the shoulders and shaking him. Don't give up. Don't give up. Easy, easy, Sam said. We won't give up. I promise. We'll find your killer, Logan. For you and your parents. No, don't give up, Logan yelled at him. His desperation was clear, but Sam got a sense of frustration from him as well. Then Sam heard the gunshot. His head whipped around to look out the bedroom door. Dean, he shouted. Logan had disappeared. Briefly glancing at the spot where the young man's ghost had been, Sam abandoned the room and ran down the stairs. As he skidded around the corner, he saw his brother laid out on the floor in front of the door to the living room, clearly in pain. Beyond stood the triplets, face to face, Don Shaw, King his wife by the arms and babbling in panic. Dean, Sam yelled. The ghosts caught sight of Sam at that moment, pivoting to face him. Before either of them could react further, Sam brought his gun to bear and fired. Luckily, Jane and Don were clumped close enough together that the spray of the rock salt round caught both of them at once and they dissolved in a haze of ghostly smoke. Sam raced down the hall and crashed to his knees at Dean's side, his heart in his throat. A blood stain was already rapidly growing on Dean's abdomen. Hey, Sam said. Dean, I'm okay, Dean croaked. I got out of the way in time. Mostly. Grimacing, he slowly hauled himself up into a sitting position, leaning back against the doorframe. Let me see, Sam said. He hiked his brother's shirt up to inspect the wound. It certainly wasn't a scratch. The phantom bullet had gone straight through and caught a good bit of his oblique, but it was far enough to the side and below the rib cage Sam was sure it hadn't hit any organs. Nonetheless, it bled steadily both on Dean's side and down his lower back. It's a flesh wound, Sam confirmed. He removed his jacket to get at his outer shirt to staunch the flow of blood. What the hell happened? Long story short, he winced as Sam applied pressure to the bleed. Don't touch that friggin' hole in the wall. Dean jabbed a finger at the hidden door. Hole in the wall. Sam's brow furrowed in puzzlement. He turned and looked where Dean had pointed and saw the paneling that had been pried ever so slightly open. Is that a door? I think it's the door to the basement, said Dean. I think they've got something hidden down there. Yeah, no kidding, replied Sam. No one makes a secret entrance like that unless they're hiding something. Do you think we need to go down there? Not until we salt and burn Jane and Don, said Dean. I barely touched the thing and Jane went apeshit. And Don egged her on. Told her to kill me. Man, it must be really bad, whatever it is, said Sam. So no talking them down then? Nah, we'll never get through. It was like neither of them could hear me, they were so upset. Sam huffed a sigh. I guess we're headed to the cemetery tonight. Hey, Dean said. Did Logan show? Yeah, Sam said. Yeah, he showed. I'll tell you about it after we get the hell out of here. Come on, let's get you sewed up. Sam stood and offered his brother a hand. Dean grunted as he made the effort to get to his feet, holding Sam's shirt to his side with his free hand. They made their way out of the house and back to the Impala where Sam got to stitching. The damn brakes. Well, I suppose this is it. We have to tell Alex what's going on, Sam murmured as he and Dean entered the bunker. No reason to hide now, said Dean. Let me change first. Bad news is always a little easier to take when there's less blood. No kidding, said Sam. Dean headed down the hall and Sam went to the kitchen sink to give a cold water rinse to his shirt-turned bandage. In his room, Dean pulled off his outer shirt, a movement that made him wince as he tweaked at his stitches. He barely noticed what he was doing as he threw the bloodied garment onto a nearby chair. His mind was whirring numbly. How am I going to break this to Alex? What's the gentlest way to tell her that her dead boyfriend and his family are haunting the house where they were all brutally murdered? Is there a gentle way? He didn't get a chance to mull over the right approach. Alex appeared in the doorway to his bedroom. Hey, you're back. Dean whirled on the spot, surprised by her sudden presence. Have you seen my oh my god, Dad? Alex was quick to notice the substantial bloodstain on her father's t-shirt. She stepped farther into the room, gesturing at the injury. Is that a gunshot wound? You said you were just going into town. Are you okay? I'm fine, Dean reassured her. It's just a small hole. It didn't hit anything. It hit something, Alex snapped. What happened? Were you hunting without me? What the hell? Why didn't you want me with? Or at least let me know where you were going so I could say goodbye or be on standby. Why wouldn't you tell me? Dean shut his eyes momentarily. This was not how he had wanted her to find out what had happened. We didn't want to tell you until we were sure about what was going on. Sam walked up to the doorway then, having heard the yelling. Oh, no, he breathed. What was going on? Alex repeated, confused. What kind of hunt would you need to hide from me until you figured out? Alex's breath caught in her throat. She had been leaning forward to enhance her emphatic gesturing, but now she stood up very straight and took several steps back. Her arms dropped to her sides and her eyes went wide. A cold chill ran through her whole body, as if her insides had turned into a cascade of ice water. She had figured it out. Dean met her stunned gaze with sympathy. In the midst of his regret at this turn, he felt a tinge of bitter pride. She was too damn smart. He had barely given a hint and she had made the connection. For one foolish second, he wished she was a little more oblivious so he could have eased her into the news. But the reality was she had beaten him to the punch and there was nothing he could have done to keep her from discovering the truth in one of the worst ways possible. Then to see her have such a physical reaction made the shock and pain she was experiencing horribly tangible, and it felt like the phantom bullet had gone through his heart instead. Sit down, Alex, he said softly, moving toward his bed. No, Alex was breathless. She took a single step backwards, rotating over one shoulder and shifting her unseeing gaze ever so slightly down. Dean walked over to his daughter and put an arm around her shoulders. Come on, baby girl. It's time to face this. She didn't offer much resistance as he guided her to the bed and sat her down beside him. Sam came and seated himself on her other side. He's back. Alex didn't even wait for an explanation. Dean nodded. They're all back. They're all back, she whispered, as if she had to repeat his words to process their meaning. Then her tone turned cold. Which one of them shot you? Logan's mom. Jane, said Dean. If Alex felt a reaction to hearing her boyfriend's name for the first time since his funeral, she didn't show it. Logan's not vengeful, said Sam. I spoke with him and... You spoke with him? Asked Alex, her head snapping around to look at her uncle. Yeah, I spoke with him, Sam repeated gently. He needs justice, but he's not killing to get it. He actually helped a little boy escape. Alex's brow furrowed. What little boy? What did he escape from? Jane and Don shot the boy's parents, said Dean. There was no point in mincing words, and he knew she wouldn't appreciate it if he did. That's how we knew something was going on at their old place. This family had just moved in. The way Jane and Don's ghosts behaved today, I would guess the victims tried to get into the basement. Alex turned to her father, confused. The basement, they had a hidden door to their basement, said Dean. When I went to open it, Jane and Don appeared and reacted. And shot you, Alex added. Dean nodded reluctantly. And shot me, so we'll have to. Alex gathered her will, looking at nothing again. Dig them up and salt and burn them. We're going tonight, Sam confirmed. Alex, do not feel any obligation to go with us, said Dean. You don't have to put yourself through that. I'm coming with, said Alex sharply, almost angry in her determination. Dean gave another slow nod. If that's what you have to do. They waited quietly, watching Alex grapple with the information. Her whole body seemed to be tensing and relaxing almost imperceptibly, and her eyes searched the wall opposite the bed. Her breath was so short and silent, neither of the brothers were sure she was breathing at all. At last, with a strained voice, she said, Can I see him before we burn him? We're not going to burn him, said Sam. We're just going to take care of Jane and Don. We think we can talk Logan into crossing over. Alex's head bobbed ever so slightly in acknowledgement. Okay then. Tears began to pour out of her eyes. She was clearly struggling to keep them from falling, so hard it made her face turn red. Her expression and posture were nearly the same, but she had begun to shake all over as she fought to contain her emotions. The dam was about to break, and Dean knew it was time to pull the last plug. He put a comforting hand on her back. Stop fighting it, baby girl, he said. Alex finally released her pent-up breath in a barking sob, her eyes shutting tight as her head fell forward. Dean pulled her in close as she wept. At first she couldn't even tell what she was thinking or feeling. Whatever it was, it hurt. She tried as hard as she could to focus solely on the warm coming from her father's body, bury herself in it, let it shield her from every evil in the world, block everything else out. Perhaps if she only listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat in her ear, the pain would go away. It didn't work. In spite of her efforts, her mind brought her back, walking into Logan's bedroom and seeing his body on the floor. For some reason, hearing he was a ghost made her fabricate a different image. His death echo. She had never allowed herself to picture what had happened to him, she'd shut off every thought around him as quickly as possible before even exiting his room. But now she saw his murder clearly and exactly, as if she had been an eyewitness. She heard the gunshot, saw the blood spurt out of his chest, his body convulsing as he was hit, saw him crumple to the carpet. She knew this wasn't what she would encounter when she went to the house. He was an actual ghost, not a death echo, but nonetheless it was the scene that played out again and again in her mind's eye. What was she really going to see when she went back there? What would he look like? How would he behave? Some ghosts were so wrapped up in their demise they were completely incomprehensible. And some acted like they had never died. Would he even be the Logan she remembered? And if he was, would she want that? Could she stand to see him again after losing him so suddenly and violently? Just to have him disappear into the afterlife for good. But it was the very last bit of him, his last appearance on Earth. I have to see him, she whispered. You will, said Dean. And you know, Alex, said Sam, taking hold of one of her hands, I think he wants to see you, too. Spades, salt, and fire. They were lucky. The spring thaw had set in and the ground was starting to soften. Even so, unearthing Jane and Dawn triplet was a vicious battle with the dirt. Dean stood between the two graves, holding a flashlight for each as he watched Sam and Alex struggle with their spades, his brother in one hole, his daughter in the other. Neither of them would allow him to dig, hoping to avoid a popped stitch. Really, I can take a turn if either of you get tired, he offered. No, Sam and Alex said in unison. Dean sighed at the blackened sky. Digging wasn't his favorite thing, but he was bored out of his mind just standing there. The night crept on. It took nearly twice as long as usual to reach the coffins. When Alex finally scraped off the last of the soil from the lid, she tossed her shovel out and crouched down to open Jane's casket. She stopped. It's not going to look like her, she told herself. She tried one more time to open the coffin. She stopped again. It's not going to look like her, she tried more firmly. But for some reason she was paralyzed. Hey, Alex. Dean's voice came from above her. She looked up to see him crouched down at the edge of the hole, offering a hand up. Come on. She took it, though she didn't necessarily need the help and she didn't pull very hard on him to climb out. Trying not to tax his fresh injury. Straightening up, she glanced back over her shoulder at the casket. Dread irrepressibly crept up in her and she had to look away. Then she heard her uncle open Dawn's coffin. I'm going to go sit a minute, she said. "'Kay," Dean said as he attempted to help Sam up. The younger Winchester just swatted the elder's hand away. Alex walked a few paces past the headstones and plopped down on the damp grass facing the dual graves. She watched as her father shook out a box of salt onto Dawn's corpse and her uncle jumped down into Jane's grave. She heard the creak of the hinges. When he climbed back out, Sam spotted Alex and walked over to her. "Don't get a chill," he said, sitting down next to her. "It's tricky working this hard in the cold. Keeps you cool for a while. But then you start to sweat, and then that makes you too cold. Vicious cycle." "It's not them, you know," Sam said. "They're not really in there." "I know," Alex said quietly. "But it was them." "Yeah, it was," Sam agreed, nodding slightly. "But not anymore." "Yeah," said Alex. "Not anymore." Sam watched her for a moment. It was obviously difficult for her, but she seemed to be handling it well considering. Perhaps this was a good way to ease her into what she would be facing in the morning. "Don't sit too long," he said. He pecked her on the head, then stood and went back to work. She watched for a little while longer, and by the time Jane and Dawn's bodies had been fully doused in salt and lighter fluid, Alex had gotten a touch of the chill her uncle had warned her about. She stood and walked over to the graves, retrieving her leather jacket from beside Jane's headstone and putting it on, a bit of a struggle given the dampness on her arms. She tried not to look into either pit. Dean and Sam both struck a cluster of matches. "Sorry, Dawn," said Dean regretfully. "Yeah, sorry, Jane," Sam echoed. The corpses went up in flames. Hidden in the darkness. Turning down the gravel road had piqued Alex's anxiety, but by the time they pulled up in front of the dilapidated farmhouse on the barren postage stamp, her stomach had twisted itself into knots and she had become nauseous. She hadn't laid eyes on the place since the day she found the triplets all dead and decaying. The Winchesters exited the Impala. Straightening, Alex stood squarely facing the house, staring it down like something she was about to fight, something formidable. Dean stopped on his way around the back of the vehicle to pull a few shotguns out of the trunk. He handed them out to his brother and daughter. "You ready?" he asked her. She had to be honest. Without taking her eyes off the house, she quirked her head to the side in a single shake, a motion that sharply reminded Sam of his brother, and said, "No." Then she trudged across the front lawn. Sam and Dean exchanged a look, then set their jaws and followed. On her way to the porch, Alex felt her anxiety reach a fever pitch. Then suddenly begin to fade to nothing. It was as if she had reached the tipping point, something she had felt before in fights. That moment when the adrenaline took over and all that existed was the heightened precision and strength needed to react the way she needed to react. The calm to weather the storm. So she mounted the stairs without a single shake in her legs. The door was already open. Since they couldn't lock it on their way out yesterday. They entered the living room. Alex noted the same changes Sam and Dean had. Nothing on the walls, boxes everywhere, toys on the floor. The image made an impact. But her hyper-calm made her reaction feel distant and vague. "All right," said Dean. "Let's see if anyone stuck around." He made his way over to the loose wood panel. Sam and Alex took up defensive positions behind him. Alex pulling out her EMF reader. Only a light or two flickered at the top of the device. Dean cast one last look around the empty room, then pulled the panel open. All remained silent. Sam released his pent-up breath, allowing his gun to drop to his side. Good. They all turned to the new opening in the wall. Behind the paneling stood a plain wood door with a keypad lock on it. And the trace of shoe prints in the middle of the dented grain. "Jesus Christ, what's down there?" Dean said. "That's a lot of effort to keep something hidden." "I think it looks worse than it is," Sam said. "All they added was the lock and the panel. The rest is just the original door. Obviously that they didn't have to replace," said Alex. "Pretty sturdy, looks like the key. Lur found it and tried to kick it in and failed." She gestured to the smudged mark of treads on the door. "They even tried quite a few times." "I dunno," Dean said. "Doesn't look any more solid than your average. I think whoever was trying to get in there just didn't know how to kick down a door. Or was too panicked to do it right. Well, guess there's nothing for it." Dean set his feet. Alex took a step back to avoid the splinters. But Sam stepped in, putting a hand on Dean's sternum to stop his momentum before it even built. "Dude," he said, "don't kick down the door." "What? Why not?" Dean questioned. "1. Sam ticked off a finger, "You're going to bust your stitches. How many times do we have to tell you to take it easy? You got shot yesterday." "I fight hurt all the time," Dean complained. "We're not in a fight, Dean." Sam came back. "It's not necessary. And 2, how are we going to explain to the cops why the super secret hidden door is in pieces? Whatever's down there is motive for a triple homicide. It's going to lead to the perpetrator, so we're going to have to call the sheriff and get him to look into it so he can lock up that asshole for good." "Okay, fine," Dean relented. "Then how do you plan to get that thing open? We need to solve this so we can convince Logan to move on." At that moment, there was a beep and the latch clicked. Sam and Dean looked around. While they had been bickering, Alex had stepped over and punched in her guess at the lock's code, which had been accurate. She glanced over her shoulder to see their looks of surprise. "Logan's birthday," she explained. "Easy to remember. 090909. She turned the handle and opened the door. A slight chill breeze escaped the entrance, carrying with it a faint musty odor. The concrete steps were rough and worn. Vanishing into the darkness, Sam pulled out a flashlight and led the way down, having to duck the low ceiling that was the stairway directly above. At the base of the steps was a light switch, which ignited 4 exposed bulbs in the ceiling. These illuminated a dirt floor basement with a limestone block foundation. There were no windows, and the ceiling showed bare wires and pipes snaking and ducking around warped floor joists. The utilities were a cluster of awkward shapes and sharp edges set on an old chunk of concrete, located near the middle of the basement to the side of the steps. Just beyond the water heater sat a lone, oak cabinet. It was too conspicuous a piece of furniture to ignore. They all knew this was the most likely location of whatever Jane and Dawn had been hiding. Sam went up to it and opened one of the doors. Inside, the shelves were filled with orange prescription bottles. "Oh, come on," said Dean. Alex sighed. Dawn was a pharmacist. Sam reached in and took out a bottle. "Vicodin." He set it back and inspected the others. "Oxy, Ritalin, Valium, oh god, fentanyl." Dawn was dealing prescription drugs, said Dean. "I can't picture Dawn walking around dealing narcotics," said Alex, rubbing at her forehead with a hand. He wasn't exactly personable, but he wasn't a freaking creep. "Maybe he wasn't a dealer," Sam suggested. "Maybe he was supplying a dealer." "If that's the case, then it's probably the dealer who came after them," said Dean. People get wrapped up in criminal activity like this, then show up dead, it's usually the pay. RSON, they're breaking the law with who killed them. That's probably who Nick was, Don's dealer. But why would the dealer suddenly decide to kill his supplier? Asked Alex. That doesn't make sense. It's biting the hand that feeds you. Maybe the hand stopped feeding, said Sam. Something could have happened and Don cut him off. What would cause Don to owe? Alex released a breath, shaking her head. Just before the murders, there was an overdose at the high school. A 15-year-old owed it on codeine. Oh no, Sam said, closing his eyes. It's so dangerous, what have I done? Dean quietly echoed Don's words. And Jane kept screaming, you can't have it. They grew a conscience and stopped supplying to some bastard selling narcotics to a bunch of kids. And Nick comes to steal whatever he can get his hands on. And the triplets get in the way, said Sam. Even in death, they were trying to keep the drugs hidden, so they wouldn't go to the wrong people, said Alex. And the guilt wouldn't let them cross over. But what about Logan? Asked Dean. Why go after him? Logan's the witness to it all, Sam answered. He said he came down near the end of the fight. Nick probably didn't even know he was there until after Jane and Don were dead. Which would explain why he was upstairs, Dean said. He wasn't in the fight, he just saw it, so when Nick discovered him, Logan ran, and Nick chased him to his room. Man, that pisses me off. Join the club, replied Sam. The younger of the brothers turned back to the cabinet and closed the door solemnly. Well, he sighed, I guess that solves that mystery. You know what this means? Said Dean. Wherever Nick is, when they catch him, they can also bust him for dealing drugs and manslaughter. He's going away for a long damn time, said Sam. Good riddance, said Dean, turning to leave with his brother in tow. Alex lingered where she stood, staring down the cabinet. It was so unassuming, a plain, run-of-the-mill cabinet, just sitting in a basement. And it contained such tiny things, minuscule things, so small you could stick them in your pocket or lose them in your purse. But the miniature contents of this boring cabinet had cost 4 people their lives. She wanted to take an axe to the thing, break it into pieces, burn it to ash, and bury the remnants of the drugs in their plastic bottles, never to hurt anyone ever again. But she knew it had to remain untouched, to sit as if frozen in space and time, a monument to the atrocities it had brought about. She hated to think it would be spared for the sake of justice. But at the same time she knew the destruction of the man who had driven this whole nightmare would be a lot more satisfying than the destruction of an inanimate object. The cabinet didn't feel pain, didn't desire freedom, didn't experience fear or regret or sadness, but Nick would. She still wanted to beat the shit out of it. Hey, she felt a tug on the shoulder of her leather jacket. She looked over to see her father had come back to fetch her, her uncle watching from the foot of the stairs. Come on, Dean said gently. Without another word or a single look back, she followed. None of T.H.M. cared to say more on the subject anyway. They all left the dingy basement behind, heading back upstairs in silence. Don't give up. Alex reached the top of the steps, weary, and slowly turned to face the hallway just to the left of the hidden entrance. Sam shut the door behind them, the keypad lock latching and beeping. Then he swung the panel shut, leaving just enough clearance to make the seam noticeable for whoever investigated next. Then he and Dean turned to Alex. All right, baby girl, I think you know what's next, said Dean. We'll have your back the whole time. Unless you want to be alone for this. Alex contemplated her options. Did she want to be alone with Logan? Or did she need someone living to anchor her to the earth? Maybe in the hall. Alex, said Sam, if this is too hard. No, said Alex quietly. She knew what she had to do and had decided steadfastly to do it, but she still hesitated. Initially she wondered at what caused this lack of action, but then it came to her and she asked her uncle. What does he look like? Sam hesitated himself, reluctant to give a description. He glanced over Alex's head at Dean, silently questioning his brother as to what he should do. Dean met his searching gaze with concern, but gave a short, single nod. A little pale, Sam began slowly. And he's got his bullet wound, and the blood. Other than that, he looks mostly like himself. Alex let Sam's words sit in her ear for a few moments. Somehow, someone with a bullet wound looking like themselves was not as unimaginable as she would have thought. It was probably a side effect of being a hunter. For the first time in what seemed like forever, she was glad of what she had learned and experienced in the later years of her childhood. She was prepared for this. And now she knew this could have happened whether she was a hunter or not. Okay, she said, and walked down the hallway. Logan's room was oddly bright given the single window it possessed. It must have been the time of day. From her position just past the threshold, Alex saw there were boxes on the floor where his body had lain. She was glad of that. It made it harder to imagine the bloodstain. She looked down at the EMF reader in her hand. It wobbled between 1 light and 3. Something was here, but inactive. Someone. She brought her attention back to the room. Logan. Immediately, a chill snatched at the air, making Alex's breath fog in front of her and the reader spike. Then he was there, phasing into existence on the opposite side of the room. Alex had expected to go into immediate shock, or burst into tears, or collapse on the floor, or have her heart beat so fast it literally broke. Instead she felt what she had always felt when she had seen him, a sudden flash of joy. Because although he was almost precisely as Sam had described, there was something her uncle had missed, the brightness to Logan's eyes, and the genuine smile on his face, as if he felt exactly the same way about Alex as she did for him in that moment. "Hi, Logan," she said. "Hi, Alex," he replied, his tone affectionate. It surprised Sam to hear his voice was so strong. This was not the version of Logan's ghost he had met yesterday. He was different now that Alex was here, far more substantial, far more connected to and aware of the living world. "God, have I missed you," Alex said softly. "I've missed you, too," Logan said. Then a touch of confusion clouded his eyes. "I don't know how long I've missed you, though. I don't seem to feel time. So it's like I've missed you forever, but you've only been gone a second." "Of course, it only ever took a second for me to miss you." "God, he's as bad as you were," Dean mumbled to his younger brother. "Shish." Sam's hiss was quiet but sharp. Nevertheless, Logan aware of the outside commentary gave a tiny laugh, and Alex laughed with him. "Well, I've never been in the spirit world myself, but I know people who have, and I hear it's very confusing," she said. "Yeah, very confusing," agreed Logan. "And it's hard being stuck here," Alex continued, "and not getting to go anywhere, or do anything. Just tied to the spot where you died. Logan, we know what happened. What your dad was doing. Why Nick you know. And we know how to help the police connect the dots. We're going to find your killer, and get justice for you and your parents. Don't give up," he begged in a whisper. "We won't, Logan," said Alex. "We'll find him. Then you can move on." "No, I can't," said Logan. "Yes, you can," Alex encouraged him. "You deserve peace. Don't give up. We won't, we'll find him." "No, Alex, don't give up on love." Alex stared, open-mouthed, then realized she'd stopped breathing and took a rattling gasp. Sam and Dean were just about as shocked. They snapped listening on casual standby to locked in on the scene unfolding in the adjacent room. Perhaps Alex wouldn't simply have to talk her dead boyfriend into leaving Earth forever. It seemed too big of an ask. So they fought the urge to hope that she might find some peace. They failed. Is that why you're still here?" Alex asked the specter of her first love. "What happened to me?" Logan slowly shook his head. "That can't be the reason you never fall in love again, never let someone into your heart again." Tears were welling in Alex's eyes. She was dumbfounded. "Jesus, Logan," she breathed. "You think I deserve peace? Well, you deserve joy," said Logan. A single sob ripped from Alex's throat. "I heard well, I didn't exactly hear it, I don't even know what you said, but I felt it," Alex, said Logan. "I felt the moment you shut off your emotions. I had to," Alex whispered. "When you closed yourself off from life. I had to. It hurt too much. I knew I couldn't leave you like that." Alexandra Mary Winchester. "Don't give up." "I can't," Alex choked out. "I can't lose someone like this again, Logan." "We all lose everyone we love eventually," said Logan. "And death is never easy, but it's a part of our existence. You just have to appreciate what you had and move on to the next big adventure." "Of course, I appreciate what we had," retorted Alex. "It was one of the best experiences of my life. But now it's gone." "You're gone. I'm gone," agreed Logan, nodding. "But you're not." "Feels like I am," said Alex bitterly. "But you're not," Logan insisted. "The real you, the you I fell in love with. It's just buried, Alex. It's still in there. I know it is. You just have to let yourself be." Alex sniffed and gave her head a tiny shake. "And how do I do that?" "The next time you start to feel like yourself, don't fight it." Then Logan sang. His voice resonated in the room, clearer than it had ever been. It wasn't loud, but it seemed to sink into everything within reach and bring it to life. Even out in the hall Sam and Dean could feel it humming in their bones. It filled Alex's whole body, and all the heaviness she had felt dragging her into despair seemed to be shaken to pieces and evaporate. Nothing lasts forever. Some things aren't meant to be. Logan slowly traversed the length of his former bedroom to where Alex stood. But you'll never find the answers. Till you set your old heart free. He reached out a hand and cupped Alex's face. Till you set your old heart free. Then he kissed her, gently, and there was nothing unearthly about it. It felt just like every kiss they had shared when he was alive. And in that moment was not only the overwhelming flood of care and comfort, but hope. And suddenly she didn't want this to be the last time she felt this way. They parted. Okay, said Alex. I won't give up. Logan smiled. I love you, she said. I love you, too, he replied. Goodbye, Alex. Goodbye, Logan. He began to shine with a white light. It expanded outward, growing greater and brighter. Alex closed her eyes as it gained intensity, too radiant to look at, but she didn't turn away. A mild wind came with the light, blowing her hair from her face and sliding over her skin, neither warm nor cold, like a spring breeze just as the snow was melting. Then it faded, and when she opened her eyes the room was empty again. She wasn't sad. Alex turned and walked out of Logan's bedroom to her father and uncle outside. They could see she was still crying, but the smile on her face made it clear they were happy tears. It was the most honestly joyful she'd looked for a long time. The subtle darkness that had dampened her entire personality had lifted, and she was herself again. Her newfound peace was momentarily jostled as she looked at her father and uncle and noticed the dampness on both their faces. Are you both crying? Alex asked them, grinning in disbelief. She looked like she was thoroughly surprised and amused, and it filled Sam and Dean with relief to see her expressing emotions like this for the first time since Logan had died. We're just happy for you, baby girl, said Dean. And relieved. I think neither me or Sammy really knew what to say to help you through this. But I guess it wasn't us you needed to talk to. Yeah, Sam agreed, clearing his throat. I mean, holy crap, talk about closure. No kidding, Dean laughed. Kinda makes me feel bad I railed on the kid so hard. He actually would have made a good addition to the family, coming back as a ghost just to make sure you were okay. That's got Winchester written all over it. Alex laughed, too, and had to nod in agreement. He was, Sam corrected. Not, would have been. He was a good addition to the family. Yeah, agreed Dean. He was. Yeah, Alex said, and turned just enough to look back at the room where Logan had once lived, once died, and twice saved a life. He was. The police found the stash of drugs thanks to the fine gap Sam had left in the wood paneling. After questioning the students at the high school, they found out the dealer was named Nick Preston and he had disappeared the night of the murders. The student who identified him was able to give a description for an accurate sketch, which was sent to precincts all over the country. In a few months, Nick was found dealing cocaine at a high school in Lincoln, Nebraska. His fingerprints and DNA were all over the triplets' house, and ballistics matched his gun to the bullets found in Jane, Dawn, and Logan. Witnesses came forward to testify he was the man who had sold codeine to Ashland Williams, the boy who suffered an overdose. Nick was extradited to Kansas, stood trial, and was convicted on 1 count of first-degree murder, 2 counts of second-degree murder, 1 count of involuntary manslaughter, and drug trafficking. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. Alex struck the mats with a noisy grunt. Dean released her and stood. Again, Alex struggled to her feet. Dad, really, haven't we done enough? Again, Alex growled. They were both panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, Dean said. TT led into a fighting stance and lifted his fists to guard his face. Alex mirrored him, her expression showing a fury that battled her exhaustion. They engaged. First a flurry of blows were exchanged. But none of them landed as they both dodged every attempted strike. Then Alex grappled with her father, entangling his limbs, but he quickly escaped the holds. Then he took his chance to snare her himself. And she in turn broke free of his grip. As they sparred, Sam appeared in the doorway. His expression turned to disbelief. Are you two seriously still training? It's been like an hour and a half. He said. You've got to stop. You're going to get hurt. Hang on, Alex screeched at her uncle. Her frustration had reached a fever pitch. At that moment, she spotted just the right moment in the fight. She secured a grip around her father's arms and shoulders to gain leverage at the top of his torso, at the same time tripping him backwards. With a vicious, wordless bellow, she used these physics, the power of her entire body. and a great deal of rage to smash him into the mats so hard it knocked the wind out of him. Immediately, Dean's lungs seared with pain and he gasped to try and refill them, with not much success. "Holy shit," Sam commented, impressed and a little surprised. Alex was a strong and effective fighter. She could hold her own against just about anything they'd come up against so far, but rarely was she belligerent. Raking her hair away from her face, Alex straightened, working hard to catch her breath. "Can we be done?" she said, looming over Dean. "Yeah, fine," he relented. His voice tight and his eyes squeezed shut as he tried to breathe. "Good." Alex turned and stalked out of the room, exhausted. "I'm going to shower." Looking down and away slightly, Sam murmured as she walked past, "Nice move." "Thanks," she mumbled back. Once she had left, Sam wandered over to where Dean was still lying on his back. "You okay, man?" "Yeah," Dean grunted. "Just trying to get some air." "She got you good," said Sam, laughing a little. "That's my girl," Dean replied. Then he finally relaxed as he took an actual deep breath, the pain starting to seep out of his chest. "Help me up, would ya?" "Sure." Sam offered a hand, still grinning, and pulled Dean to his feet. Once upright, Dean ambled to the side of the mats and picked up a towel to mop his face and underarms. "Dude, what are you doing?" Sam poked. "What does it look like I'm doing?" returned Dean. "I'm sweaty. I mean, what are you doing with Alex?" Sam elaborated. "Again, what does it look like I'm doing?" "Training. For an hour and a half." "Dean, that's ridiculous. No one spars for that long. It's far too tiring and that's when injuries happen," said Sam. "She needs the practice," said Dean. "I don't think she does," Sam argued. "She just beat your ass. And you've been pushing her this whole last week, in the range and on the mats and with the lore. What on earth does she need that much practice for? We've got to fit in as much as possible." "She needs to be ready," said Dean. "We've only got 3 days left." 3 days, till what?" asked Sam. "Till we drop her off," said Dean. Sam looked surprised. "Drop her off at college?" "Yeah," Dean said as if it was the simplest and most obvious answer. "Dude, it's college. It's perfectly safe." "No, it's not," retorted Dean. "'Cause she's going to be all on her own. We won't be there to have her back if shit hits the fan. Something comes after her, she's going to have to take care of it all by herself. She needs to be prepared. She's going to be fine. Safest I've ever been was at Stanford." "Yeah, well, you're a gigantic, tough-looking guy," Dean came back. "It's not just the crap we're usually dealing with. She's a young woman in a new place. All by herself for the first time, and there's drugs and alcohol and a bunch of stupid, meathead jocks who are just looking to score with a freshman. Honestly, the whole college environment can be really rape. Why, I don't know." Dean cringed and tossed aside his towel. Sam sighed. "Yeah, okay, there's drugs and alcohol, but what about vampire blood and hex bags? You're worried about meathead jocks? Yeah, they're dangerous and they suck, but what about the demons she's dealt with that we're trying to get lucky? She's been up against incredibly powerful opponents, even with her faculties compromised, and won. College is small potatoes compared to hunting. I mean, you're a big guy and an experienced fighter, and did you see what she just did to you?" "Actually all I saw was hair and then the ceiling," said Dean, sounding distant, as if the memory was slightly disturbing. Then he snapped back to the present. "But you're forgetting again, Sam. Vampires and hex bags and demons, we were there to back her up with that crap. She's going to be alone." "But she's not alone, Dean," Sam insisted. "I had incredible friends in college. We always had each other's backs. I'm sure she'll find some great people who will be there for her when she needs help." "Oh, and these friends can recite an exorcism incantation, can they?" "They don't have to have that memorized, she already does," said Sam. "She's capable of taking care of herself. She doesn't need any more training. And if you keep working her this hard, she's not going to want to come home on breaks." "Don't threaten me with that, Sam," Dean growled. "It's not going to be like that." "Dude, if you're going to act like Dad, she's going to leave like I did," said Sam. This silenced Dean. His face twitched irritably and he looked away into empty space. His eyes flicked back and forth over the wall, not focusing on anything in particular as he considered his brother's point. Finally he shook his head, relenting. "Maybe I have been pushing her a little too much lately," he said. "I'm just worried, is all." "I know," said Sam, finally dropping the harsh edge in his tone. "And I'll admit, I'm a little worried, too. We just have to have faith in her." "Yeah," Dean drifted into thought. While his brother ruminated, Sam couldn't help but think about how much more than a little worried he was. Even though he knew Alex would be fine, that she was strong and independent and clever, he also knew that all it took was a split second of a bad situation for none of her skills to matter. He felt his skin crawl where the knife had gone through his spine over 20 years ago. And for a moment he wanted to train Alex just as intensely as Dean had. Screw staying on her good side. But Sam hid all of these thoughts and feelings from his brother. Because if he didn't want Alex to collapse halfway up the stairs to her first class because her legs were too sore from sparring, he'd have to convince Dean and himself that she was perfectly safe. He turned his attention back to his surroundings just in time to hear Dean ask, "I haven't been like Dad this whole time with her, have I?" Sam gave a tiny laugh. "God, no, you were doing better than Dad long before Alex was around. But this last week you've been a dick." Dean rolled his eyes and contemplated the wall again. "Dean," Sam pulled his brother's attention. "She's going to be okay. More than that, she'll probably have a lot of fun." "I know," said Dean, sighing. "I just hope she remembers to clean her gun regularly. Students aren't allowed to have weapons on campus." "What, Jenna?" Most of the day was spent standing in line or doing paperwork. Or walking or driving from one building to the other. The University of Wisconsin-Madison was a massive campus sitting in the heart of a bustling city. And getting to the right place at the right time was a challenge. And still they waited in line. Alex was clearly happy in spite of the monotony of the experience, but Sam and Dean noticed that while she stood patiently, she also tapped a rapid beat on her thigh with her fingertips. They knew this as one of her anxious tics. "Something got you nervous?" Sam asked while in the work-study queue. "What?" Alex asked, momentarily distracted. "Oh, well yeah, I guess. I'm just thinking about Jenna." "That's your roommate, right?" asked Dean. "Yeah," said Alex. "I'm Ally curious what she's going to be like. She friended me on Facebook and we've been messaging back and forth, and she seems really cool, but I still don't actually know what she's like." "Well, you'll get to meet her soon," said Sam. "We'll be unloading at the dorm next." Luckily, the residence hall had 3 carts and 2 elevators available for moving in the new students. Unluckily, all the carts were in use and they were finishing up the summer renovations to the elevators, rendering them non-functional. So Alex and her father and her uncle hauled her possessions from the Impala and up 2 flights of stairs to what would be her new home for the next 9 months. The best part was Alex had spent a lifetime traveling light, so they wouldn't have to make many trips. Alex led the way to her dorm room cautiously, chewing her lower lip. She knew generally what her roommate looked like, but Jenna's photos had been sparse on her Facebook page and Alex knew those would never really give her the full impression of her. Indeed, Alex was very surprised when she walked through the door. With a dazzling flash of long, wavy blonde hair, Jenna turned on a dime to see who had entered. Her blue eyes were huge and lively, and her initial expression of surprise was quickly broken with a brilliant smile. While it was clear she wore a heavy layer of makeup, it was very artfully natural. Her nails were neatly polished and shaped if not so long as to be non-functional, and her clothing was fashionable in spite of the chaos of patterned fabric. She was narrow-waisted, broad-hipped, and well-endowed proportionally. As she was about 4'11", she was probably the tiniest person Alex had ever encountered in the Midwest. But she proved to be the loudest. "Oh my god, hi," she squealed. "You're Alex, right?" Alex wheeled her suitcase off to the side. "Yeah. Ahhhhh." With that, Jenna rapidly picked her way between all her stuff scattered about the floor of the tiny dorm room and catapulted into Alex, squeezing her tightly and rocking them both side to side. Sam and Dean had followed close behind, and Dean was visibly disappointed at the sight of Jenna. He had been hoping for one of the female rugby players, or a beefy farm girl from Iowa. How was this little piece of fruitcake supposed to watch Alex's 6 in a fight? They rapidly found out. "Oh my gosh, we are going to have an absolute blast this year," Jenna was saying as she released Alex and held her at arm's length. Then she noticed Sam and Dean in the doorway. "Oh my gosh, Alex, are these your dads? Come in, come in. Those look heavy. There's space over here." She gestured pointedly to an open spot by the second desk. "We're not a couple," Dean said tiredly, rolling his eyes. "I'm Alex's uncle," said Sam, trying to use a reassuring tone to offset his brother's unfriendly demeanor. "Oh my gosh, I am so sorry," said Jenna, her wide eyes getting even wider. "It's okay, it happens," Alex grinned. "This is my dad, Dean, and this is Uncle Sam." She indicated her father and uncle respectively as they straightened up. "It is so nice to meet you." Jenna came over to them and shook both their hands emphatically. "I totally see it now. You are 100% brothers. And, oh my gosh, look at you two. You're so, tough looking but also kinda pretty and a couple of really big guys. Look how tall you are." Indeed, she had to crane her head back to look at Sam's face. "I bet the ladies are always asking you to get stuff off the top shelf at the grocery store, huh?" At that moment, she teasing. Lee poked Sam directly in his navel with one pointy little forefinger. It was so sharp and sudden, and so surprised him, that it made him double up a little when she did it. Dean snorted laughter. Alex had covered her mouth with a hand, her eyes absolutely gleeful at watching the whole interaction. Then it was Dean's turn. "And hey, look at this badass leather jacket of yours." Jenna grabbed the lapels of Dean's jacket and straightened it. "Gotta keep that bad boy vibe vibin' in case anyone looks at you funny, right?" Then she socked Dean in the side of his arm. Surprisingly hard and fast, and the small size of her fist concentrated the impact to a minute area, making it unexpectedly painful. Dean involuntarily gave a quiet, "Ow." Then it was Alex's turn. Jenna walked over to her. "No wonder you are so stinkin' cool. With these two to hang out with. Got leathers of your own, too." Seriously, though, Jenna whirled on Sam and Dean, who flinched slightly at having her attention flung back at them, she is so friendly. But so obviously strong and stoic, nothing phases her. You can even tell just from her texts and her profile pic how personable and tough she is. And, actually strong. She spun back around to Alex. "I bet I could jump into your arms and you'd catch me." And then she did. And Alex caught her. It helped that Jenna was so compact, but it still took a coup. It set of her feet and a swift scoop of her arms for Alex to snag the young woman's back and legs. Once she realized she wasn't going to fall over, she fixed her father and uncle with a look of shocked amusement. They looked back at her with similar expressions. Then Jenna threw her head back and cackled. When she came back up, Alex looked at her and started shaking with laughter. Their faces were within a few inches of each other. And somehow it was completely comfortable, as if in the span of a minute Jenna had broken down all the barriers necessary for the two to share the same space with no reservations. "We are going to have so much fun," said Jenna. "I think we will," Alex laughed. "Oh," Jenna suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh my gosh, I have to show you. You're gonna love this." Jenna moved to stand on her own 2 feet again, and Alex set her down. She immediately started rummaging through boxes. "I'll go get the box of books," said Sam, heading toward the door. "Yeah, you get that box, big, strong man." Jenna cheered without even turning around to look or stopping in her search. Alex slowly doubled over in silent laughter as Sam turned slightly red. "Hey, Sammy." Dean halted his brother's progress, the hint of a mischievous grin on his face. "It's kinda hot out there for haulin' around a bunch of textbooks. Maybe you should take your shirt off." Sam rolled his eyes and exited with a quick, "Bite me." Dean chuckled. "Okay, but actually, though," Jenna flipped around. "It is a super hot day. But not humid, which is so nice. I think it's the breeze off the lake. Which is weird because you'd think that would make it more humid, but it's kinda crisp and refreshing. Oh, I think it's in this one." She dug into a box. Alex paced over to where her father was standing and hissed, "I love her." "I kinda do, too," Dean had to admit. He threw an arm around Alex's neck and shoulders and gave her a good-natured squeeze. "The parting of the ways. Are you sure you don't want your gun?" Dean said in a low voice. They stood outside the dorm in the parking lot, having just reached the trunk end of the Impala. Alex had been fully unloaded into her new dwelling and other start-of-year administrative housekeeping had been completed. It was time for Sam and Dean to leave. Alex shrugged. "Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I gotta admit I'm a little nervous going without her, but I'll be fine." "Want to try that again, maybe a little more convincing this time?" Dean replied. "Really Alex, it's right in the trunk. I can grab it." "Dean, she'll get kicked out of school if anyone finds it and reports her," said Sam. "Really, Dad, I'll be fine," Alex repeated, much more confident now, a warm smile having crept onto her face. "Hey, it's not like I won't have a lethal weapon with me at all times." She jokingly held up her fists in a guard, making her uncle and father chuckle. "Is there anything else you need from us before we go?" Sam asked. Alex looked off into the distance contemplatively. She shook her head and frowned before returning her gaze to them. "I don't think so. I've got everything I need for now, so yeah." Then they all stood quietly, looking at each other. None of them seemed willing to fabricate the words that would inevitably come next. The day had been a whirlwind of activity and they'd hardly had a chance to think about this moment. And if meeting Alex's new roommate hadn't lifted their spirits and completely distracted them from what would be the worst part of the day, nothing else could have. Alex was obviously happy about this new chapter in her life. And Sam and Dean were happy for her, but it was clear on all of their faces that there was a terrible sadness under the joy and excitement. Now it was working its way to the surface as they struggled to say goodbye. Dean was the one who finally broke the silence. Well, all right then. He stepped toward Alex, gesturing that she should come in for a hug. Come here. Alex gave a calm half-smile and embraced her father. After a moment's pause, Dean tightened his grip just a little, and Alex turned her head to rest her cheek on his shoulder. Alex wasn't sure when she'd feel this safe again, wrapped up in his arms. Dean wondered how long it would be until he'd get to hold her like this and know for a fact that she was alive and well. Love you, baby girl, Dean said, quietly enough that only she could hear. Alex smiled and said just as softly, love you, too, Dad. They parted slowly. Watch out for trouble, and have fun, said Dean. But not too much. Alex snorted with amusement. I will. And if you need us to come get you, just call. Any reason, any time, Dean continued firmly. I don't care if I'm pinned to a wall by a demon somewhere in I don't know, Georgia. You call us and tell us you need to come home, we will climb in baby and come pick you up, and we're only stopping for gas. Okay, yeah, okay, Alex said. Thanks, Dad. Then Sam came over and hugged his niece. He tried not to hold on too tightly so she wouldn't feel his sadness. Nonetheless, Alex could tell he was trying to spare her, make it easier for her to let go. It was a whole different kind of safety she would miss from his presence, a mental and emotional stability he always seemed to summon for her even when everything else had him on a knife edge. Now these first couple of weeks might be rough, Sam said as they disengaged. You might really want to give up. He put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. But just try and push past it. The experiences you'll have if you do. You won't regret it. I'll do my best, said Alex with a nod. And if you ever need to talk about it, never hesitate to reach out, he added. Call, text, video chat, anything. Alex grinned. Okay, I will. Then Sam leaned in with a look of intensity and some concern and lowered his voice to say, and if Jenna ever gets to be a little too much to handle, you have every right to take time and space for yourself. Just tell her you need to be alone for a little bit, that's valid. Alex had to choke back her laughter. I will keep that in mind. Just then, Jenna herself came around a minivan parked a couple spots away. Her hair bounced as she hustled over to the Winchesters. Hey, she greeted them brightly. Hey, Alex replied. Are you ready to go decorate the ever-living daylights out of our room? She asked, gripping Alex's elbow with both of her tiny hands. Yeah, sure, Alex agreed. We've got our work cut out for us. That place is drab. Tell me about it, Jenna replied. Then she turned to Sam and Dean. It was so nice to meet you both. You have to come visit. Like, all the time. We will, said Dean, but he looked at his daughter instead of Jenna, and Alex could tell he was making a promise. Come on, let's go rock this thing. I can't wait to show you my posters. Jenna made for the dorm, gently pulling Alex along by a hand. Alex giggled, looking back as she headed off. I guess I'm going now. Bye, Alex, Sam called after her. Bye, baby girl, Dean called, too. In the distance, they could hear Jenna say, oh my gosh, he calls you, baby girl. That is so endearing. Text me when you get home so I know you didn't die. Alex shouted over her shoulder. Don't wait up, said Sam. Yeah, go kick college's ass. Dean added. Go wait, what's the mascot? Sam turned to Dean. Dean thought for a second. Go Badgers. Woo, Jenna cheered, turning back, throwing her arms in the air, and wriggling her whole body with enthusiasm before resuming her march toward the dorm. Sam and Dean laughed. Even at a distance, they could see Alex was laughing, too, hard. Then she tossed one last wave to them before following her new roommate through the door into her residence hall. Slowly, the brothers let their laughter and their smiles fade, staring at the building's entrance. Then Sam finally huffed a sigh. Well, I suppose we better get going. Long way home. He walked past Dean to the passenger side of the Impala. Yeah, I suppose, Dean echoed, tearing his eyes away from the building and going to the driver's side. As he opened the door, he couldn't help paring one last look at where his daughter had disappeared. Then he climbed in. Dean leaned back in his seat and stared at the steering wheel. The thought of his last hug with Alex wouldn't seem to go away. As if he could still feel her arms on his back, her cheek on his shoulder. The echoes of the moment nagged at him, enough to make him pause, and they kept growing louder. Until suddenly, they triggered a memory. Blank, underscore, blank. Can I get a hug before I put you in the car? Dean asked Alex, who then proceeded to wrap her arms all the way around her father's neck. He held her close, trying to etch every detail of the moment into his memory. Finally they disconnected and Dean carefully placed Alex into her seat, snapping the various straps into place. He gave her nay last peck on the forehead and said softly, "Goodbye, Alex. Love you, blank, underscore, blank." He felt an emptiness begin to expand inside him, threatening to swallow him up, an old but familiar feeling. It was so strong it was almost physically painful and made it difficult to breathe. "Dean?" Sam asked, noticing the elder Winchester's hesitation. "Yeah," Dean stated, snapping out of his reverie and quickly starting the Impala. His brother's inquiry had gotten him to shrink the emptiness enough to reverse out of the parking spot and drive off campus. It never completely went away, though, and it sat in Dean's chest as they sped down the highway. Section D. Alex, age 18, that which time cannot change. It was late and dark out by the time they edged up on Des Moines. It had been a quiet trip, with only a few brief, utilitarian exchanges. They were both tired, and they let that fact hide what really kept them quiet. It had worked for nearly 5 hours. Dean wasn't sure how long he'd been counting mile markers. But he couldn't seem to stop, even though each one twisted another knot in his stomach. She was getting farther away with every little, green sign. 10 years. The words were oddly loud in the silence. Sam had been starting to drift toward sleep, but his brother's words pulled him back to the waking world. He looked over, curious. 10 years. 10 years since she's been away from us for longer than a sleepover, Dean elaborated. Sam looked back out the windshield. Yeah, it's going to be an adjustment. I just keep thinking. Dean hesitated, briefly, reconsidering allowing his thoughts into the open, but they were already forcing their way out. I keep thinking about the last time we left her for this long. Sam's mouth twitched in a bitter smile. Thank God it's not just me. He glanced down at his knees with a laugh that was as much an expression of relief as it was of sadness. When he returned his gaze to the window, he said, watching Jen pull her back to her dorm, it was like watching Pam carry her into their house. They sat in the aftermath of the memory-given voice. They had never really talked about what had happened that weekend so long ago. When Alex had been gone, it was too painful to acknowledge. After they got her back, what was the point of discussing the experience? But here it was, rising to the surface and suddenly relevant. And with it came an old ache. And for Dean, an overwhelming sense of guilt. He closed his eyes briefly from the discomfort. I'm sorry, Sammy, he said. Sam looked at his brother again. For what? For making you do that all alone, said Dean. It was selfish. I should have just bucked up and taken her. Or at least gone with you. Sam gave the tiniest scoff of disbelief, his mouth slightly agape. He couldn't believe he had just heard Dean make this particular apology. More than that, he was struck by how much he had wanted to hear it for the past 16 years without even realizing. No, Dean, Sam shook his head slowly. It wasn't selfish. I mean, it wasn't easy for me either. I didn't want to be alone for that, but I could see what it was doing to you. And I wasn't going to force you to suffer even more than you already were. Dean didn't look over, he couldn't. Instead he stared at the road. You're a good brother, Sam. Hey, you would have done it for me, too, Sam said. I mean, that's what we do, right? That's why we're still alive. When one of us can't fight anymore, the other takes up the charge. Dean smiled. Yeah, that's right. Then his face fell. How's Alex going to survive without that? He asked. Sam shrugged. I don't think she is without it. We've talked about this before, but now I actually believe my own argument. That Jenna. Then Dean chuckled. Oh, she is a spitfire. Sam laughed, too. Yeah, wow, she is just a little bit terrifying. Like, she seems scrappy, Dean continued, but I don't even care if she can fight. She can cause enough noise and chaos to distract whatever monster they're up against so Alex can get the jump on it. Seriously, Sam agreed, grinning. And hey, maybe Alex can teach her a few things, Dean added. Probably, said Sam. She's definitely graduated from hunting school. I'd say she's qualified to give a couple lessons. Absolutely, said Dean. Do you remember that time she got rushed by a demon? And she just hunkered down like she was a boulder and it basically took out its own legs instead of tackling her. Sam laughed loudly at the memory. Oh my god, I forgot that. That thing went flying. That would be a good one for Jenna. Hell, yeah, agreed Dean. Low man wins. Low woman. I'm going to miss hunting with her. Yeah, said Sam. Me, too. They became silent again, the rhythmic pounding of the Impala's engine filling the cab. It's not going to be like last time, Sam finally said. This time we can call her, video chat, go visit. Hell, we could text her every day if we wanted. It'll be like she never left. Dean's quiet reply was, then why does it feel the same? Sam thought for a moment, trying to grasp the logic behind the emotions that roiled in him, stirred up even or now by the tone of grief in his brother's voice that so closely echoed his own sentiments. His eyes searched what little of the road was illuminated by the headlights. Maybe because we know what it feels like to be without her. He finally said, and we never want to experience that again in any way because it was so awful the first time. Yeah, that sounds about right, Dean agreed, ringing the steering wheel slightly. But he knew it was more than that. All the talk of Jenna's vivacity and Alex's prowess in a fight had only reassured Dean for a few moments. It still made him restless too. Think that he wouldn't be there to protect her if something really nasty came to town. Of all the ways leaving her at college reminded him of giving her up all those years ago, this was not one of them. Before, handing her off to another family had meant she would be safe from the things that went bump in the night. Now she was a hunter, she was in the fight no matter where she was or whom she was with. And he couldn't kill a werewolf with a text message. Hey, Saws, he couldn't stop himself. There was a pause, too long of a pause. Sam and Dean exchanged a look of confusion and concern. Saws. Dean tried again. There came a fluttering of wings. What? The angel sounded tired and irritated. Good to see you, too, pal, said Dean. What is it? Said Castiel from the back seat. I was in the middle of something. I just need to ask a small favor, said Dean, glancing in the rearview mirror. He opened his mouth to speak, but then stopped and looked in the mirror again. Then he twisted round in his seat to look at Saws, who was absolutely drenched in blood. Holy shit, Saws, Dean shouted. Sam turned around, too, given the extremity of his brother's reaction. Oh my god, he exclaimed upon seeing the state of the angel. Saws rolled his eyes. Do not be alarmed, none of it is my own. Still, Sam gulped. How the hell did that happen? Dean asked, already watching the road again. As I said, I was in the middle of something, replied Castiel. What do you want? I am needed elsewhere. Dean suddenly felt painfully silly for calling on him, so decided to make it quick. We just dropped Alex off at college. And I was wondering if you could keep an eye on her, in case anything happens. Castiel scoffed, and in that noise they could hear him shaking his head in exasperation. As if you had to ask. Then he was gone. Dean gave a short, single cough of a chuckle, amused and heartened by the angel's sentiment. But then he had to blink slowly and shake his head as he suddenly remembered something he had completely forgotten, a late-night meeting over 18 years ago. Blank. Dean wasn't sure what awoke him. His eyes opened slowly to reveal the interior of the hospital room. Darkened but for the soft, warm glow of the evening light to make rounds easy on the overnight nurses. He was tucked in close behind Lisa. He had offered to take the available couch so she could spread out and relax on the bed, but she had insisted there was enough space for both of them. So initially, what he saw was mostly a mass of her dark hair, but he got a sense of a presence in the room. He lifted his head to peer around. Immediately he caught sight of a bedraggled, trench-coated man standing beside the hospital bassinet where Dean's newborn daughter slept. The angel stood stock still with one hand just barely inside the plastic, looking down at the infant. Saws, Dean whispered, still groggy. Hello Dean, said Castiel, never taking his eyes off Alex. His register and tone were low enough that he didn't have to whisper to be unobtrusive. What are you doing here? Dean asked. I had a moment to spare, said Saws. I wished to see the child. Saws had been gently brushing the top of Alex's tiny hand. She gave an uncoordinated but minute flail and managed to grab hold of his index finger. One of Castiel's rare but genuine smiles graced his face. She is exceptional, he said as if it were fact. Preach into the choir there, Saws, said Dean, his own smile beating out his exhaustion. I have been witness to so much chaos, death, and Destruction in the last year and a half. This war is devouring multitudes of my brothers and sisters, said Castiel. To see a new soul is a much-needed respite. She gives me hope that even in the midst of desolation, life prevails. Then he leaned closer to Alex and spoke quietly to her, I will watch over you, Alexandra Winchester. Then he was gone. Dean watched the place where Saz had disappeared, too muddled by his weariness to quite comprehend what had happened. All he knew was he felt joy, subtle yet deep and very, very steady. He turned his attention to his baby, tilting his head ouch to look through the plastic and determine if she was still comfortable. Alex was resting peacefully, as if she hadn't just met her first supernatural being. Reassured that she was safe and happy, Dean laid his head down and fell back to sleep. Parting the fog. It took Alex and Jenna only an hour and a half to completely transform their room, mostly with Jenna's stuff. There was a lot of colorful painter's tape, several posters, a few inspirational quotes, and a multitude of fairy lights. And though the room was small and the decorating was limited, by the time they completed their task they were starving. So they went to have their first dinner together. Jenna had calmed down considerably since their initial meeting, though her enthusiasm was still wildly evident. They gabbed endlessly throughout their meal, and learned a ridiculous amount about each other. Jenna was very good at coming up with questions, as well as talking about herself, and Alex rode out the rapids of the conversation with as much grace as she could. After they ate, Alex headed to a short performance some student council group was giving regarding what to expect from their first few weeks of class. Alex had invited Jenna to join, but the young woman had cited being wiped out and headed back to their room, so Alex went on her own. Although it was definitely a little corny and arguably lame in places, the mini-play ended up being mildly entertaining and she enjoyed herself. She left feeling a little more oriented in what the next weeks would be like. She returned to her room, ready to fall, or rather, climb. As she had taken the top bunk into bed. As she shut the door behind her, she saw Jenna lying on top of her own sheets with her back to the room. Hey, Alex said pleasantly. Oh, hey, replied Jenna quietly. Her roommate made a hasty motion as if wiping her face, then sat up on her bed with a sniff. Alex was surprised at this sudden shift in the exuberant person she had come to know so well in the span of 4 hours. Are you okay? She asked, walking over to sit on the clear space on Jenna's bed opposite the smaller woman. Oh yeah, I'm fine, Jenna insisted, but it was clear her fire had finally petered out. It's been a crazy day. Yeah, it's a lot, agreed Alex. Are you sure that's all, though? Because you don't seem like yourself. From what I know of you, anyway. Jenna gave a tiny giggle. Yeah, it's just. Jenna looked away, shaking her head. She seemed to be vacillating on whether to admit what she was thinking or not. Alex let a thoughtful half-smile slip onto her face, then tapped Jenna gently but pointedly on her leg. Come on, tell me. Jenna grinned and gave a small exhale of amusement. It's just I'm sorry, but I kinda overheard you saying goodbye to your family earlier in the parking lot. Alex's expression turned to surprise. This was not what she was expecting. And that made you curl up in a ball and cry. Well, don't say it like that. Jenna scolded teasingly. I wasn't that dramatic. Come on. They shared a brief laugh, and when they settled Jenna gave a shrug. I don't know, I guess it's that I didn't think I'd hear that kind of stuff from them. And I don't mean to be, like, rude or make assumptions, but you all seem so tough. Like nothing could ever bother you. Any of you. Like you're made of steel and feelings are gross. Alex grinned. No chick flick moments. Exactly, replied Jenna. I just wasn't expecting to hear. Like, your dad would drop everything and run to help you, and your uncle's always available to listen to you vent. It's kind of amazing. Yeah, well, Alex shrugged. Last chance gas, I guess. It's been a while since we've been apart for this long. Gotta get everything out before it's too late. And it's hard, yo. You know, I'm sure you and your parents were a wreck today when they left you. They'd do the same stuff for you if you needed that kind of help. Oh, no, Jenna laughed. No, my dad wants me to be super independent. He said, no living at home until you've got that degree or a fiancé. See you at Christmas. Alex couldn't even hide her shock, and she watched her roommate with disbelief as Jenna giggled. He was kidding, right? I mean, he kinda is. It's like really dry humor. But it's not far from the truth either, really. He's not going to come get me every weekend or every break. They live just outside Chicago. It's like a whole 2 hours one way. Not like your uncle and dad. 'Cause you said you're from Lebanon. That's super close. Alex raised her eyebrows. It is. Yeah, Lebanon here in Wisconsin. It's like an hour away. Right, yeah, super close, Alex lied. Poorly, you're not from Lebanon, Wisconsin. Jenna read Alex's behaviors precisely. Which Lebanon? Alex paused, unwilling to say. But for some reason she didn't want to lie to Jenna, even if honesty meant hurting her feelings. Kansas. Oh my god, said Jenna. How long of a drive is that? Alex squeaked noncommittally, trying to downplay what she was about to say, like 9-10 hours. Holy shit, Jenna's eyes were wide with disbelief. Alex waved an anxious hand at her. We're road trippers. 9 hours is no big deal for us. We're all over the country all the time. Being in the car is like being at home. I practically grew up in the back of the Impala. The Impala, Jenna scoffed slightly. You three are. Ow, and tumblers in your leather jackets drive a mass-market mid-size sedan. She laughed. Then her face morphed dramatically into pure awe. Wait, that black thing you were standing by in the parkin'. Gee lot, I didn't even recognize it between the other cars. Was that a '67 Impala? Alex's jaw dropped. Did you just peg the model year of Dad's car from the memory of the rear bumper? I mean, how do you miss a '67 Impala? Oh my god, how did I miss a '67 Impala? Jenna looked absolutely furious with herself for being within a few feet of the vehicle without even realizing it. Jenna, Alex persisted. Seriously, how did you figure out the Impala from the bumper? Jenna shook herself out of her reverie to explain. Oh yeah, my dad. He's a total gearhead, so I grew up hearing all about those kinds of cars. Plus he wanted boys and got my sister and me, so he taught us stuff like how to take apart an engine. She laughed. Alex managed to stifle her shock this time. Jenna looked like the least Kelly person to be digging under the hood of a vehicle, getting covered in motor oil and axle grease. And it sounded like the times she had weren't necessarily voluntary. Your dad made you work on cars because he wanted a boy? Alex couldn't keep herself from asking. Well yeah, replied Jenna. I mean, your dad's probably got a little bit of that, too, right? He's so macho, surely that's why you're such a tomboy. Alex thought briefly. I don't think so. He's raised me to be strong, yeah, but not because he wanted a boy, because he wanted me to be safe. Alex omitted the time she had asked our father if he wished she was a boy, and he had denied it with an explanation so clear, simple, and unquestionably honest that she would never wonder again. Without this tidbit, however, Jenna remained unconvinced. She said with a wry smile. Well, anyway, that's my dad. What are you gonna do? She threw up her hands nonchalantly. But you're guessing that, right? Alex had to ask. You're guessing he wanted boys. He wouldn't just tell you and your sister something like that. Oh, no, he did, said Jenna, completely unfazed by her own statement. I mean, why lie to us? He was just being honest. It was only their first day meeting, and they were about to spend 9 months living together in tight quarters. But Alex was not one to shrink from doing the right thing, and it seemed to her that Jenna needed an outside perspective. He kinda sounds like an asshole. Jenna made a dismissive face, like what Alex had said was ridiculous, and she was a little bit offended. But then she paused a moment and looked away at the wall. It seemed there was a battle going on in her head between Alex's words and everything she had taken as givens her whole life, and the truth in Alex's statement was putting up an admirable fight. I mean, I don't know, sometimes, I guess, she finally said. He's not always like that. She didn't sound as if she had convinced herself. Alex felt guilty at icing this dissonance in her brand new roommate. I'm sorry, Jenna, I didn't mean to throw that at you. No, it's fine, Jenna said, shaking her confusion off and shrugging. It is what it is. I bet your mother's a lot more supportive, said Alex, trying to find the silver lining and redirect the topic a touch. Oh, yeah, said Jenna, grabbing onto the lifeline Alex was tossing her. She's AYS giving me advice so I can make good decisions and have friends and keep out of trouble. Like when she left today, she said, don't wear so much makeup or you'll look like a hooker. And don't go whoring around your first year. Can't have you dropping out because you got knocked up. She barked a laugh. Oh my god, Alex hunched over and buried her face in her hands. What? Jenna asked innocently. Jenna, Alex brought her head up to stare down her roommate. These are awful things to say. No one should hear that crap from anyone, let alone their parents. Well, Jenna protested, they just want me to be the best I can be. It's tough love, really, because it just sounds mean, said Alex. They sat and stared at each other for an uncomfortably long time. Jenna was clearly upset, but no. to the point of looking outright angry. Once again, she seemed to be wrestling with what Alex had said and didn't like the contrast to her previous perception. At last Alex sighed, displeased with her outburst. "I'm sorry, again, I shouldn't be butting in like this." "No, it's fine," Jenna replied, shaking her head. "Don't say it's fine if it's not fine," said Alex. "You can tell me if I'm over the line." "No, really," Jenna insisted. It's fine. I mean you're right." Then Jenna surprised Alex and started to giggle quietly. My mom told me not to be a prostitute twice in 2 sentences. And my dad won't let me come home until I'm legally some man's property." Jenna's giggle became squeaky with mirth and she held her fingertips up to her mouth. "Jesus Christ, no wonder I'm going into psychology. How else am I supposed to make sense of that?" Slowly, painfully, the two dissolved into laughter, the kind of raucous, vibrant laughter that 2 new college roommates should be sharing their first night on campus. Even though the cause was not necessarily as carefree as was common. "God," Alex finally said as their bitter humor abated, "of course you were upset from hearing me say goodbye to Dad and Uncle Sam." "You were. I was jealous," Jenna nodded, finally admitting where all her feelings had come from, to Alex and to herself. "I can't imagine what it was like growing up with them," said Alex. "I mean, it wasn't so bad," said Jenna, but she looked sad. "I made it through no problem. I guess I do kinda wish they would have said some nicer things sometimes like your dad and uncle do." Alex watched her roommate as Jenna's eyes became watery. "I am so sorry," Alex said gently. Jenna nodded acknowledgement and her tears fell. Then the two embraced. "I can't believe we met, like, 4 hours ago. And I'm already crying on your shoulder," Jenna tittered as they released each other, wiping the wetness from her face. "Well," Alex said, "big day. Everybody's a little overwhelmed leaving home for the first time. It's a lot of change." "Yeah, for sure," Jenna agreed with a sniff. She added, "So your dad never forced you to learn how to fix cars?" "Oh, no, he did," said Alex. "I mean, between the Impala crisscrossing the country all the time and my little junker back home, I had to know how to do some repair work." "What do you have back home?" Jenna asked, a suspicious grin creeping onto her face. "An 85 Cavalier." Jenna burst out cackling and fell back on her pillows. When she gained enough composure to speak, she said, "That is the opposite of a 67 Impala." Alex had to laugh, too. "Yeah, Chevy really has a range. But my little Cavi just keeps going and going, just not very fast." Jenna's laughter redoubled. Then she finally sighed. "If you and me ever go on a road trip, we will never be stranded on the side of the highway." Alex chuckled. "Yeah, we could probably jerry-rig something and limp it to the nearest mechanic long before the tow truck showed up." "Unless the engine blows up," commented Jenna. "Oh, for sure," Alex agreed. "Or the brakes go out completely." Jenna nodded. "Although what part of the brakes are we talking about? Pads, drums, or lines? 'Cause if you get me a bendy straw and some electrical tape." They spent the rest of their evening thinking of various vehicular breakdowns and deciding on what exact why they couldn't MacGyver roadside. Dean couldn't sleep. And it wasn't because the crappy motel they had crashed at outside of Des Moines had scratchy sheets that smelled of bleach and something else. He had learned over the years not to try and identify the something else. It wasn't necessarily emotional, either. He wasn't anxious or upset or angry. His mind wasn't buzzing, there were no outside influences grinding on his nerves, nothing. He was just wondering. He turned his head on his pillow, peering through the darkness at the vague lump that was his brother in the adjacent bed. As best he could tell, Sam was sound asleep. Carefully, quietly, Dean snuck out from under the covers, which was difficult because they felt and sounded as if they were made from a fire-retardant tarp. But he managed the feat, snagged his phone, and slipped into the motel hallway, gently pulling the door shut behind him. Outside, he walked down the hall a little ways as he opened the recents in his phone. He actually had to scroll a little to find Alex's name, which struck him as odd. Then he realized, guess I didn't have to call her very often because she was always around. He went to tap Alex's contact, but hesitated. It seemed a little ridiculous to call her late at night for no real reason, especially since it had only been about 6 hours since they had left the university. "Ah," he growled irritably. And tapped to call. He waited as the phone rang, shaking his head at his own impulsive behavior. But as he waited, he started to feel concern edge in. It was taking her a long time to answer the phone. Either she was dead asleep, or dead. He tried to shirk this thought, knowing it was an overreaction, but he couldn't help assessing absolutely every single thing that had happened his entire life and acknowledge that coming to this conclusion was not that big of a leap. Hey, is everything okay? Alex's hushed voice suddenly popped on. Dean forced himself not to let loose a gusty sigh of relief into the receiver and trip the phone's mic. Yeah, everything's fine. I just thought I'd call to see how you were settling in. Are you okay? Took you a minute to answer. Yeah, replied Alex. Jenna's asleep, so I wanted to go out into the hall before picking up. Thank God my phone was on vibrate. She snickered. Makes sense, said Dean. So you're all good? Nothing crazy happened? No, Alex answered. I mean it's all crazy. So weird being here, just me and a bunch of people I don't really know. But it's been good. Jenna and I talked a bunch. Like, a ton. Oh, yeah. Dean leaned against the wall as he listened. Yeah, she is a talker. After we finished decorating, we went and got dinner, and she talked the entire time. I'm not really sure when she ate. I don't remember her talking with food in her mouth, so it's a mystery to me. Oh my God, Dad. So you know how she was out in the parking lot with us for about 10 seconds. And she didn't really look at the car. Weird detail, but I'm assuming you're going somewhere with this. We got to talking about cars this evening, and I mentioned the Impala, and she figured out it's a 67 from remembering Baby's back bumper. What? How? Apparently she's into cars. Or her dad was and made her learn about them. Though from the look on her face when she realized what kind of Impala we're riding around in, I think she's honestly into cars, too. She says she can take apart an engine and put it back together. Okay, we're still talking about your roommate, right? That tiny, spunky, shoo-in cheerleader we met this afternoon. Yup, wow, I know, I can't picture it either. But I believe her. She talks about it in a way that you can tell she actually knows what she's going on about. Well, how about that? Your roommate learned about cars from her dad just like you did from your old man. No, not at all like I did. How's that? The line went silent for a moment. Jenna was kind of forced into it. 'Cause her dad wanted boys and got girls. Dean's face pinched briefly, taken aback. She thinks her dad wanted boys. Oh, she doesn't think it. He told her, and her sister, maybe even a few times. Or all the time, I don't know. But she told me that he would tell them exactly that. Dean grimaced. Oh my God. Yeah, her parents sound pretty awful. Her mom's a piece of work, too. You wouldn't believe what she said to Jenna before they left her here. I don't even want to repeat it. Poor kid. I know. I kinda want to wrap her up and take her home with me. Dean chuckled. Your Uncle Sam would have an aneurysm. Don't say that. That makes me want to do it even more just to see his face. Honestly, I kind of want to see that, too. That was absolutely hilarious when we were there. Dean pitched his voice higher. Get that box, big, strong man. And then it's hot out. Take your shirt off. The both of them had to muffle their laughter to avoid their voices echoing in their respective hallways and disturbing the sleepers beyond the doors. Finally Alex sighed. Man, am I glad to be a Winchester. Really? Dean couldn't quite believe what she had just said. Yeah, that is not something you hear every day. I mean it, though. I could have grown up with parents like Jenna's, or a whole string of parents like Jenna's. I'm really lucky to have you and Uncle Sam. This entire family would literally climb in and out of hell for each other. Jenna's parents won't even come to pick her up on breaks. Dean couldn't speak for a moment, there were too many thoughts and feelings bouncing off the inside of his skull. While he felt joy and affection, mostly he felt relief. Faced with an arguably more commonplace type of family dysfunction, something that came with a lot less physical pain, bloodshed, and death, his daughter was glad of her decision to live with him and Sam. All the times she could have died, all the times he and Sam did die, all the turmoil and danger and grief, and she'd still opt for the love they gave her over anything else. And knowing that, he would never doubt bringing her home from the funeral 10 years ago. They had made the right choice. Well, Dean said, speaking quietly in an attempt to keep his voice from faltering, we're glad you're a Winchester, too. Our messed up little family wouldn't be complete without you. There came another moment where the line was empty. I'm going to miss you, said Alex. Yeah, me, too, baby girl, replied Dean. Hang on, I just got a text. Oh my God, it's Uncle Sam. Alex laughed. You're kidding. Quote, hope you had fun with your new roommate this evening. Call if you need anything. Oh my God, this is exactly what threw Jenna for a loop tonight. You're both a couple of undercover saps and I love it. That made Dean bark a laugh louder than he should have in the hallway. Hang on, let me text him back. The sound of Alex's soft, slightly evil chuckle came over the line. You are ratting me out, aren't you? Sorry, can't hear you while I'm typing, you're not on speaker. Dean shook his head with a wide grin on his face. Holy crap, I can't believe it's almost midnight. Yeah, I'd better let you go. I'm sure you've got a lot going on tomorrow. Yeah, for sure, it's going to be insane. All right, Alex, have a good night. You, too, love you, too. Dean hung up the phone, leaned his head back against the sheetrock, and took a long breath. Then he popped off the wall and headed back to the room, preparing to relentlessly tease his little brother, and bracing himself to get just as good as he gave. The struggle is real. Sam and Dean sat in the Impala, parked inconspicuously across the street from the house they suspected to harbor the werewolf they were hunting. The full moon glared down from overhead, midnight approached. They kept a close eye on what little they could see of the interior of the building through the living room window. Dean? Sam inquired absently. Yeah, Dean replied, not shifting his gaze from the house. What's that smell? I don't know. Probably you. Not me, dude. You sure? What have you eaten today? It's not me, Dean, insisted Sam. Seriously, what is that? If I knew, don't you think I'd have done something about it by now? Is it you? No. Well, it's something, said Sam. God, it's like dirty diaper. Sam began casting around, searching the interior of the Impala for the source of the odor. He even began sniffing in an attempt to hone in on the offending object. Sam, is this really a good time to play, find the bad smell? Dean asked. Why wouldn't it be? Countered Sam as he dug under the front bench. We're just waiting. Yeah, for some guy to wolf out and go tear some poor dude's heart from his chest, retorted Dean. He shook his head, still watching the house. Dean's attention was only pulled away when he heard the sniffing draw nearer and turned to see Sam was inhaling him. He stared down his brother with pursed lips. Really? Sam threw up his hands and pulled back a touch. You've told bigger lies before. Dean sighed and returned his attention to their target as Sam proceeded to twist around and kneel on his seat, hanging over the back of the bench to dig in the rear of the cab. I think we need to get you checked out, little brother, commented Dean. You're starting to lose it. I've lived a long life with a lot of bad smells, Dean, was Sam's argument. I've had it. Aha. There came a metallic crinkling and Sam returned from the rear with a small, half-eaten bag of some kind of crunchy, cheesy snack. He took a quick whiff of the crumpled opening and cringed as he confirmed this was, in fact, the bad smell. It's that crap you got at the gas station a couple days ago, chided Sam. Hey, those were pretty good, said Dean, snagging the bag and looking it over. Wonder why I didn't finish them. He gave the bag a sniff, which elicited a similar reaction to his brother's. Oof, yeah, they've ripened. Quote, then, before Sam could prevent it, Dean reached in, pulled out a morsel, and popped it in his mouth. Dude, Sam said, his face contorting in disgust. What? They're fine, said Dean. Kinda good, even. They just smell funky, and they're a little stale. Why didn't I? Nope, there it is. Weird aftertaste. Forgot about that. Okay, well, said Sam, and you're up in the wee hours of the morning puking your guts out, shut the door to the bathroom. The light and the retching sounds keep me up. Sam, they're fine, insisted Dean. Do you see the amount of salt they put in these things? When the nukes hit, it'll be cockroaches and, he paused to read the label, cheesy blasts left over. This is what the cockroaches will be eating. Sam rolled his eyes. When he glanced back over, he saw Dean contemplating the bag. After a moment's pause, the elder Winchester shrugged and reached in for another bite. Oh my God, Sam huffed and snatched the cheesy blasts from his brother's hands. Hey, Dean barked. Sam gestured at him pointedly with the bag. You are not a cockroach. Then he rolled it up as tight as he could and shoved it in the glove box in the hopes the smell would be contained until he could dispose of it. Dean took his turn to roll his eyes and resumed his stakeout duties. Sam settled in as well. They didn't get to spend much time in silence. Hectic shadows passed in front of the window they watched, and the distant, muffled sound of furniture getting banged into reached the Impala. All right, here we go, said Dean, opening his door. Sam followed suit. Guns at the ready, their silver bullet clips loaded, they crossed the street swiftly and stealthily. By the time they reached the door, it was clear someone was transforming within the dwelling. Dean took up position on one side of the door, Sam on the other. The elder tipped his chin to ask if the younger was ready, and the latter nodded. But just at that moment, Sam's phone buzzed in his jacket pocket. He yanked it out quickly to check if it was urgent. Whether it was an emergency or not, he didn't know, but the name on the caller ID still made his breath catch. "Not a great time, Sam," Dean murmured. "It's Alex," replied Sam in a rapid whisper. "What?" Dean hissed. "At midnight on a friggin' Thursday. She's probably just up doing homework late." Sam tried to brush it aside. But he stared anxiously at his ringing phone. "We've gotta move." "I don't care." Dean bit back quietly. "Answer it." A scream came from inside the house. "I've got this, just answer it." Dean snapped, then bolted inside. Sam took a few quick steps down the front stairs as he picked up the call. "Hey, Alex," he said, trying to sound as chipper and casual as he could. "Everything okay, Uncle Sam?" Alex sobbed over the line. "Oh God, what's wrong?" Sam shouted in terror. "What?" Dean immediately reappeared in the doorway. It's so hard." Alex cried. "I've never had this much homework in my life." Sam leaned his head back, shut his eyes, and sighed with relief. "And I have fewer classes." "How do I have fewer classes than I did in high school and more homework?" "How does that math?" "Tell me how that maths, because so far my trig class has not given me that equation. I'm still up because of a paper that's due tomorrow." "Who assigns a paper for a freshman course in the first 2 weeks of school?" "The fuck is that, Sam?" Dean hollered. Sam turned, holding the phone away as he addressed his brother. "It's okay. It's school, she's just stressed." "Oh, thank God," Dean sighed. He turned back to the interior of the house, only to find the werewolf, completely transformed, standing directly in front of him. It inspected him with glowering eyes as it panted from its ordeal. Dean froze for a second, then gave a sheepish smile. "Hey," he said. Then after an awkward pause, "I'm Dean." The werewolf didn't move, but its eyes shifted down to the gun in Dean's hand. Dean noticed the glance and looked at his weapon. He gave the werewolf a shrug and a laugh. "Oh, nah, he fumbled, waving the weapon nonchalantly, "this is a prop gun. Full of blanks." "Not." He tried to frown reassuringly and shake his head, "not silver bullets." With that, the werewolf grabbed him by the jacket and heaved him down the hallway. Out on the sidewalk, Sam worked to talk down his niece. "I know it's hard, Alex. It's a big jump from high school to college. I just don't know how I'm going to keep going at this pace." She replied, "I feel like I'm doing school every waking hour. But I still have to eat. But somehow that suddenly takes up, like, a ridiculous amount of time. I don't understand. I eat at the same speed." "Was that Dad?" She had overheard Dean's shout as he flew the length of the hall. "Yeah, that's him," said Sam. "Don't worry, he's fine. I can see him on his feet already." "Oh my God, are you on a hunt?" Alex said in horror. "Here I was worried I was waking you up. But I'm interrupting a hunt." "Really, Alex, it's fine," insisted Sam. "It's just the one werewolf. Your dad's got it. If it starts to go sideways, I'll jump off." "'Kay, you're sure?" asked Alex anxiously. "Oh, yeah," said Sam. She sighed. "I wish I was hunting with you and Dad. Makes so much more sense. And it's like one thing, not 4 things and, like, 12 potential extracurriculars. You know how many of the other freshmen are doing a bunch of clubs and committees and crap? I feel so lame, like I'm doing nothing, but I'm constantly doing something all the time." She groaned loudly. "Can you come and get me?" Sam gave a small chuckle as he leaned against the banister by the steps. "Well, I will tell you yes, we will absolutely come and get you if that's what you really want. But first I'm going to encourage you to stay, okay?" Alex sighed. "All right, give me the spiel." "First off, you're not lame," Sam started in. "You are doing a lot of work. You don't need all the extracurriculars to be busy." As he spoke, he glanced back through the now vacant doorway, saw the fight had moved to the living room, and hauled himself off the banister to wander in the direction of the window so he could see inside. "And all those freshmen piling everything on, they're going to burn out. You watch, end of the semester, most of them will have dropped all of those clubs and be desperately trying to catch up on their schoolwork so they can eke out a passing grade on their finals. Most of them. Well, there's always a few really irritating kids who do manage to do it all," said Sam. "They tend to be really neurotic, though dude, get your gun," he mumbled to himself as he peered into the house. "What?" Alex asked. "Nothing," said Sam. There came a shout and a crash. "What was that?" "Coffee table," said Sam. "As I was saying, you're not lame. You are doing more work than high school, no question. And that's not going to change." But it's just all really new right now. There was another crash. What was that? Alex asked. Bookshelf, said Sam. Well, more of a china hutch. But that's the real reason why you wish you were hunting right now instead. It's not less work, Alex, it's familiar. Remember how intimidating and exhausting it was the first time you worked a case with us? Alex's tone denoted a mix of exasperation and relief at her uncle's prompt. Yeah, college is just new, said Sam. Once you get your schedule and your routine figured out, it'll get easier. You won't be doing less work, but you'll get used to it, just like you got used to high school. Just like you got used to hunting. I suppose, Alex admitted. Speaking of hunting, Dad's still doing okay. Oh, yeah, he's fine, said Sam, casually looking in on the fight. A little banged up, but nothing too bad. Are you sure you don't need to go help him? Nah, honestly, I've seen him in worse shape doing shots at the bar. Sam rolled his eyes. Comes over with his knuckles all bloody, you should see the other guy. And it's a friggin' mirror. Yeah, your knuckles are bloody because you punched glass, you moron. Alex laughed over the line. I don't think I've ever seen him that drunk. Yeah, it's been a while since either of us have gone that hard, said Sam. You've partied that hard? Alex sounded incredulous. Okay, Dad, I can imagine, but I cannot picture that drunk. Sam gave a tiny sniff of amusement. Oh, I've been there. Done some really stupid things, too. Alcohol makes you an idiot, no matter who you are. Remember that, especially over these next 4 years. Alex snickered a little at the comment. I will. You're a smart kid, Alex, said Sam. You can handle this. And I know I've said it before, but try to get past this part so you won't miss out on something you might enjoy. I mean, think about it, what would you miss out on if we came and got you tonight? Alex's intake of breath came over the line as she thought. I don't know, my trig professor is oddly funny. And my folklore professor is oddly not funny. Would have thought those would have been switched. I guess the food's pretty good. Although, Dad's burgers are better than the ones here. I guess I'd miss Jenna. Really, Jenna? Sam asked. You two are still getting along. Oh, totally, said Alex. It's never a dull moment with her. Oh my god. So, we took the bus to Target last weekend for, like, snacks and stuff, and for no good reason. She got a pack of stick-on googly eyes, and all week she's been putting them randomly on things. My favorite so far was definitely a pair she adhered to one of my bras. Sam snorted noisily. Did you say, one of your bras? Yeah, Alex sounded just as amused. One on each cup, like little, goofy nipples. Oh my god, Sam just about cried trying not to laugh too hard. Were they difficult to remove? Don't know. I put that thing on, googly eyes and all, finished dressing, and booked it to class. Jenna was still laughing when I left our room, said Alex. And Sam could hear her grinning over the phone. Well, I'm glad you're entertaining each other. Better than the alternative, that's for sure, said Sam. I was worried she might be a lot. Yeah, well, I can handle a lot, said Alex. I guess you're right, I'd miss out on some really fun stuff if I ditched the whole thing right now. So you're feeling better? Asked Sam. Yeah, I guess I am, said Alex. Thanks, Uncle Sam. Dad's still alive. Yeah, he's whoa. Sam dodged backward, throwing up an arm to shield his face, as Dean came through the window and landed on his back on the front lawn in a shower of glass. The werewolf appeared shortly thereafter, leaping onto the sill and ready to pounce again. Sam pulled his gun and shot it through the heart. It fell backwards into the living room and out of sight. You just shot the werewolf, didn't you? Alex asked. Yeah, said Sam. You couldn't have done that a little sooner. Dean snapped at his brother from where he lay panting. I was talking to Alex. Sam gestured to his phone. Sorry, Dad, Alex called. You want to talk to her? Sam asked. Yeah, Dean replied wearily between breaths, reaching up for Sam's cell. I'll go clean up the body, said Sam, heading back to the front door. Hey, baby girl, said Dean, still lying on the ground, his eyes shut in pain. How's college treating you? It's a lot, but I'm okay. Uncle Sam helped a bunch, replied Alex. Oh, good, Dean managed to comment. Oh, I have to tell you what Jenna did, you're gonna laugh. We will continue in next video.